We begin our broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands and waters on which we gather today, which is part of the nation of the north of Tasmania. We pay our respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples who are here with us today. As we gather to compete on the water, we recognise and honour the ongoing connection to land, water and culture that the traditional custodians have maintained for thousands of years.
Well, good morning everyone and welcome to Day 6, the penultimate day, can you believe, of the 2025 Australian Rowing Championships here at wonderful Lake Barrington. This event, of course, supported by the Tasmanian Government through Events Tasmania. We hope you've enjoyed the first 5 days of the regatta, and I'm joined, as always, by Lizzie Chapman. Good morning, Lizzie.
Good morning, Richard.
And what a huge day of racing we've got here again.
It was a huge day of racing yesterday.
There've been a few, haven't there? But almost 90 races again today, and most of them are finals.
Yes, and they include sprint championships, so things are not only busy but really hotting up and getting quicker and quicker as we progress through the day.
Yeah, exactly. Now, our sprints are on from 3:30 this afternoon, so hang around for that. Some of the fast and furious and most exciting racing of these championships over the 500-metre course. That's fantastic for the athletes and spectators alike. But before that, of course, we begin very shortly with the final of the under-17 women's coxed quad. So the same girls and boys who rode the singles back on Monday and the doubles more recently, now performing in the quad scull as well.
That's exactly right. So, so a lot of them under-17, under-19. We've got finals in the underage groups coming up. We've got big boats, we've got para rowing, and we've got school rowing. Lots of that, and that really has raised the vibe here at Lake Barrington. So looking forward to a very exciting day of racing. Lots going on, lots of other things as well, and we'll be bringing you news about that during the broadcast.
Yep, and a heap of 8s races coming down the course too. The finals of the under-21, under-23 and open 8s for men and women are all here today. So the big boats will be making their way at pace down the waters of Lake Barrington. The nice, calm, placid waters too at the moment. Beautiful. So a great day of racing ahead of us. Our first race about 10 minutes away, so we'll bring you the action from the water shortly.
Rowing Australia would like to thank all partners, supporters and suppliers of the 2025 Australian Rowing Championships. Events Tasmania, Hancock Prospecting, the Australian Sports Commission and the Australian Institute of Sport, Felipe Lido, 776BC, Bont Rowing, the Colgan Foundation, Inglewood Coffee Roasters, Bolle Australia, Bannister Downs Dairy, Sharp EIT Solutions, Ticketmaster, The Regatta Shop, Sykes Rowing, Concept 2, Croker Oars, Salters Hire, G.A. Millers, with support from Rowing Tasmania, Rowing ACT, Rowing New South Wales, Rowing Queensland, Rowing South Australia, Rowing Victoria and Rowing WA. The Northwest is the food bowl of Tasmania, and the Tasting Trail is a food and drink self-drive trail designed to assist you and your taste buds in discovering the finest produce that the region has to offer. Whether you're into sweet treats, fresh produce, fine wines or other delicious delights, this easy-to-use site will guide you to award-winning produce, cellar doors and farm stalls and the personalities behind them. Visit www.tastingtrail.com.au for interactive maps and itineraries to unfold the delights of the Tasting Trail. With its rolling green hills and stunning coastal vistas as a backdrop, you will be welcomed into a world of berry sweet possibilities, paddock to plate dairy, dark fudge desires and malty cheer. Discover all of Tasmania's personality, from secluded arcs of white sand to verdant vineyards, succulent seafood, artsy festivals and adventure in wild places at discoveredtasmania.com.au or download the Discovered Tasmania app. Hancock Prospecting are the proud principal partners of Rowing Australia and the Rowsellers and wish all competitors and athletes a successful regatta.
Welcome back, and joined in the commentary box this morning by John Bos, the Pathway Transition Manager, I should say, for Rowing Australia. A mouthful of a job title, John, but welcome.
Good morning, Richard, and thank you for inviting me.
And we'll get to what that role means shortly. I have asked most of the interviews this week how they first got into the sport of rowing, and in your case, I think it began back at Gregory Terrace in Brisbane, let's say last century at least. But give us the
right.
give us the short 30-second summary of your time in the sport of rowing.
That's right. Schoolboy rower, then I suppose transitioned to club rowing at that stage, and eventually rowed King's Cup, and then I moved down to New South Wales and rowed lightweight down to New South Wales for Sydney Rowing Club and Drummoyne Rowing Club a long time ago.
Indeed, and a very successful period too, of course, coaching at Nudgee College in the past decade or so, but taking up the Rowing Australia role. Conveniently, in early 2020 you began as the Pathway Transitions Manager.
I did, Richard. I started in March 2020.
An auspicious month, I recall.
Yes, and my first email and message from Jamie Fernandez was, "You'll be working indefinitely from home." That was the start of COVID, of course.
Yeah, which is a bit tough, given that a large part of your role list is to deal with the growing number of US-based athletes coming out of the Australian school system.
Yes, correct. And it was a fairly confusing time at that stage, but it also gave me the opportunity to reach out to the head coaches in the US because they weren't training either. And I was able to do Teams or Zoom with them and find out a fair bit about their programs without actually going before I got there. And in that space of time, I probably interviewed over 40 head coaches from the US.
Yeah. So, I guess a big part of the role is building those networks and connections with the US colleges so that when the Australian rowers go overseas, that you can basically keep them involved in our program.
Yeah, correct. The idea being that there's more and more kids, especially females, going to the US, which I'll explain later. But building those relationships with the kids, staying connected with the kids, and also the building relationships with their coaches. So we got a strong connection with the coaches and the kids and their programs with Rowing Australia.
Yeah, well, you and I spoke, I think, at the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta in Geelong about this time last year, but and obviously the colleges were there doing their recruiting. But tell us about the opportunity for Australian school-age or school-leaving athletes in the US program.
Okay, there is the opportunity to study and row in the US because of a ruling they had in 1972, which is called Title IX ruling. Whatever they spend on men's sport at universities over there, they must spend to the cent on women's sport. So not all unis, but most universities have a fairly strong football program with over 100 athletes and 85 or 100 scholarships. So to balance that out, there are lots of women's only rowing, women's only soccer programs, women's only lacrosse. So it's one of those few sports in the world where females are at a greater advantage than the guys are over there.
Yeah.
The guys are sort of restricted to the Ivy schools, the Ivy universities on the East Coast, another handful of universities on the East Coast, and around about 3 or 4 universities on the West Coast, and that's it.
Yeah, whereas the women seem to have got in Michigan and Wisconsin and those places, and also I think in the south and on the West Coast of the country as well, so plenty of opportunities out there.
Everywhere, Richard. There's over 94 Division 1 Division 1 rowing programs for females, and also around about 16, 17 Division 2 rowing programs that offer full scholarships as well.
Yeah, fantastic. And you've grown the program to the extent, I think, along now with Hallie Chapman, your US-based coach, to take 2 8s last year to the World Championships in St Catharines, the Under-23 Worlds, who are all US-based athletes.
Yeah, correct. That's the first time we've had a men's and women's 8. I was fortunate enough to coach the men's 8, and Annabelle Eaton coached the women's 8. Annabelle has been doing it with me for the last 3 years, and now Hallie steps into that role, and she'll be. Yeah, our goal is to have a men's and women's 8 coming out of the US, hopefully for the next 4 years. And last year was the first time with the women's 8, and they were all from the Aussies, based in the US, all from the US, including the coxswain.
Yeah, fantastic. No, great to hear, John, and we look forward to seeing the continued success of that program. Racing is about to begin, so we will have to leave it there, but we hope you enjoy your last couple of days here at Lake Barrington, and no doubt looking to see Queensland do well in interstate racing tomorrow.
Absolutely, Richard. And just as a final note, if any athletes out there, male or female, or parents need any advice, I'm not a recruiter. I give advice, for them so they make the right choices. If they are thinking about going over there, make sure they reach out either by email or phone. That's my role, and I'm more than happy to talk to the parents and the kids about it.
Wonderful.
So thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, John.
My back faces the finish line. I pursue something I can't see. So we build a team and learn to trust the rower behind, in front. Together, we chase perfect, unbroken circles. In the water, with practiced hands, again and again and again, from catch to finish, handle to blade. And together, our vision is clear. When we're together, our circle is unbreakable. The path to greatness can't be rowed alone. It must be as one.
Founded by Sean P. Colgan, the Colgan Foundation has supported athletes, students, scientists, mentors, Catholic clergy, wars veterans and others in need since 1995. The philanthropic reach of the foundation extends across many nations, from Philadelphia high schoolers to children in El Salvador, to rowers from the Antipodes, to active military and undisclosed international locations. The efforts of the Colgan Foundation make an impact around the world. Rowing Australia is pleased to be a partner with the Colgan Foundation in developing our national cruise until 2028. Rowing Australia would like to thank all of our incredible volunteers who have generously given their time to be part of the volunteer team. Volunteers, your dedication and commitment are the driving forces behind a successful and enjoyable event for everyone involved. Attendees, as you move around the regatta this week, please take a moment to show your appreciation to our amazing volunteers and boat race officials. They're making this event possible for all of us. Embark on a delicious journey through Tasmania's finest flavours with a tasting trail that showcases the best of local produce. Today and tomorrow from 11 a.m. until 4 p.m. in the Row Union Bar, meet passionate producers, savour farm-to-table delights and explore the island's vibrant food and beverage scene. Well, Richard, the time has come. There they are on the start. Must be really quiet down there, don't you think?
Yes, it is eerie at the 2,000 metre start, especially here at Lake Barrington, where you are sort of a fair way from civilization.
Yeah.
So it's nice and quiet, apart from the officials will be going through the roll call shortly before the starter sends them on their way. So field is set here for our first race.
And our first race is the final of the Under-17 Women's Coxed Quad Scull. In lane 1, we have Unley High, Maya Lesu, Rachel Luscombe, Lauren Halls and Grace Charters, coxed by Addie Burns and coached by Ethan Mons. In lane 2, Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Claudia Cogler, Natalie Grant, Emily Rasmussen and Georgia Berryman, coxed by Brittany McCormick. In lane 3, Queenwood School from Sydney, Bridget Thompson, Sally Fainganuka, Flo Vitch and Scout Ferguson, coxed by Alice Holm and coached by Kieran Glynn, Ashley Fitch and Zoe Keating. In lane 4, Kinross Walleroy School, the first of 2 crews. This one, Laura Chudley, Rani Jarek, Emily Wise and Belle Clinton, coxed by Harriet Barnett and coached by Emma Fessy. In lane 5 from Commercial Rowing Club, Zoe Ball, Genevieve Davies, Lily Nolan and Zara Hilton, coxed by Olive Plawecki, coached by Ross Batho and Nicholas Langford. The second Kinross Walleroy crew is in lane 6. Katie Lawler, Alice Dimmock, Isabel Grout and Sienna McFarlane. Sophie Caro is their cox and their coach is Emma Fessy. Canberra Girls Grammar School are in lane 7. The crew of Meg Story, Camilla Griffin, Grace Disney and Sophie Murphy, coxed by Heidi Bell, coached by Georgia Borick and Caroline Pipers. And Fremantle Rowing Club are in lane 8. Sophia Tornatora, Olivia Hansen-Nahoy, Lily Lucas and Briar Froud, coxed by Isabel Duarte and coached by Keely Atchison. How incredible to have 2 crews in the final at the under-17 level. Congratulations, Kinross Walleroy, such a strong program.
Yes, having a very, very good season indeed, and we'll certainly see them racing in the 8s over the last couple of days of this regatta as well. So it's waiting on this first race to be sent on its way.
They also have, as well as 2 crews in the under-17 women's coxed quad scull, they have a crew in the under-17 men's coxed quad, and they have a men's crew in the under-19 quad scull.
Yeah, and I had this discussion, I think, with Chris McCarthy a couple of days ago, but Kinross are not a huge school in terms of numbers, but rowing is just the sport that they seem to have taken to in a huge way.
Yes, absolutely. Fantastic parent supporter group as well.
And they train, is it correct, on a lake that's barely 2,000 metres long?
I believe so, yes.
Very good at turning around, I imagine, and manoeuvring their boats.
Yeah.
And look what a sight that is too, as we see Lake Barrington from above, from our drone, who's been hard at work throughout the week here, getting some great shots from right around the course. As we zoom in now on the start pontoon, and we are indeed off and racing here in the final of the under-17 women's coxed quad scull, the first of a huge number of finals, just on 90 races on today's program. And as we said during the opening, most of them are finals, including, of course, our sprints coming up at the end of today. But there's the field of 8 on their way, and a very even start across the course. Just a narrow edge, you would think, there in the centre lane to the lane 5 crew, which is the Commercial Rowing Club from Brisbane, and a pretty well credentialed crew there. Most of those girls rowing in the single scull and double sculls earlier in the week. Zoe Ball, Genevieve Davies, Lily Nolan, Zara Hilton and Olive Plawecki in the crew there for Commercial, who are surrounded by the light blue. Can we call that the sky blue as well of Kinross Walleroy, I think?
I don't see why not.
Why not?
New South Wales blue?
You can't own all the colours, Lizzie.
Did I start talking state again?
Right, till tomorrow afternoon. We're not that far away, of course, from interstate racing coming up after the lunch break tomorrow. But it is the Commercial Rowing Club from Queensland who do take a narrow lead here in the early strokes. They've got about half a length on the first of those two Kinross-Walleroy combinations, and you can just see the strength of Kinross in the fact that their two crews are, well, two of the three centre lanes effectively, so they've come through either as semi-final winners or second place getters in the case of the crew there in lane number 6, but that is certainly a very strong performance, as Lizzie said, by the crew from Orange in the central west of New South Wales, but that is Commercial up on the screen there, the lane number 5 crew, as they make their way up towards the first of our timing points here, and we'll soon be able to confirm just how substantial is that lead to the crew from Commercial, in a similar form of almost sky blue there as well, with the dark blue V, of course, the Commercial Rowing Club, who row on the Milton Reach, where the heads of the river used to be raced in Brisbane for many, many years before moving up to the dams, I think in about the 1970s, so they're well familiar with that stretch of water.
They certainly are, and these are the Queensland State Championships champions in this age group, and they've been a commanding crew throughout the season. This crew from Commercial, as indeed have the Kinross-Walleroy crews, they've been very strong. Been a couple of crew changes, I presume to strengthen crews, but it just seems to me that Kinross-Walleroy have got quality throughout, really.
Yeah, such strong combinations from Kinross. Certainly make it easy to select a couple of good crews. There are the two sky blue boats, and in the background there too, the colours. What's the Fremantle Rowing Club? In what is certainly yes, an orange Farn School Sykes boat. They're racing in there. So the Fremantle crew out in lane number 8 have obviously borrowed a boat from one of the more local schools, the Farn School from Hobart. Of course, it's a fairly long trek across the Nullarbor and then over Bass Strait for the West Australian clubs. So great to see the locals supporting out a number of our clubs and schools here with boats over the course of this regatta. And Fremantle probably do sit in a 4th or 5th place at this stage. So it is now, would seem, the lane 6 Kinross crew, who may have just got themselves, have they, ahead of Commercial? Well, that angle a bit deceptive there, in fact, as they come up towards the halfway mark of this race. And then right in front of the camera there would be the St Virgil's College crew, so another of the Tasmanian crews in this race, represented on either side of the course. In fact, only high from South Australia, I should say, that is, in lane number 1. St Virgil's are in the men's Cox quad coming up soon. That's Unley High, Maya Lassu, Rachel Luscombe, Lauren Halls, Grace Charters and Addie Burns, coached by Ethan Mons. But they are a little off the pace here, being set by our leading crews. So in lane 5, it is certainly Commercial who lead the two crews from Kinross-Walleroy. The Fremantle boat still doing a very good job over on the far side of the course. May well be in 4th position. And also in there a strong crew from the Queenwood School, Melbourne Girls Grammar School on screen there, and the right of the picture alongside Unley High. And on the other side of the course, we have the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar School racing in lane number 7, as they do make their way now up past the 1,250 metre mark. And it is certainly still a lead to Commercial in this race. From Kinross-Walleroy, second on lane 4, that's Laura Chudley, Rani Jarrick, Emily Wise, Belle Clinton and Harriet Barnett, coached by Emma Fessy. And third looked to be the Queenwood School in lane number 3, Bridget Thompson, Sally Fanganaku, Flo Veach, Scout Ferguson and Alice Home in the Queenwood boat.
Yeah, Queenwood placing second yesterday, had a good race against this leading crew from Commercial in a time that would place them in the top 4, but obviously we're in a final, so we're now looking for a top 3 position. Kinross-Walleroy yesterday had a humdinger against each other, were less than 2 seconds apart at the end. And Fremantle yesterday, they're currently sitting in 3rd position. Yesterday, they just had a great day across the whole of the club, so we saw them constantly up there on the rostrum or getting through into finals. So feels like some clubs are really building momentum as we go through the regatta, and this is one of them. Yep,
Fremantle certainly here in great numbers, and which is fantastic to see. And they're still there out on the far side of the course in the orange colours of the Well, the boat of the Farn School, but their crew is Sophia Tornatoro, Olivia Hansen-Nahoy, Lily Lucas, Brea Froud, and Isabel Duarte, coached by Keely Atchison. So they're a chance, certainly, of a medal here, but it's still the crew from Commercial Rowing Club who lead the race here by about a boat length from Kinross Wallery. A bit more, in fact. It was 4.38 seconds after 1,500 metres, but now they are closing in quickly on the last 200 metres in this race. So it's Commercial from Kinross. Those two look certain to get a medal, you would think, but a very good race behind them for the bronze coming up. Melbourne Girls Grammar School are there and coming quickly alongside Queenwood, the second boat from Kinross towards the far side, and also from Mantle in lane 8. Certainly every chance here as well. So what a race it is as they charge towards the finish line, but it's Commercial out in front. Zoe Ball, Genevieve Davies, Lily Nolan and Zara Hilton, coxed by Olive Plavecki. So Stroke Zara Hilton finished 5th in the single scale back a couple of days ago in her very first final of this regatta, and looks like she will score a gold medal here coming up in the under-17 women's coxed quad scull. From Mantle doing a very good job the far side. A chance, in fact, of silver here as they come up alongside the crew from Kinross Wallery, but the Commercial Rowing Club will take out the under-17 women's coxed quad scull. Commercial first by a length and a half, and Kinross just, the blue boat, will edge out the orange boat. Kinross lane 4 will take silver. From Mantle, the far side, the bronze. 4th place is tight to Queenwood, I think, just ahead of Melbourne Girls Grammar School. 6th will go to that second crew from Kinross Wallery. 7th, the far side, Canberra Girls Grammar School. And 8th will be Unley High from South Australia. But it is the club from Brisbane, Commercial Rowing Club, who take out the first final of day 6 of this regatta.
Oh, a fantastic first race of the day. Thank you for Commercial for setting us off so well at the beginning of the day. Commercial Rowing Club taking out the gold medal in our first final of the day, the under-17 women's coxed quad scull. The crew of Zoe Ball, Genevieve Davies, Lily Nolan and Zara Hilton, coxed by Olive Plawecki, coached by Ross Batho and Nicholas Langford. Silver medal, Kinross Wallery crew of Chudley, Jarek Wise, Clinton and Cox, Harriet Barnett. And the bronze medal will go to Fremantle, Tornatora, Hansen-Nahoy, Lucas and Froud, coxed by Isabel Duarte. Winning time 7 minutes 24, the provisional margin 5.47 and 1.11. We move straight on to the final of the under-17 men's coxed quad scull with St Virgil's College in lane 1, Radford College in lane 2, a composite between Swan River A&A St Peter's College and Pembroke School in lane 3, the Mossman Corio Bay composite in lane 4, a composite between Tasmania University, North Esk and Tamar in lane 5, St Patrick's College Ballarat in lane 6, the Southport School in lane 7 and Kinross Wallery in lane 8.
Yeah, Kinross appearing again in the outside lane, but that was no impediment to Fremantle's bronze medal in the previous race, and certainly not either to Kinross here, who sit 4th after 500 metres. But the race is being led by the Tasmania University composite crew, Bo Furlong of Tamar, Sam Detmar of North Esk, Jasper Twitchett of North Esk and Callum Wigston of Tasmania University Boat Club, coxed by Alexandra Peach and coached by Sean Finlayson, Andrew Hull and Trevor Barrett. So some interest in this early race for the home supporters there. The two North Esk rowers in the centre of the boat in the predominantly white colours. Dark blue of Tamar in the bow and the red, of course, of Tasmania University in the stroke seat of that composite crew from around the state of Tasmania. Callum Wigston in that boat too was the winner of the Piper Cup for the under-17 men's single scull.
He was
a couple of days ago. So,
very strong sculler. And then we've got Taj Bailey and Zander Bailey, who are the winners of the double scull, sitting in the bows of the the crew in lane 4, which is a composite of Corio Bay with Mossman Rowing Club. Ewan Humphreys in the 3 seat, Leighton Skoman in the stroke seat, and Eden Smith their cox. They're coached by Jeff Watt, Tom Schramko and Rowena Meredith.
Yeah, and of course, Zander Bailey finished in second place behind Callum Wigston in that single scull race back on, I think it was Thursday morning, was it, Lizzie, a couple of days ago?
And in third place, we've got the Swan River composite from lane 3 of Sebastian Willis-Hell from Pembroke School, Hugh Hall Craggs from St Peter's College, Banjo Morris Luck from A&A in Western Australia, and Jeremy Flavelle from Swan River Rowing Club of Western Australia. They're being coxed by Harrison McClurg. They're coached by Wade Hall Craggs, Sally Martin and Graham Scattergood.
The Tasmanian crew is, in a sense, the defending champions event. It was won last year by a crew including Callum Wigston. It was a St Virgil's Buckingham composite crew last year up at the Sydney International Regatta Centre that won the under-17 men's coxed quad scull. So not the same combination here, but it was a trophy that went down to Tasmania. I'm sure they're keen to keep it here this year as well.
We do have a St Virgil's College crew in lane 1. Ryan Lamprey, Hamish Godfrey, Finn McManamy and Henry Mollen, coxed by Oscar Code, coached by Susan Weeding, Lily Wrigley and Marita Code. They're over in lane 1, so that's closest to the camera. We haven't mentioned Radford College, who are next to them. That's the crew of Kiara Brennan, Charlie Viver, William Fraser, Alexander Tailby and William Huang, coached by Mackenzie Moore, Angus Walker and Gordon Marks. And then we're looking there in at the camera at the crews on the far side. You can just see to the right of your screen, furthest away, the Kinross Walleroy crew of Hugh Nash, Maddox Brewham, Hamish Searle and Will Kirby, coxed by Jock Peterson and coached by Benjamin Watt. The Southport School next to them in lane 7, Clancy Cohen, Cruz Sten, Fergus Woolley and Tice Miller-Wright, coxed by Miles Norman and coached by Steve Beach. And St Patrick's College Victoria in lane 6, Joshua Elliott, Oliver Elliott, Patrick Stute, Lachlan Cameron, Blake Roberts and their coaches Sam Hutchison and Bill Gribble.
So into the almost now the final 400 metres of this race, and it's been a race into pretty much all the way down the course, where that Tasmanian composite crew continues to lead on lane number 5 of Furlong, Detmer, Twitchett, Wigston and Peach. And next to them, the Mossman composite, or Mossman and Coria Bay, who were collectively first and third in the double scull yesterday. The Bailey brothers from Geelong, Taj and Xander, Ewan Humphreys of Mossman, Leighton Showman from Mossman there as well, but they sit about a length and a bit behind our race leaders here, that composite crew from Tasmania. And then a Swan River composite in lane number 3, still certainly third, Sebastian Willis-Hell, Hugh Hall Craggs, Banjo Morris Luck and Jeremy Flavelle, coxed by Harrison McClurg. But it is looking like the locals will claim the win here in this second final of the day as they come into the final 120 metres now of this race, with the 5 Tasmanians there racing towards the line here on their home course in fantastic conditions at Lake Barrington in the early morning of day 6 of the 2025 Australian Rowing Championships. Mossman Corio Bay trying to make up some ground. They'll get in about a boat length, but no closer, I suspect, because there's only a couple of strokes to go, and the win will go to the Tasmania University composite crew, who win the under-17 men's at Cox Quad Scull. The composite crew first, Mossman Corio Bay in second place. Third will go to another composite crew, Swan River ANA, St Peters and the Pembroke School. Fourth will be St Patrick's of Ballarat, just edging out Radford College from the ACT in the light blue caps. The light blue boat of Kinross Walleroy will finish 6th. 7th to the Southport School from Queensland, and 8th the St Virgil's School, also from here in Tasmania. We have to go to the first of our presentations, just confirming the result here in race 494. It is the Tas Uni Composite Crew, so Tasmania University, North Est and Tamar, in an unofficial time there of 6:38.08, 2.61 seconds clear of Mossman and Corio Bay in second, and 5.84 seconds back to the Swan River Composite Crew, who will claim the bronze medal. And we'll have that presentation shortly, but we will soon have the presentation for our very first event of the day.
Our next race is the Under-19 Women's Quad Scull Final. In lane 1, Melbourne Girls Grammar School. In lane 2, Mercantile. In lane 3, Mossman. In lane 4, a composite between Sydney University, the University of Queensland and Glebe. In lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar School. In lane 6, a composite between Fremantle, Toowong and Unley High. In lane 7, a composite between Sydney Rowing Club, Tasmania University and Mersey Rowing Club. And in lane 8, a school, New South Wales School Redlands. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-17 Women's Coxed Quad Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Sarah Devoren, Executive Officer of Rowing ACT. Third place and bronze medalists, Fremantle Rowing Club, Sophia Tornatora, Olivia Hansen-Nahoy, Lily Lucas, Briar Froud, their cox, Isabel Duarte, and the crew was coached by Keely Atchison. Second place and silver medalists, Kinross Walleroy School, Laura Chudley, Rani Jarek, Emily Wise, Belle Clinton, their cox, Harriet Barnett. The crew was coached by Emma Fessy. Gold medalists and national champions for 2025, Commercial Rowing Club. Zoe Ball, Genevieve Davies, Lily Nolan, Zara Hilton, and their cox, Olive Plawecki. The crew was coached by Ross Batho and Nicholas Langford. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Under-17 Women's Coxed Quad Scull.
Thank you, Lizzie. Congratulations there to the place getters, the medalists in the Under-17 Women's Coxed Quad Scull. And we go back down the course where the Under-19 Women's Quad Scull is on the course. And worth noting, of course, the Under-17 boat is a coxed event, as we've just seen. The Under-19 quad is a coxless boat, so just the 4 athletes in the boat responsible for their own steering down the course, which in that shot from above we can see does lead to a little bit of an extra degree of challenge here, but not a great deal of wind here this morning, so reasonably placid conditions for racing, but you can just see these boats being pushed slightly across the course up some parts of the 2,000 metre racetrack here. But we went through the crews before, the 8 boats on their way, and the Mossman Rowing Club of Sydney on lane 3 look to be our leaders here. Frida Kirkham, Lottie Ravenstein, Eloise Stevens, Elise Coates, coached by Rena Meredith and Tom Stramko. A number of athletes in that field already with some individual success in this regatta. Elise Coates, of course, won the Under-17 single last year and has moved up to Under-19 this year, and will narrowly lead her crew through the halfway mark. In fact, at least according to the timing system, just behind the Sydney Uni Composite crew, but very, very little indeed between those two combinations. Sydney Uni Composite with the University of Queensland and Glebe is Georgina Stevenson, Patricia Boland, Astrid Thomas and Addison Rolls. They are coached by Alan Bennett, Michael Russell and Oliver Klotz. So certainly there it is, 2 crews from New South Wales in the top 2 qualifying spots as they move their way now down the second 1,000 metres of this course. Lane number 1 there, the crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School of Adelaide Banks, Samantha O'Keefe Maddie Clifford and Emily Anthony, a famous name, of course, there in the stroke seat. We saw her father Peter present one of the lightweight trophies yesterday after those exciting men's and women's lightweight eights races. That's the crew that, or half of the eight, that finished second behind St Catherine's in the recent Head of the Schoolgirls regatta in Geelong. So they're looking for a medal here down the outside of the course, but have a bit of work to do. I think Canberra Girls Grammar School will still be third over in lane 5, which will no doubt delight Sarah Davern of rowing ACT if she's presenting the medals for this race as well. To see a Canberra crew up on the podium, they are Sophie Frost, Emily Walker, Charlotte Bowen, Isabel King, coached by Carolyn Pipers and Tufi Seal. And in 4th place at halfway, it was the Fremantle, Toowong and Unley High composite crew. So 3 clubs from 3 states around the country. Felicity Cox of Unley High from Adelaide, Hannah Johansson from Toowong, and Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy of Fremantle, along with Juliet Kelly. And as we saw yesterday, the Hansen-Nahoy sisters both took out bronze medals in virtually consecutive female races at least. They might well do the same here today on day number 5. But to Lizzie's relief, the Sydney Uni composite crew is extending here, and they've got 1 3/4 seconds now on Mossman in lane 3. Fremantle still there in 3rd, Canberra Girls Grammar School 4th, and Melbourne Girls Grammar in 5th position. Stretching it out now to almost the boat length lead. It seems that composite crew, Sydney Uni, University of Queensland and Glebe. And as mentioned, a number of those athletes have already collected several medals over the course of this regatta. And here in combination looking very rowing well together. In front by a length ahead now of the Mossman combination in 2nd place. And behind them now the race for bronze really getting quite interesting. I think also the crew in lane, yes, Fremantle composite lane 6, Canberra Girls Grammar School lane 5. Probably the 2 main chances here, with Melbourne Girls Grammar School on the inside leading it from the Mercantile crew, which is in fact largely a Gippsland Grammar crew of Lily Cantfield, Ella Durand, who's now, of course, left Gippsland Grammar School, rowing at Mercantile, Scarlett Tavassi and April Harrison, who'll race in the Gippsland Grammar School Division 1 quad that's looking for a school title tomorrow, but I think they'll just be outside the medals here. So it is the Sydney University composite crew leading here in the yellow Empacker as they close in on the finish of this race. The white boat alongside them there is the Mossman crew, who might have made up a bit of ground late in the race, but I think about as close as they will get. Then a couple of lanes across to the Fremantle composite crew, who look likely to finish with the bronze medal here ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar School. But it is going to be the composite crew on lane number 4 who takes the win here. It is Sydney Uni, University of Queensland and Glebe, the winners of the under-19 women's coxless quad scull. It is by a length over the crew from Mossman, who'll finish 2nd. 3rd will go to Fremantle, Toowong and Unley High. And 4th place, Canberra Girls Grammar School. 5th will be Melbourne Girls Grammar down lane number 1. 6th place beside them, that Mercantile crew. 7th and 8th, both on the far side of the course. It'll be Sydney, Tasmania University and Mersey finishing in 7th place. And Redlands from Sydney will finish 8th.
Just confirming that then, in the under-19 women's quadruple scull, a win for the Sydney University, University of Queensland and Glebe composite of Georgina Stevenson, Patricia Boland, Astrid Thomas and Addison Rolls, coached by Alan Bennett, Michael Russell and Oliver Klotz. In silver, Mossman Rowing Club, the crew of Frida Kirkham, Lottie Radenstein, Eloise Stephen and Elise Coates, coached by Rowena Meredith and Tom Schramko. And a great 3rd place there to the composite of Felicity Cox from Unley High, Hannah Johansson of Toowong, Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy and Juliet Kelly of Fremantle Rowing Club. Winning time 6:56.02. The presentation of medals for the Under-17 Men's Coxed Quad Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Chris O'Brien, Rowing Australia National Men's Head Coach. 3rd place and bronze medalists, the Tasmanian Composite. Sorry, the West Australia, South Australia Composite. Sebastian Willis-Hell from Pembroke School. Hugh Hall-Craggs from St Peter's College. Banjo Morris Luck from AMA Rowing Club. And their stroke, Jeremy Flavel from Swan River Rowing Club. Their cox, Harrison McClurg from St. Peter's College. The crew was coached by Wade Hall-Craggs, Sally Martin and Graham Scattergood. Second and silver medalists, the Mossman Corio Bay Composite. Taj Bailey from Corio Bay. Xander Bailey from Corio Bay Rowing Club. Ewan Humphreys from Mossman Rowing Club. And Leighton Skoman from Mossman Rowing Club. And their cox, Eden Smith from Corio Bay Rowing Club. The crew was coached by Jeff Watt, Tom Schramko and Rowena Meredith. And our gold medalists, the Tasmanian composite of Beau Furlong from Tamar. Sam Detmer from North Esk Rowing Club. Jasper Twitchett from North Esk Rowing Club. Callum Wigston from Tasmania University Boat Club. And their cox Alexandra Peach from North Esk Rowing Club. The crew is coached by Sean Finlayson, Andrew Hull and Trevor Barrett. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the under-17 men's coxed quad scull. What a beautiful view down there. And a final is now underway in the under-19 men's quadruple scull with the Leichhardt composite in lane 1 of Dylan Lee from Leichhardt, Rory Parker from St Augustine's College, Bryn Potter from Sydney University Boat Club and Petar Simkovic from Leichhardt Rowing Club. The crew is coached by Isaac Shepherd, Peter Warne and Judith Ungermark. Kinross Walleroy feature again in lane 2. Harry Dimmock, Toby Buckland, Oscar Cleary and Oliver Smith, coached by Benjamin Watt. In lane 3 from Trinity Grammar Q, Matthew Rigby, Matthew Tolte, Will Johnson and James Devlin. In lane 4 from Redlands, Jack Meek, Henry Dobson, Connor Morrison and Angus McKinns, coached by Timothy Robertson, James Petering and Cameron Butler. In lane 5, a composite of Rhys Davey from Essen, Noah Haas from Tasmania University, Max Mason from Wendouree Ballarat and Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar School, coached by Odin McIntosh, Jamie McDonald and Bill Nugent. In lane 6, a composite of Oliver Kent from Brisbane Grammar, Lucas Cardacci from West Australian Rowing Club, Owen Johnson from Commercial and George Curry from Cand, coached by Charles Betts, Joe Malcolm and Jacinta Edmonds. In lane 7, Mossman Rowing Club, Julian Lemaitre, Floris Elias, William Robertson and Tobias Elias, coached by Rowena Meredith and Tom Schramko. And Sydney Rowing Club are in lane 8, Tommy Poulton, Oscar Way, Frederick Way and Nicholas Callanan, coached by Patrick Graham.
So down past halfway in this race now, the final of the under-19 men's quad scull. So again, a coxless boat here in the under-19s, unlike the under-17 quad, which is a cox boat. And that's the lane 8 crew up on the screen there from the Sydney Rowing Club. who were about 7th or 8th, in fact, through the 1,000-metre mark on the far side there of the course. But there is the bigger picture, and it is a substantial lead here now to the Lane 5 crew, who's really pushed away strongly in the third 500 metres. They had just on 2 1/3 seconds at the halfway mark, in fact, their lead, and extending that all the way down the course. Now, that crew of Rhys Davey from Essendon, Noah Haas of Tasmania University Boat Club, Max Mason of Wendouree Ballarat, and Luke Purdy of Hunter Valley Grammar School, so coached by Odin McIntosh, Jamie McDonald and Bill Nugent. Luke Purdy did win this race last year too, and another composite crew for, well, including Hunter Valley Grammar School. So he is the defending champion here with a whole new crew behind him. And we know Luke Purdy's had a very successful regatta already, and looks to continue that on through to the interstate racing tomorrow in the New South Wales lightweight 4 as well. And he leads pretty comfortably here, this Hunter Valley Grammar School crew. Canned Composite now up into 2nd place, and Mossman in 3rd.
Yeah, sometimes composites really work, don't they? And sometimes they don't. This is obviously a relatively scratch one, but Luke Purdy, naturally lightweight, just a machine, just sitting there pumping out the rhythm, and he's had the most successful season, carrying on from previous successful seasons too, but very exciting to see him in the Penrith Cup for New South Wales this year.
Yeah, great to see. Certainly a school athlete qualify for that level of racing. And have a look at this margin here now with 250 metres to go. It's about 2 lengths over, looks like Canned Composite there with the West Australian and Brisbane Grammar School clubs. Lane 6 up into 2nd. This side of the course, Kinross Walleroy have the edge on, I think, the Leichhardt Composite crew in lane 1. Trinity Grammar School from Kew are up there in the early stages, have dropped back now to be about probably 8th, in fact, and alongside them also is the Redlands crew from Sydney and Sydney Rowing Club on the far side of the course. But the Hunter Valley Grammar crew, the composite crew at least, Rhys Davey from the Essendon Rowing Club in the boat there, along with Noah Haas of Tasmania University Boat Club, Max Mason of Wendouree Ballarat, so plenty of red colours there in the bow 3 of that combination, and Luke Purdy in the rainbow stripes of the Hunter Valley Grammar School, who won this race last year, is going to go back-to-back. So it's the Hunter Valley Grammar Composite crew taken out by 1.5 lengths. Second will go to Canned, and the composite crew there in lane 6, and 3rd coming home well was Kinross Walleroy down lane number 2. Another medal for that very strong program. Leichhardt Composite have taken 4th. Mossman narrowly 5th on the far side of the course. 6th will go to the Redlands crew, lane 4. 7th Trinity Grammar School from Kew, and 8th place will be Sydney Rowing Club over in lane 8. But a very well selected composite crew there from 4 different clubs in 3 different states will go away with the title in the under-19 men's quad scull.
Confirming the results, a win in the under-19 men's quad scull for the Hunter Valley composite of Rhys Davey of Essendon, Noah Haas of Tasmania University, Max Mason of Wendouree Ballarat, and Luke Purdy of Hunter Valley Grammar School. Second, the canned composite of Kent, Cardachi, Johnson and Curry. And the 3rd position taken by Kinross Walleroy, Dimmock, Buckland, Cleary and Smith. 4th, the Leichhardt composite. 5th, the Mossman crew. 6th, the Redlands. 7th, Trinity Grammar. And 8th, Sydney Rowing Club. Provisional time for that win, 6 minutes 20.39. The presentation of medals for the Under-19 Women's Quad Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Sarah Devoren, Executive Officer, Rowing ACT. Third place and bronze medalists representing Fremantle, Toowong and Unley High. Felicity Cox from Unley High School. Hannah Johansson from Toowong. Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy from Fremantle Rowing Club. And Juliet Kelly from Fremantle Rowing Club. Second and silver medalists, Mossman Rowing Club. Frida Kirkham, Lottie Ravenstein, Eloise Stevens, Elise Coates. The crew is coached by Rowena Meredith and Tom Schramko. Gold medalists and national champions for 2025 are Sydney University, University of Queensland and Glebe Composite. Georgina Stevenson from Sydney University Boat Club. Patricia Boland from Glebe Rowing Club. Astrid Thomas from the University of Queensland Boat Club. And Addison Rolls from Sydney University Boat Club. The crew is coached by Alan Bennett, Michael Russell and Ollie Klotz. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating all of our medalists in the Under-19 Women's Quadruple Scull.
Back down to the start here on the pristine waters of Lake Barrington. 4 quad races to begin the day, and now the first of many 8 races today, Liz, in the Under-19 Women's Coxed 8 final.
Right, so let's bring them to you. In lane 1, Wilderness School from South Australia, Jessica Felsted, Ella Smart, Emily Powers, Isabel Jackson, Millie Entwistle, Alexandra Sandow, Gia Rinaldi and Imogen Hawker. Their cox is Chloe Trim. They are coached by Nikki Puczynski and Kat Werry. In lane 2, the University of Queensland Boat Club, Pia Hatzipetru, Holly Fleming, Zoe Rossiter, Willa Dunbar, Danielle Watt, Ella Welsh and Gabrielle Ryan. Phoebe Cannon is in the stroke seat, Lauren Brosnan is their cox and they are coached by Sally Keogh, John Pettigrew and Phil Bourguignon. Furbank Grammar from Victoria are in lane 3. Sophie Nichols, Zoe Page, Sienna Thomas, Olivia McLean, Ella Bailey, Amelie Grace, Piper Hallam and Poppy Dalton Morris, coxed by Caitlin Barwood. In lane 4 from Queenwood School, Lucinda Doku, Isabella Kennedy, Natasha Hughes, Grace Bennett, Zara Taylor, Madeline Walk, Gemma McLaren, Eva Thompson and their cox Melody Yin, coached by Kieron Glynn and Ella Davidson. Geelong Grammar in the centre there in lane 5, Sasha Laidlaw, Lily James, Chloe Fitzgerald, Manon Pirenk, Madison Sonego, Audrey Semjanev, Miranda Borswick and Zoe Reid, coxed by Lucia Church. Seymour College, South Australia are in lane 6. Annie McNally, Adelaide Salou, Imogen Johnson and Olivia Pisaniello in the bows. Sasha Humble, Lucy Pocock, Kira Fogarty and Ava Charlesworth in the stern. Ella Edwardson is their cox and Joe Franku is their coach. Loretto Turak in their blue boat in lane 7. Madeline Bear, Tessa Ellard, Zara Bear, Luciana Descala, Eve Sadler, Grace Kennedy, Olivia Fay and Isla Quick, coxed by Sarah Chapman and coached by Connor McConville, and Loretto Ballarat in lane 8. Meg Lynch, Isabella Rosato, Olive Lanyon, Mia McTeague, Jessica Main, Amelia Phillips, Annabelle Pittock, Sophie Robertson and Eliza Dodd their cox, coached by Craig Smith. Oh, the noise as the 8s come down the track.
Yeah, we can hear it loud and clear, can't we? You're coming down the course here, and they're already well through 1,500 metres. It was the Queenwood School who narrowly led it there from Geelong Grammar. So again, we've got New South Wales versus Victoria in the early races here of this 6-day racing. And University of Queensland are currently 3rd as well. Then Seymour College from South Australia, who are the head of the river winners from West Lakes a couple of weeks ago in South Australia as well. So a good geographical spread from right around the country here as well. The Wilderness School lane 1, who was 2nd in the South Australian head of the river, just behind this crew from Seymour College. But it is certainly a Geelong Grammar School now, in fact, who have just snuck their boat ahead of the Queenwood School. Queenwood were in 5th place at the New South Wales Schoolgirls head of the river a couple of weeks ago with that fantastic race between St Catherine's and Kinross Wallaroi that I loved watching on the live stream from the Sydney International Regatta Centre. But the top few crews in that event not racing here in the under 19-8. They're saving themselves, or keeping well, they're doing a few other races across the week, of course, but performing the Schoolgirls 8, the final of which will take place around about midday tomorrow. But it's Geelong Grammar School at this stage who've edged their boat in front. That's the dark blue boat of Loretto Turak from another of the Melbourne schools in this race. 3, in fact, from the Victorian schools in this event. Geelong Grammar School, who lead with 3rd at the head of the Schoolgirls, but winners of the head of the river a week later at Nagambie Lakes. Furbank Grammar School racing in lane 3 were 5th at the head of the Schoolgirls, so they were the B final winners there. And Loretto Turak in the blue boat were in fact 3rd in that same head of the Schoolgirls final. So a good race here between those couple of schools, but a bit off the pace being set by our race leaders. So it is certainly Geelong Grammar School at this stage, clear by about 1/3 of a length now from the Queenwood School. And then the University of Queensland coming down lane number 2, just narrowly clear of Furbank Grammar School there in the yellow colours, and a bit more across to Seymour College, who, as I mentioned, were the winners of the South Australian head of the river at West Lakes a couple of weeks ago. So a very strong and well-credentialed field here as we ride on our drone with these 8s making their way down the course and well inside now the third 500 metres, and it is certainly the crew there from the Geelong Grammar School with the advantage, but it's still a narrow one. 1.64 seconds now with 500 metres to go over the crew from Queenwood, and then the University of Queensland in 3rd. Geelong Grammar 5:05.77 the time there over the first 3/4 of the race. Queenwood still holding on gamely here in this under-19 women's coxed 8. This race was won last year by St Catherine's of Sydney, who wanted to take, of course, the Schoolgirls 8 as well, but they're not racing in the event this year. Seymour College actually was 2nd last year, the South Australians, and Queenwood, in a composite crew with Sydney Rowing Club, finished in 3rd place, so looking to go a medal or 2 better this year. And Geelong Grammar School, their biggest impediment to doing that, but it is still Geelong Grammar just, I think, but Queenwood are certainly making up some ground now with about 250 metres to go. There's a canvas from 1st to 2nd, and then a bit over a length back to University of Queensland in 3rd place, who just have the edge, it seems, of the crews on the far side. Seymour College, then Loretto Turak and Loretto Ballarat, they're combining into the 8 as well, but it is a race in 2 here for the gold of the under-19 women's coxed 8, and Queenwood certainly stalking this crew from Geelong Grammar School. So Geelong Grammar, who were 3rd at the head of the Schoolgirls, 1st at the head of the river. Queenwood were 5th in their head of the river. They're making up ground still on Geelong Grammar School, who are trying to respond here late in this race. The under-19 women's 8, they're up on about 40 strokes per minute. The lead crew, still Geelong Grammar School just. Queenwood surging, there's still 3 or 4 strokes to go. Geelong Grammar School have their boat in front. Queenwood will get very, very close, but Geelong Grammar School will win it by half a canvas. What a race in the under-19 women's coxed 8. It will go the way of Geelong Grammar ahead of Queenwood, about 0.4 of a second there between 1st and 2nd place. Tight for 3rd too. Seymour College have flown home for the bronze medal. They finished 3rd on lane 6, just edging out the University of Queensland 4th. Furbank Grammar School will take 5th place. The school from Melbourne, 6th place to the Wilderness School from Adelaide, 7th to the blue boat of Loretto Turak, and 8th to the bright yellow colours of Loretto College from Ballarat. But the gold is going to the Barwon River in Geelong. Geelong Grammar School win the under-19 women's coxed 8.
That was just so fantastic. Congratulations, Geelong Grammar. What a row. And Queenwood, how amazing. I think you could do with a slightly longer course like the Henley one. Fantastic racing from all of those girls. And then the race between Seymour College and the University of Queensland. I feel really sorry for UQ. Fantastic race, but Seymour College just snatched that bronze medal. The winning time was 6:48 for Geelong Grammar. The margin 0.4 between them and Queenwood, and then the margin between Seymour College and University of Queensland 0.4 as well. Furbank Grammar in 5th, Wilderness School 6th, Loretto Turak 7th, and Loretto Ballarat 8th. The presentation of medals for the Under-19 Men's Quad Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Chris O'Brien, Rowing Australia National Men's Head Coach. Third and bronze medalists, Kinross Wallaroi School. Harry Dimmock. Toby Buckland. Oscar Cleary. Oliver Smith. The crew was coached by Benjamin Watt. Second and silver medalists, the composite of Canned Commercial West Australian Rowing Club and Brisbane Grammar School. Oliver Kent from Brisbane Grammar School. Lucas Cardacci from West Australian Rowing Club. Owen Johnson from Commercial Rowing Club. George Curry from Canned Rowing Club. The crew was coached by Charles Betts, Joanne Malcolm and Jacinta Edmonds. And our gold medalists and national champions for 2025 are from Hunter Valley Grammar School, Wendouree Ballarat, Tasmania University and Essendon Rowing Clubs. Rhys Davies from Essendon Rowing Club. Noah Haas from Tasmania University Boat Club. Max Mason from Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club. Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar School. The crew was coached by Odin McIntosh, Jamie McDonald and Bill Nugent. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating all of our medalists in the Under-19 men's quad scull. And we move to the final now of the Under-19 men's coxed with Hutchins School in lane 1, Brighton Grammar in lane 2, the King's School Parramatta in lane 3, Xavier College in lane 4, Shaw School in lane 5, Scots College New South Wales in lane 6, Scotch College Adelaide in lane 7 and St Peter's College South Australia in lane 8.
Yeah, well, a fantastic race there in the Under-19 Women's 8 won by Geelong Grammar School. The first time in 2022 at Ngami they last won that particular race. So they are a school certainly that's used to some success. And now we'll see who will take out the Under-19 men's at Coxed with a strong field of 8 here across the course as well as they make their way now already past the 500-metre mark. And it was Xavier College from Melbourne who will be in the dark black boat. We'll see shortly, I suspect, in lane 4 alongside the Shaw School from Sydney in lane 5. Kings there also for Sydney in lane number 3. So they are the 3 lead crews. There's the black and red of Xavier in the centre of the course, and Shaw and Kings either side. Shaw in the rear of the picture there. Brighton Grammar School with the white bucket hats, and the Hutchins School appearing in shot there too. They are the Tasmanian Head of the River winners from their All-Schools Championships here at Lake Barrington about 3 weekends ago. So great to see them competing also in this final of the Under-19 men's 8. But it's the Shaw School from Sydney leading it out now by 1.54 seconds ahead of Xavier College. And Kings then in 3rd ahead of Brighton Grammar School. So it's Sydney, Melbourne, Sydney, Melbourne, Sydney, in fact, as we go through with Scots there in 5th place as well. Scotch College Adelaide in the yellow colours will be in 6th place, Hutchins 7th, and St Peter's College also from Adelaide back in 8th place as they now work through the third 500 metres of this race, the final of the under-19 men's coxed 8. Round out a great hour of racing here to open proceedings here at Lake Barrington on the 6th day of 7 in the 2025 Australian Rowing Championships. There's Scotch College Adelaide in the yellow colours with St Peters in the blue and white beside the two South Australian crews drawn side by side there on the far side of the course, but looks probably to be outside of medal contention here. But look at this crew from Shaw in lane 5, really extending their lead now over both Kings and Xavier, trying to keep contact with the top couple there, because also we have the Brighton Grammar School moving through to threaten them. So Xavier was second in the Victorian head of the river behind a very good crew from Scotch College a couple of, well, in fact, only under a week ago, back at Ngambie Lakes on Saturday. That was raced, in fact, exactly a week from today. I think it's Saturday now. It's hard to keep up after 7 days here at Lake Barrington. But it is certainly the crew now from the Shaw School who have taken out almost a clear length lead now over the field here, and without doubt it's also Kings moving up into second place. So at this stage the two Sydney crews sit first and second in this race. Then Xavier College and Brighton Grammar School, who look like they're battling out for third and fourth, and maybe just one spot on the podium to be shared, but to be taken by those Victorian crews as they make their way now past the 1500 metre mark. So Shaw 4:29.79 their time at 1500 metres, 2.27 seconds away from Kings, 2.98 seconds now, in fact, back to Brighton Grammar School. But I reckon Xavier probably still there in fourth place, just missed, in fact, on the timing system, it appears to be. But as they come into the final 300 metres of the race, it is certainly a school from Shaw who had a very strong head of the river regatta overall at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Of course, it was Ignatius from Riverview who won the Open First Aid on that day. A very good crew we'll see racing in the Schoolboy 8 semi-finals later on today, and likely also the final tomorrow. But it's Shaw in front here from Kings, and Brighton Grammar School really getting a much stronger finish here, who've gone well past the crew from Xavier, and also the Hutchins crew from Tasmania getting plenty of home support down lane 1. And over on the far side as well, we have St Peters College doing the better of the two crews from South Australia. So Kings mounting a late charge here too. Shaw have got to work in the closing stroke. They're still clear by about half a length, and the Shaw School of Sydney will take out the under-19 men's coxed 8. Shaw first by half a length, second goes to Kings, third just Brighton Grammar School. Scotch Adelaide came home very quickly as well. The Scotch School, I should say, have come home well for fourth place. Fifth will go to St Peters on the far side of the course. Sixth then the crew from Xavier College, who led early in the race but faded there late. Seventh will go to lane number 1, the Hutchins crew, and eighth place will be Scotch College from Adelaide. But a 1-2 there to the Sydney schools and the under-19 men's coxed 8. Shaw win it by 1 1/3 seconds over Kings.
How exciting, and they win it in a time of almost exactly 6 minutes. Congratulations to the Shaw School of Sydney in the under-19 men's coxed 8, taking the gold medal over the King's School Parramatta, and in third place Brighton Grammar School. Fourth, Scots College New South Wales. Fifth, St Peters College South Australia. Sixth, Xavier College Victoria. Seventh, the Hutchins School Tasmania, and eighth, Scotch College Adelaide. The presentation of medals for the Under-19 Women's Coxed 8 Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Sarah Devoren, Executive Officer, Rowing ACT. In third place and bronze medalists, Seymour College, Annie McNally, Adelaide Salu, Imogen Johnson, Olivia Pisaniello, Sasha Humble, Lucy Pocock, Kira Fogarty, their stroke Ava Charlesworth, the cox Ella Edwardson, The crew was coached by Joe Francu. Second place and silver medalists, Queenwood School. Lucinda Doku. Isabella Kennedy. Natasha Hughes. Grace Bennett. Zara Taylor. Madeline Walk. Gemma McLaren. Their stroke, Eva Thompson. Their cox, Melody Yin. The crew was coached by Kieron Glynn and Ella Davidson. And our gold medalists and national champions for 2025, Geelong Grammar School. Sasha Laidlaw. Lily James. Chloe Fitzgerald. Manon Pirenk. Madison Sonego. Audrey Semjaniv. Miranda Horswick. Zoe Reed. And their cox, Lucia Church. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating all our medalists in the Under-19 Women's Coxed 8.
Thank you, Lizzie. Congratulations there to our medalists in the Under-19 Women's Coxed 8. Geelong Grammar School back on top of the podium for the first time in 3 years. And we have a para race coming up, which is a row over. And as we do so, there will be a change here in the commentary block. So we've got Chris McCarthy and Stuart John coming in to call the next hour of racing, as we do see action on the course here in race 499 of the regatta. The PR3 mixed cox 4 is on its way down. It is a Tasmania University composite crew here on the course, and they have already started to come well through the first 500 metres of the race, in fact. And we'll also have, after this race, when the medals are presented, the awarding of the Bob Blake Shield for the winning para rowing program in this regatta. So we'll have that happening shortly. I'll leave you with Chris McCarthy and Stuart John as the PR3 Mixed Cox 4 makes its way down the course.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you, Lizzie, as we get some fantastic pictures on the picturesque waters of Lake Barrington this morning. Race 499 upon us. The PR3 Mixed Cox 4, as Richard said, is a row over. And Tasmania University composite in a red boat. Coming down the course now, it's Bronte Marshall from Community Rowing Club, joined by her clubmate Catherine Varkovsky. Those two are in 2 and 3 seats there. And then Jessie Hall from North Esk in the bow seat, and Michael Taylor from Tasmania University in the stroke seat. And Jackie Peel, the cox, coached by Liam James, Trevor Barrett and Peter Volker. Great shots there from the drone, top of this PR3 Mixed Cox 4. And here to tell us all about them, Stuart John.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, this Tasmania University composite, so you can see that, as you say, it's absolutely fantastic views there. Michael Taylor in the stroke seat, so from Tasmania University, the vision impaired athlete. Obviously with the Cox boats, you don't need the tinny following, giving directions on that, as we just see Jessie Hall in the bow seat there from North Esk. So he's made, I believe it's his National Championships debut for North Esk, and rowing very nicely. We've seen him out in the singles and the doubles, and now out in the fours. Catherine Vargoski from Community Rowing Club, so it's worthwhile giving the community guys a bit of a shout out. They are stalwarts of the para rowing community, but it's not just a para rowing club, it is for the entire community, as the name suggests. So Bronte Marshall and Catherine Vargosi there in the middle of that boat. So Bronte Marshall, multiple times she's been at the national title. She's won medals for New South Wales in the interstate regatta, and certainly never ever gives anything up. So 4:06.4 through the opening stages. And last year in this event we saw, I believe Bronte was part of the winning crew, along with, it was Rebecca Markwell from Bundaberg Rowing Club, and then we also had Michael Taylor, also part of that winning crew last year. So he'll take back-to-back Australian rowing titles in the para mixed coxed fours. So a range of impairments in these boats, and again a reminder that if you do have some kind of physical impairments, or there's a few different categories, there's visual impairments, physical impairments, and also mental impairments, that you can contact your local state or territory rowing association. Be more than happy to give you some ideas as to what options might be available when it comes to para rowing. And then for those that are looking just to compete at local regattas, then you can do that. And then those that want to compete at, say, New South Wales Championships, at the National Championships, then there is a classification process that you need to go through to get in there. So it's they do that generally at the New South Wales Championships, the opportunity there to get classified as a para athlete, and then from there you're able to take part in these races. So it's at the Australian Rowing Championships. It is limited to those who have been classified as para athletes, and as I say, it's local regattas. It depends on the local state or territory as to what the rulings are. Some of them I know in New South Wales that you can have a 50% para crew when it comes to the doubles, but then for the fours and that kind of thing, they'll generally have it so as that it is full para, as it is here today. So Jessie Hall from North Esk in the bow seat, Bronte Marshall from Community in the 2 seat. In the 3 seats we've got Catherine Vargosi, and then Michael Taylor in the stroke seats, as they're just coming down now with about 500 or so metres left to go. So 6:10 through the 1500, so they're sitting on a nice little split time. There should be in about an 8:15 and 8:20 coming down the course. And the other thing worthwhile remembering is that for most of the para crews, generally the licorice all sorts, so a lot of composites put in there. There's not a lot of clubs that have the ability to be able to boat fours in particular, and so you do tend to get quite a few composites, quite a few where it's 3 or 4 different clubs represented.
Yeah, Community Rowing Club probably one of the few that could boat a four, but maybe not with the trip down here to Tasmania. We do see it occasionally in New South Wales regattas, but combining with 2 locals here, the 2 Tasmanians bookending the crew, the 2 girls from Community in the centre of the crew. Looking like a pretty tidy combination, actually. Despite having no competition, really enjoying getting a hit out on the course.
It's still a lot of fun though to be going out there, and you can only race against the people that you're up against. The opportunity to go out for that national title is never one to be sneezed at. And they do actually, the Community at the head of the Yarra last year, they did have a full Community 8, and then the year before they had Kevin Wall coming in from Shell Harbour, I think, as just a 2-club composite.
Yeah. Certainly got some pretty good water to train on there as well, on the Lane Cove River. A boat out of the old Macquarie Uni boat shed next to St Ignatius College Riverview. It's looking at potentially a new shed on Iron Cove, still in planning stages at the moment.
So as we just see them coming up towards the line now, it is going to be the win for the Tasmania University Composites. That is, as we say, Jessie Hall from North Esk in the bow seat, then Bronte Marshall from Community, Catherine Vargoski from Community, and then Michael Taylor from Tasmania University are the national champions for 2025. And Jesse Hall there in the bow seat, very much enjoying that. So he'll walk away with a national title in the PR3 Mixed Coxed Fours.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-19 Men's Coxed 8 Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Chris O'Brien, Rowing Australia National Men's Head Coach. Third place and bronze medalist, Brighton Grammar, Jack Carson, Oliver Smith, Will Church, Henry Haycox, Oscar Goodger McGrath, Michael Ferrand, Isaac Pells, Tom Hogan, crew coxed by Monty Braum and coached by Thomas Creeper. Second place and silver medalist, the King's School. Angus Dugan, Luke Fleet, Sam McLean, Harry Bodman, Hamish Matthews, William Farrer, Lockie Rogers, Lockie Tyndall, at Cox, Otto Gerber. Crew is coached by David Geely. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2025, the Shaw School. William Kellett, Joshua Frape, Oliver Edwards, Ben McHutchinson, Charlie Galligan, Ollie Harvey, Luke Robinson, Oliver Paris, at Cox, Callum Zoo, and the crew coached by Jason Baker. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2025 national champions and medalists in the Under-19 Men's Coxed 8.
As we move back down the course for race number 500, it is the open lightweight women's quad sculls. And Chris, we've got another Henley match race going on with a couple of scratchings.
Yeah, the third lightweight match race that I've had the privilege of calling this week, which is always an interesting challenge in the commentary box. But like the under-23 lightweight men's fours yesterday, these girls keeping things tight in the lightweight crew boats, so should be an interesting matchup all the way down the course. In lane 4, closest to the picture there, the one club crew, as it was in the lightweight men's fours yesterday, from the University of Western Australia. That's Isabella Utley, Izzy Emery, Hayley Rowe and Lara Glendenning. This is the West Australian Victoria's Cup crew to race in the Interstate Regatta tomorrow. And then in lane 5, a composite with the Sydney University, Toowong and Black Mountain Rowing Clubs. Kenzie Durbridge from Toowong, as well as Jemima Powell from Toowong in the centre of that boat. Abby Richards from Black Mountain in the bow seat. Phoebe Teal from Sydney University in the stroke seat, and it is that composite crew that is currently leading as we come through the 1,250 metre mark, and possibly unsurprising given the results from a few of these girls in this composite crew this week, Stuart.
Yeah, look, we've seen Phoebe Teal already do quite well earlier on in the week. I think she won the under-21, under-23 lightweight, women's lightweight single sculls, and then also too we saw Jemima Powell and Kenzie Durbridge do quite well in the double sculls as well. Abby Richards there in the bow seat. So we've got the West Australian crew, and then over on the right we've got so Abby Richards is rowing for the ACT tomorrow in the lightweights. Jemima Powell and Kenzie Durbridge from Toowong, they'll be pulling on the Maroon Zooty of Queensland, while Phoebe Teal, rowing for Sydney University here, will be rowing for the locals, rowing for Tasmania down for the interstate. So for the Victoria Cup, which is the lightweight quad sculls. And so the West Australian crew, I don't think should be too discouraged by where they're sitting at the moment, because that crew that they're up against is a very quick crew. It's a composite crew. It's also not an interstate crew. Yeah, exactly. So all 4 of the girls in this leading crew getting a good look back on the West Australians before tomorrow's racing. And so we're just trying to learn a little bit about some race tactics, and the West Australians as well will know some. Well, they probably won't learn as much about their competition in this race, given it is a composite crew from 3 different Victoria Cup crews over there. Worth noting as well, when the finishes are reduced by a scratching, and there's only 2 finishes or only 3 finishes because of a scratching, both crews do get a medal at the finish line. We saw that in the under-23 lightweight women's pairs. I think the guys in the under-23 lightweight 4 yesterday didn't realise that, and Adelaide University were poking around the finish line looking for their silver medals later on in the afternoon. So both crews will get the chance to stand on the presentation dais here as the leading boat rowing in the Chris Grummett, who was just up here in the commentary box a minute ago. Yeah, that's crew there of, as we say, Abby Richards and then Kenzie Durbridge, Jemima Powell and Phoebe Teal, the one on your screen at the moment. I know that Abby Richards will be very stoked to be able to walk away with the national title. She's, it's moved across a bit. I think she grew up in Perth and then down at Corowa on the Murray River, and then making the move up to the ACT. Be the first gold of the week for Black Mountain Rowing Club. They've got 0.125 of a silver, which I think was Abby in the lightweight 8 possibly, in the lightweight, and I think
half a bronze as well.
Yeah, I think a couple of the guys in the lightweight men's. So producing a large proportion of the ACT lightweight crew. It is going to be a win for Abby Richards, Kenzie Durbridge, Jemima Powell and Phoebe Teal. They are the 2025 Australian Open Lightweight Women's Quad Scull Champions. Finishing in second with the silver medal will be the University of WA's Isabella Utley, Izzy Emery, Hayley Rowe, Lara Glendenning, coached by Roland Warren. Winning time there of 7 minutes 7.84. So that was a little bit of a preview of the women's interstates. The next race that will be coming down shortly is the Open Lightweight Men's, but it's the quad scull, so it's not quite the same format as we'll see in the interstate, but we will see plenty of interstate rowers in that particular race. So really looking forward to seeing how the men's lightweight quad sculls come down the course, and a couple of Army Rowing Node India crew that we've already seen do very, very well in the lightweight men's 8s and also the 4s and the doubles as well. Just see there the beautiful view over Lake Barrington. Out towards the finish line, you can see the boat park on the left-hand side. It has been absolutely stunning, and we have been spoiled for the weather conditions. Other than a couple of head breezes and tail breezes, it's been wonderful.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the PR3 Mixed Coxed 4 Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Bob Blake. Gold medalists and national champions for 2025, a composite of the Tasmania University North Esk and Community Rowing Clubs. Bronte Marshall, Catherine Barkowski, Jesse Hall, Michael Taylor, and their cox, Jackie Peel. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our Australian champions for 2025 in the PR3 Mixed Coxed 4. As you said, Stuart, absolutely sublime conditions out there on Lake Barrington for this morning's racing. We've got some pretty spicy races coming up in the 8s and, well, the lightweight quads first, but I'm really excited to see what these 8s can throw down in very neutral conditions and some pretty hot competition coming up in those under 21 and under 23 categories, hey?
Yeah, cannot wait for them, but we've got a spicy one that's going to be coming up very soon. As we get ready for the open lightweight men's quad sculls. So that is underway, so we'll cross back to that shortly. But in the interim, I believe we have another presentation.
And the winner of the para point score, the state that has accrued the most points across para events at the Australian Rowing Championships for the Bob Blake Shield, will now be presented by Bob Blake to the Community Rowing Club and Melissa Ashton-Garrard, the CEO of Rowing New South Wales. So congratulations to New South Wales winners of the Bob Blake Shield.
We are underway in the open lightweight men's quad sculls. So in lane 1, Army Rowing Node India. Lane 2, it's a Newcastle UTS Nepean composite. Lane 3, a Black Mountain Swan River composite. Lane 4, Adelaide University composite. Lane 5, it's Barwon Banks and Mercantile. Lane 6 is the University of WA. And lane 7, it's the full licorice all sorts. Toowong, Adelaide University, University of Queensland and Sydney University. And already through 500 metres, there was only about a second between second through to 6, and then a little bit further back to 7th place. So there's really nothing in it through these early stages, Chris.
Yep, leading at the moment, the Barwon Composite. That is the Victorian Penrith Cup crew who will trade 2 oars for 1 tomorrow afternoon and contest that lightweight men's 4 race. Only leading narrowly from the Toowong Composite in lane 7. As they come through 1,000 metre mark, that is still the case. The Toowong Composite in lane 7, which is a bit of a mix between a couple of people in the Queensland crew, one from the South Australian crew, one from the New South Wales crew, currently running second. Then the Newcastle Composite in third, which is half of the New South Wales crew, alongside, as I look down my page, alongside Zinc Bosco, who's the reserve for the New South Wales crew, and Remy Keats, who took Newcastle Rowing Club's first national medal as a complete crew since 2008, looking to add another 0.25 of a bronze medal to the Novocastrian Club's medal tally this morning.
The Barwon Composite with the lead, though, as we just have a look there towards that composite crew, including the guys from UTS, so that's the Newcastle UTS and Nepean Composite. And you can see they're up on the screen. Army Rowing Node India have absolutely flown throughout this regatta, and particularly in the lightweight events, we've seen them trip up more than one of us with a big finish from some of their rowers, Rohit in the lightweight single sculls, blasting through in lane 1 and being able to go through and take a bronze. And at the moment, as they're moving up now towards the 1,500 metre timing point, the Army Rowing Node India are setting themselves up nicely to be able to go through and potentially take silver. It's Razors Pashmina across the field at the moment, though. It is the Barwon Composite who have the lead. They've got themselves about a boat length. They're putting themselves nicely in contention, but then absolutely nothing between Army Rowing Node India, the Newcastle Composite, then back to the Toowong Composite. It's only a couple of seconds between 2nd and 4th place, and then back a little bit further to the Black Mountain Swan River Composite and the University of WA sitting in 6th, and then back to the Adelaide University Composite, potentially just off the pace a little bit in the middle of the field. But as they're coming into the final stages, the Victorians have led right from the start. They are absolutely flying. That is Jordan Roberts, Lachlan Ziggiter, Nick Ziggiter, and Thomas Hastings from Merckx, Banks, and Barwon, respectively. You can see them up on the screen, and they're moving up into 2nd place. It is the Toowong Composite over in lane number 7. Army Rowing Node India are potentially up into the silver medal as well. We talk about the lightweight events being exciting, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. The Victorians have the lead. They're a boat length ahead of the Toowong Composite in lane 7. Army Rowing Node India just in behind them. Well, we've got the Newcastle Composite sitting just off the medals in 4th place. Can they go through? They're in now to the final 150 metres. The Barwon Composite, the Victorian lightweight team, they've led right from the start. The Army Rowing Node India and the Toowong Composite at either end are battling it out for 2nd and 3rd, as are the Newcastle Composite in lane number 2. Out in front, though, the Victorians are going to go through and take the win in the open lightweight men's quad sculls. Who's got 2nd and 3rd? It's the Toowong Composite, Army Rowing Node India. It's a photo, but I think it's just the Army Rowing Node India ahead of the Toowong Composite. Newcastle Composite back in 4th place. The Composites, Black Mountain Swan River, sitting in 5th, and then a little bit behind them we've got the University of Western Australia, and then the Adelaide University Composite coming through in 7th place. Really tight there in for 2nd, but it does look like that the Army Rowing Node India have gone through and pinched a silver medal ahead of the Toowong, Adelaide University, Uni of Queensland, and Sydney University crew back in 3rd place. A great lightweight race to add into the memory banks.
Absolutely fantastic racing. I think that that Toowong Composite almost got caught napping there as the Indians came through the New South Welshmen, but they responded, and the New South Welshmen chucked everything at it in the final stages, but just pushed off the podium in the end. What a fantastic battle of lightweight racing there. But the Barwon Composite, 6:16.42, the unofficial time there in the open lightweight men's quad. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the open lightweight women's quad scull. medals will be presented by Sarah Daverin, Rowing ACT Executive Officer. Second place and silver medalist, the University of West Australia. Isabella Utley, Izzy Emery, Hayley Rowe, and Lara Glendenning. Crew was coached by Roland Warren. Gold medalists and national champions for 2025, a composite of the Sydney University, Toowong and Black Mountain rowing clubs. Kenzie Durbridge, Abby Richards, Jemima Powell, and Phoebe Teal. Crew coached by Alex Field, Alfie Young, and Renee Domashens. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our national champions and medalists in the open lightweight women's quad scull. And here we go, Stuart. We've been talking this up for months now. The first time that this event, we're seeing it back on the program at the National Championships. Race 502, the final of the under-21 women's 8. And boy, has this been hotly contested throughout the week, and a bit of a preview for our interstate races as well, as these girls lining up on the start line now. We'll run through who we've got. Fremantle Rowing Club in Station 1, closest to the boat park side of the course. University of Queensland in Lane 2. UTS Haverfield that ran third at the New South Wales Championships in Lane 3. Composite of Sydney and the Swan River Rowing Clubs. Most of this crew are the New South Wales champions in this event. Mercantile in Lane 5. Melbourne University, who ran second at the New South Wales Championships, in Lane 6. A composite between the Canned and Swan River Rowing Clubs in Lane 7. And a composite of University of WA, Swan River, Mercantile and the West Australian Rowing Clubs over in Lane 8. A true licorice all sorts there on the far side of the course. And they are off and racing, Stuart.
They are underway, and it is going to be an exciting race here, and it's already a big push here from Melbourne University through the early stages there. You can see them in lane number 6, third from the right-hand side, getting out by a canvas over the first 250 metres, putting themselves in a good position, as are the UTS crew in lane number 3. Next to them, the Sydney Swan River composite, the Sydney Swan River composite, Lara Vale, Leah Tardis Green, Liesl Page, Georgia Allen, Nicole Vance, Greta Spencer, Lila Fieves, Georgia Montague and Nina Shamarat. And that crew, I think, is going to be very, very hard to beat. Lila Fieves and Greta Spencer from Swan River Rowing Club, they're already two-time Australian junior representatives. And then in there as well, Nicole Vance from Sydney Rowing Club, a New Zealand junior representative. So they've got plenty in there. The Melbourne University crew, Isabella Morrison, Frankie Diva, Amy Crow, Scarlett Shelton, Lulu Burney, Lola Dayan, Chloe Nevins, Meg Dumbrell and Ivy Jones, also with plenty of international experience in the Australian junior team as well. So there's plenty to like about these crews. We just see here the University of WA composite in lane number 8. That's Olivia Youngson, Katie Wall, Imogen Hubbard, Jodie Priest, Athena Sperancis, Eloise Adam, Juliette Bird, Grace Oldmeadow and Jonty Campbell.
Yeah, so Melbourne University stealing a bit of a march on the field in the opening strokes there. We chatted to Emma Dyke on the podcast, the coach of this crew, yesterday. So these girls, some disappointing results in the small boats for Melbourne Uni, but got some redemption in the coxed 4s yesterday morning, as did their men's under-21 coxed 4. We'll see them come down the course. Oh no, we won't actually, didn't make the final in the men's version of this 8, but these girls, she told them to get out fast and get out early in that coxed 4 and hang on, and that's exactly what they're doing here in the 8 as they go toe-to-toe with this Sydney Rowing Club crew, who I think has just hit the lead now, and they're followed very closely by UTS Haverfield in lane 3. So at the moment, Sydney, Melbourne Uni and UTS Haverfield, as it was at the New South Wales Championships, but some hot competition from the likes of the University of Queensland, Camden, Swan River and Mercantile. All these crews separated by less than a boat length at the 500 metre mark, as you would expect in such a high quality 8s race. And I think as we see Georgia Montague from the Sydney crew there, just take a little look over at the back of the bow seat of the Melbourne Uni crew. She'll be very pleased with how they've hit their rhythm in the second 500 of this race. University of Queensland there in the 2016 Canadian Olympic boat.
It's the Hudson there, the University of Queensland crew of Stella Sands, Sophie Crane, Lily Bragg, Felicity Bishop, Astrid Coates, Nell Murphy, Scarlett Woodbury, Sarah Burke and Harriet O'Dwyer. As they come through the 1,000-metre point, it is Sydney Swan River Composite with the lead over Melbourne University, and then back to UTS Haberfield in third. Cairns Swan River sitting just off the pace in fourth. University of Queensland just off them, and then back a little bit further to Mercantile, the University of WA Composite, and then the Fremantle Rowing Club. So a few composites and a few club-only ones. We just see the Freo crew, Letitia Jonarat, Charlotte Hansen, Naroy, Sophia Cross, Bridget Grolton, Nuala Holland, Chloe Flier, Ocean Jonarat and Emma O'Neill with Isabella Duarte as the coxswain. As we just see this Sydney Swan River composite out in front. As you say, Chris, they were the winners at the New South Wales Championships, and they were always going to be very, very hard to beat with the quality that is in that crew. But there's still plenty of racing left to go. We've seen more than one crew over the course of these championships go out hard early and then be overtaken right towards the end. Melbourne University still sitting in second place. UTS, they're going to be itching to try and make up a bit of ground, and the Cairns Composite over in lane number 7 have really started to make their move now. They're up into third place. They've well and truly got overlap on that Melbourne University crew in lane number 6. And
I think this UTS crew would be a bit of an upset if they weren't on the podium here with that Cairns Swan River crew rowing in the West Australian pink Empacker there, who just trailing at the moment, but I think well and truly have designs on a podium. I don't think Melbourne Uni are out of trouble yet either, with it really being a three-way race for that last spot on the podium. The red boat on the near side of the course of the University of Queensland challenging for the medals as well. Sydney Rowing Club breaking out to a little bit of clear water now with the added horsepower of the West Australians in the 6 and 7 seat of Greta Spencer, Lila Fieves, the champions in the under-21 coxless pair. UTS back in fourth now, so Cairns Swan River on the podium as it stands, but ever so close in the closing stages of this race, Stuart.
It is going to be a fascinating race for the minor placings. It is Sydney and Swan River Composite who are out in front. You can see there in the 7 and 6 seats the Swan River rowers of Fieves and Spencer. They're sitting out nicely. And then this battle for the minor placings. We've had Melbourne Uni. They led early, but now they are under some serious pressure here from the Cairns Composite in lane number 7. And then the UTS crew looking like they might just be dropping well off the pack through the final stages. They're under a bit of pressure from the University of Queensland crew. And then over on the far side, we've got the Uni of WA Composite. And in the middle of the field, we've got the Mercantile crew in lane number 5. But as we come towards the finish line now, it's still Sydney and Swan River Composite who are leading the women's under-21 coxed 8s. Melbourne University in second. It's Cairns Swan River Composite in lane number 7 that are into that bronze medal position. UTS dropping off the pace over the final 500 metres. Now the question is, can the Cairns Composite make up half a length over 100 metres? It'll be extremely difficult to do. Melbourne University might just have done enough. But out in front, they've led from about the 500, the 750 metres, and it's Sydney and Swan River who take out the women's under-21 cox states. Second place will go to Melbourne University, boat length and a half behind. Third will go to Cairns Swan River Composite. Fourth going to UTS, with fifth to the University of Queensland. Sixth place will go to Mercantile in lane number 5, ahead of the University of Western Australia Composite in lane number 8, and then back a little bit further to the Fremantle Rowing Club. The class of that Sydney Swan River crew winning out in the women's under-21 8s.
Yeah, what a fantastic race there. A well-timed race. Great from Melbourne Uni getting out early and really putting it all out there and seeing what they could do. Couldn't quite hang on in the end, but holding off a very classy composite crew from Queensland and West Australia in the pink boat on the far side of the course there. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Open Lightweight Men's Quad Scull. The medals will be presented by Sarah Daverin, Rowing ACT Executive Officer. Third place and bronze medalists, a composite of the Toowong, Adelaide University, University of Queensland and Sydney University boat clubs. William Gregory, Riley Williams, Hugo Worm, and Sam Parry. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2025, a composite of the Barwon, Banks and Mercantile rowing clubs. Jordan Roberts, Lachlan Ziggerter, Nick Ziggerter, and Thomas Hastings. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our national champions and medalists in the open lightweight men's quad scull. We move down to race 503, sticking with the under 21 age category, but going to the men's, same number of oars, but losing a few rowers with the under 21 men's quad scull. We've got Canberra Rowing Club on the near side of the course, and they are often racing indeed. Canberra Rowing Club on the near side of the course there, Scott, Milne, Haywood and Outram. Swan River have scratched. Lane 3, Fremantle, Vincent, Payne, Laurie and Davis. Sydney Uni in lane 4 with Warren, Millerite, Tetley and Mitchell. Adelaide University Mercantile Composite, Critchell, Belcher, Boyce and Williams. A Canberra Composite with Sydney and the Australian National University and the ACT High Performance Program supporting them of Robson, McAlpine, James and Rosen. Hawthorn in lane 7, Stute, Stigter, Hexter and Curry. And a Toowong Composite with North-Est, Parker, Rogers, Quinn and Petrie Reaper in lane 8. Stuart, this is a pretty wide open race, I feel. We've seen pretty much all of these names featuring in either the singles or the double sculls at the pointy end of the A finals. So I'm really intrigued to see how this will unfold. Quad sculls, it's a fast boat. It's a really dynamic boat. You really need to get up to pace quickly. And it looks like the crew in lane 3 from Fremantle have done that with stealing an early march, almost a boat length, in fact, at the 500.
Yeah, boat length through that 500 metres, and as we just get the timings up, so it is Fremantle with that lead, 3 seconds over the first 500. It's a very quick start. Adelaide University Mercantile Composite sitting in second place, and then back a second to Hawthorn. Sydney University in fourth, then the Canberra Rowing Club crew sitting in fifth place, and I'm not sure those timings are right because it does have the Canberra Sydney ANU composites. No, that's some changes. There must have been a late change. James Robson out of that boat in lane number 6, so it does look like we've got Jerry Anderson in for James Robson. So that's why it's a Canberra-Sydney composite in that one. As we just see there, lane number 5, that's Adelaide University and Mercantile. You've got Mercantile's Archie Critchell in the bow seat of that one. And moving very nicely, that is that Sydney-Canberra composite, so that's supported by the ACT High Performance Program. You've got out in the stroke pair, Darcy James and Jesse Rosen. They will be rowing for the ACT in the Youth 8s tomorrow, the Bicentennial Cup, and they've been rowing together for a number of years at Marist College. Great rivals in the Marist in the singles, and then they pair up in the doubles. Saw them winning a medal yesterday, and then now in the running for a medal here in the under-21 quad sculls.
Yeah, just saw that Sydney Uni crew right in the mix as well on the pictures. Throwing the Mark Scott there, that Empacker shell. That's Jeffrey Warren, Caden Miller-Wright, both of those, I think, from the Southport School last year. Alex Tetley from Newington College and Finlay Mitchell in the stroke seat, coached by Simon Huxley and Peter Warne. And they're currently running 5th in that very tight battle for the last spot on the podium. Fremantle got out quick, but don't appear to have the mid-race speed there. They're about half a length clear now of Adelaide Uni and Mercantile. So that Victorian South Australian composite crew finding a nice bit of mid-race rhythm. And to be honest, actually really moving on now the early race leaders from Fremantle. So have we seen Fremantle just spend all their bickies a little bit too early here and go out a little bit hard off the start?
Yeah, look, it's looking that way. That margin's halved between the 500 and the 1,000. And so coming up now towards the 1,500 timing point, you can see there from the drone footage that the Adelaide University Mercantile composite are just about level with them. And then a couple across from them, from that Adelaide Uni crew. We've got Hawthorn. We've already seen Max Curry, Dan Stute, Emily Sticker and William Hexter do well over the course of the regatta. They're sitting in 3rd place, and then in behind them we have the Canberra and Sydney composite. They're only half a boat length back, and with just over 500 metres to go, they will fancy themselves as being a chance of trying to go through and to take a medal in this under-21 men's quad. So we're just seeing some steering issues there from the Sydney University crew in lane number 4, but it is Fremantle. They've led from the start, but now they are under immense pressure here from the Adelaide University and Mercantile crew.
I think they've maybe just halted the push. It said that the Adelaide University Mercantile crew were leading through the 1,500, but I think it was actually still Fremantle just really narrowly. I think Fremantle have possibly seen the danger and halted the push, but I'm not sure if they're going to have enough in the bag here or left in the tank to hold off this late charge. The Canberra-Sydney crew dropping or just, I don't think that's correct as well.
No,
actually, I think that's Hawthorn up in 3rd with the Sydney Uni crew running 4th and really challenging for that bronze medal at the moment. So 4 crews going for the podium, and I couldn't tell you who's going to occupy any of those 3 medal positions at the moment, coming into about 300 metres left to row. I think the advantage is with the Adelaide Uni Mercantile crew at the moment, Stuart.
The momentum certainly with that crew in lane number 5, Adelaide University and Mercantile. They have the lead ahead of Hawthorn. Fremantle in lane number 3, and then the Canberra-Sydney composite. They're our 4 boats going for it, but only 3 of them are going to end up with medals here in the under-21 quad sculls. It's Adelaide University and Mercantile. They've timed their run to absolute perfection. They're out in front now with about a boat length lead over the crew from Hawthorn, and then back it's between Fremantle and the Sydney Canberra Rowing Club crew for the bronze medal. It's only about 50 or so metres left to go. This Adelaide University Mercantile crew out in front, leading well. The battle for silver and bronze is well and truly on. It's Fremantle, Canberra and Sydney, and then the Hawthorn. It is going to be Fremantle to hold on for the silver. Bronze will go to Hawthorn, with Sydney and Canberra just missing out. The win going to Adelaide University and Mercantile as they punch the water in absolute delight. 5th place will go to the Toowong North-Est composite over in lane number 8, and then back a little bit further then to the Sydney University crew, and then Canberra Rowing Club at the back of the field. So a great road there for Adelaide University and Mercantile. Fremantle, they looked like they were going to drop out. They just found that final push, held on to take silver. Hawthorn with the bronze.
Finish line couldn't come soon enough for the West Australians there. They led early, and I think another 100 metres and they would have been out, well, another 20 metres, they would have been out of the medals altogether. So great job for them to hold on from Hawthorn, Canberra and Sydney, just missing out in the medals in the end. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-21 women's coxed 8. The medals will be presented by Sarah Daverin, Rowing ACT Executive Officer. third place, and bronze medalists, a composite of the Cairns and Swan River Rowing Clubs. Grace Turnbull, Georgia Campbell, Isabella Edinger, Emma Pittman, Lara Connolly, Grace Louise Moffat, Kelsey Brennan, Millie Campbell, their cox, Helena Herworth. Crew was coached by Lachlan Vanderven and Charles Betts. Second place and silver medalist, Melbourne University. Isabella Morrison, Frankie Diva, Amy Croft, Scarlett Shelton, Lulu Burney, Lola DeHaan, Chloe Nevins, Meg Dumbrell, and Ivy Jones. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2025, a composite of the Swan River Rowing Clubs and Sydney Rowing Club. Lara Val, Leah Dardis Green, Liesl Page, Georgia Allen, Nicole Vance, Greta Spencer, Lila Fieves, Georgia Montague, and their cox, Nina Chamaret. The crew coached by Lachlan Carter, Florence Griffiths, and Tom Gatty. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our champions and medalists in the under-21 women's cox date. We'll move back down to the start line-up and age category to the under-23 women's quad scull, and it's a race in three here, all three crews here, and all three crews composites, just to keep us on our toes as we approach the end of our shift. Stuart, the University of Queensland composite with Centenary, Sydney University and Mercantile there in lane 3. Zara Kafori from Mercs, Zoe Bond from Sydney Uni, Jess Malcolm from Centenary and Eliza Bridgefoot from the University of Queensland. A Centenary composite in lane 4 with the other Malcolm sister, Sophie, in the stroke seat. Romy Cantwell from Melbourne Uni, Sarah Fard from UTS and Sophia Whiteman from Sydney Uni that are currently leading this race. And the Melbourne University, Essendon, Mercantile, Toowong composites. So 4 club composites in all 3 crews here, Stuart, just to
it's the full licorice all sorts.
Gabrielle Geldard from Toowong, Imogen Nation from Mercantile, Jessie Freestone from Essendon and Meg Cartwright from Melbourne Uni in that crew in lane 5 that are currently trailing, and it looks to be a race between the crews in 3 and 4. The Centenary composite in the centre of the course, which contains Sarah Fard, who won this event in this age category in the single scull. Sophia Whiteman, who I think was just outside of the medals in that event, as well as 2 Queenslanders there, Sophie Malcolm, or 3 Queenslanders in fact, Sophie Malcolm, Sophia Whiteman.
There's Queenslanders in every
crew. And Robbie Cantwell, who just missed out on making the A final for a tough row in the semi in the single, and got good redemption with a fantastic row in the B final of that event. But yeah, it is currently that Centenary composite that is leading this race.
Yeah, look, and I guess the great thing with this race is that there is so much talent in these boats. I mean, there's national champions and national representatives in all of them. At the moment, it is that Centenary composite. So Sarah Fard, as you say, Chris, with the win, and then Sophia Whiteman finishing in with the bronze medal in the under-23 single sculls. Romy Cantwell, will see her rowing for Victoria in the Nell Slatter Trophy on tomorrow, so in the interstate. So really looking forward to seeing how she goes there. We've just got the University of Queensland composite up on the screen. So that's Zara Kafuri from Mercantile, Zoe Bond from Sydney University, Jessica Malcolm from Centenary, and Eliza Bridgefoot. So there's some very quick crews. We saw Sophie Malcolm team up with Romy Cantwell in the doubles. So they won that over Eliza Bridgefoot and Jessica Malcolm, who are teamed up in the other boat. So are we going to see a little bit of a reversal from the double sculls? In the double sculls, it was Romy Cantwell, so it's the same, sorry, as the double sculls. So Romy Cantwell and Sophie Malcolm won the doubles ahead of Eliza Bridgefoot and Jessica Malcolm, and that's the way it's sitting at the moment here in the quad sculls. They're 1,250 metres in, and it is the Centenary composite with that lead. They've got, as you can see there up on the screen, it is a couple of boat lengths lead over the University of Queensland composite in lane number 3, and then we do have a bit of a gap back to the crew from the Melbourne University composites. That's Toowong, Mercantile, Essendon and Melbourne University. So they've spread it out far and wide. We've got Victorians and Queenslanders in each of these boats, and certainly some, as we said earlier, some very talented athletes throughout, as they're just coming up now to the 500 metre mark.
Yes, a number of representatives from last year's under-23 team here in this leading quad. So Sophie Malcolm and Sarah Fard in this leading quad were in the under-23 quad that finished 5th at the World Championships last year. They were joined by Liesl Page, who we've just seen take a medal in the under-21 8, and Eliza Bridgefoot, who is in the crew currently trailing in 2nd place. So a pretty exciting group of under-23 scullers this year, and it'll be interesting to see how a group predominantly made up of these 8 girls sort of progress through the season. The crew selections in about a month or so's time up in Sydney, and assuming pretty much all the girls from last year are still eligible for under-23s this year, so assuming they'd be able to build on a reasonably strong performance with everyone in the A finals in the quad and the double last year.
Yeah, and I think Zoe Bond in the lane 3, the University of Queensland composite, was a junior representative out of school when she was at Canberra Grammar.
Yeah, I think 2-time junior representative. She's on the 10, 21 and
Maddie,
22.
With Maddie Vag. I think they came first and second in the Gambie in the singles, and then teamed up, and I think they lost out to Pine Rivers in the double.
Yeah, I think it might have been here that they did that, and then the next year they did the Zoe Bond did the double with Talisa Noak Driver and went over to Worlds in I think it was in Italy that year.
But out in front, it is the Centenary, Melbourne University, UTS and Sydney University composite who do have that lead. It's some clear water now between them and the 2nd place crew from the University of Queensland, Centenary, Sydney University and Mercantile, with the Melbourne University composite coming through in 3rd. So a start to finish win for Sophia Whiteman, Sarah Fard, Romy Cantwell and Sophie Malcolm in the under-23 women's quad sculls. They'll take the championship ahead of Zara Kafuri, Zoe Bond, Jessica Malcolm and Eliza Bridgefoot in 2nd. And then Gabrielle Geldard, Imogen Nation, Jessie Freestone and Meg Cartwright will finish in 3rd place. Provisional winning time there of 6 minutes 38.85 with a winning margin of 4.66 seconds.
Exciting row from that Centenary composite, and it'll be very interesting to keep an eye on throughout the rest of today and tomorrow, actually, as well, with a number of these girls competing in the interstate regatta tomorrow afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-21 Men's Quad Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Sarah Daverin, Executive Officer, Rowing ACT. Third place and bronze medalists Hawthorn Rowing Club, Dan Stute, Emil Stigter, William Hexter, and Max Curry. The crew coached by Tristan Kristevsky. Second place and silver medalists, Fremantle Rowing Club, Austin Vincent, Remy Payne, Oscar Lowry, and Liam Davis. Crew coached by David Vandas and Alex Thompson. Gold medalists and national champions for 2025, a composite of the Adelaide University and Mercantile Rowing Clubs. Archie Critchell, Henry Belcher, Jasper Boyce, and Alex Williams. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2025 Australian champions and medalists in the under-21 men's quad scull. As we farewell Stuart John, we do have a start in the under-23 men's coxed eight for the Australian Federation of Old Oarsmen Trophy, a very hotly contested event. Possibly a smaller field this year with the addition of the under-21 eights, but no lacking in quality as all four of these crews off to a very evenly matched start. We've got a composite of University of Queensland and Cairns Rowing Club in lane 3. Finlay Harris, Sam Forbes, Tom Stevens, Darcy Watto, Mitchell Owen, Andrew Waitman, Lex Tucker and Monty Martin, Priscilla Russell, the Cox. Melbourne University and Mercantile Composite in lane 4, Nick Adkins, James Horton, Jake Polkinghorn, Lachlan Idle, Nick Bryant, Oliver Scalzo, Tom Foley, Winston Hooper and Josh Feathercrans, the Cox. UTS Haberfield in lane 5, Lawson Banks, Mackenzie Thompson, Oscar Baragi, Jack Power, Will Clubb, Brandon Smith, Joe Lynch, Josh Wilson and Ryder Taylor, the Cox, coached by Matthias Ungermark, who knows a thing about eights racing here on Lake Barrington, and a local, well, not entirely local, but a Tasmanian University composite in lane 5 with Surfers Paradise, Cairns and Swan River Rowing Clubs. I think it was the University of Queensland crew on the near side of the course who maybe just got the best of things in that second 250 metres, but all four crews incredibly tightly matched across the course, Richard.
Yeah, brilliant stuff, Chris. Now, how good is eights racing once again? Of course, this is the first of, well, 3 big eights races today, eights excluding, of course, the school eights still to come as well. But we've got the under-23, the under-21s in about 2 hours' time, and the open eights I think an hour after that. Yeah, and a few of these boys doubling up. Only one person yes. tripling up. Joe Lynch in the UTS Haberfield crew, who saw take 2 national championships this week already in the under-23 pair and 4, looking to make it the triple in the 8, but will also race in the under-21 8 and the under-23 8 later on in this morning's program. But it is it's the crew from Victoria who are getting out to about a seat's lead over the University of Queensland now in the second 500, and UTS a little while further back in the provisional bronze medal position ahead of the Tasmania University Surfers Paradise Cairns Swan River crew, the Licorice All Sorts combination on the far side of the course. Yeah, composite crew. They're a fusion crew almost. They're not quite 50-50. I think it's 3 Mercantile and 5 Melbourne Uni members there. Fusion crew. That's a new one for us. There's 2 great rivals almost side by side on Boathouse Drive, but combining their considerable resources here to make the most of the under-23 men's coxed eight. They are racing, as you said, the Australian Federation of Old Oarsmen Trophy, and they are ever so narrowly in front, that Mercantile Melbourne Uni composite crew from the University of Queensland and Cairns. That's a, I think it's a 7/8 UQ crew, that one, with just Darcy Water also from the Cairns Rowing Club there in the boat. But they just narrowly trailing it through the 1,000-metre mark now. And there we go. There is, 1.8 seconds from first to third in this race. And then about 2 seconds back to the largely, in fact, the length and breadth of the country. There isn't in lane number 6, the Tasmania University composite crew, but it was UTS Haberfield in third place as they came through the halfway mark of the race as well. So a great second half in prospect here.
Yeah, absolutely. I did write the preview for this event, and I had the Queenslanders as taking the win, and I'm a little bit surprised to be. I shouldn't be surprised, but I think I maybe didn't give the full credit deserved to the Victorians in the centre of your picture here, who are currently leading this race and holding off charges from either side as UTS find their mid-race rhythm and start to move back on the University of Queensland on the left-hand side of your picture, who in turn just sitting still a quarter of a length down on the Victorians. So pretty much a three-state race here with the Queenslanders on the near side. A bit of a preview for their Kings Cup crew. I think only 2 or 3 changes in that event on Sunday afternoon. And Melbourne Uni in the centre of the course, the Victorians rather, in the centre of the course, and UTS on the far side, who are drawing level now with the Queenslanders.
Yeah, they are indeed. It's a fantastic battle for second place, but to me it looks like those Victorians there in lane 4 are just extending out to probably half a length or so. UTS have got their boat just up into second place now. I reckon all 3/8 on about 36 or 37 strokes per minute here, so they're certainly going for it now as they come through 1,500 metres very, very short. You can see they've dropped off that 4th place crew, Tasmania University, Surfers Paradise, Cairns and Swan River, so Tasmania, Queensland and Western Australians all in that boat. They look to be out of contention now with well under 500 metres to go for our leading crews, and it still is Melbourne Uni Mercantile. They had it by 1.81 seconds now over UTS at the 1,500 metre mark, and half a second back to the University of Queensland and Cairns there in third place, who look to have the lead in the early exchanges, but now I've got some work to do, and it's a UTS Haberfield now mounting a substantial threat here to Mercantile and Melbourne University with 200 metres to go.
Yeah, this University of Queensland crew will have to act now if they want to make an impact on this race. Probably only race for the silver medal at the moment. UTS Haberfield, we saw them with an incredible sprint finish in the under-23 men's coxless 4s yesterday, where they just got up over the University of Queensland crew, 3/4 of that crew present in the 8 on the near side of the course. UTS coming home strong at Melbourne University now. The Victorians and the New South Welshmen going stroke for stroke. That's something we've called in 8s racing plenty of times here at the Australian Championships in the past. The Victorians have done well to be this far in front and holding on for this stage of the race. The New South Welshmen throwing it at them. It's going to be the Melbourne Uni Mercantile crew by half a canvas over UTS Haberfield. The Queenslanders finish back in the bronze medal position. You can see what it means to the Victorians there in the middle of the course. A fantastic row from them. A very quick time indeed for yet another win for Melbourne University in the Australian Federation of Old Oarsmen Trophy.
0.30 seconds or thereabouts from first to second. UTS went to 42 in the final strokes of the race. Couldn't quite get there, and it is Melbourne Uni and Mercantile who will take out the trophy here. 5:44.08 as Chris said. UTS second. University of Queensland canned in third, and Tasmania University Composite will finish fourth. Another great 8th race. We've got several more to go today, but it's Mercantile and Melbourne Uni who take out the Australian Federation of Old Oarsmen Trophy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-23 Women's Quad Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Sarah Daverin, Executive Officer of Rowing ACT. Second place and silver medalists, University of Queensland Centenary, Sydney University and Mercantile Rowing Club, supported by the Queensland Academy of Sport. Zara Kafuri, Zoe Bond, Jess Malcolm, and Eliza Bridgefoot. Gold medalists and national champions for 2025, a composite of the Centenary, Melbourne University, UTS Haberfield and Sydney University boat clubs. Sophia Whiteman, Sarah Fard, Romy Cantwell, and Sophie Malcolm. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate your Australian champions and medalists in the under-23 women's quad scull.
Well done to our medalists there, and thank you to Chris McCarthy. It's been a frenetic hour or so of racing here. Some great eights of boats on the course. We do have a slight change of pace now as we're going to the quarter-final of the Schoolgirl single scull, the 4 quarter-final. So Lizzie Chapman coming in to take us through some of these races as well. And we've still got a couple of presentations to get through here, which will soon take place. But for now, it is quarter-final number 1 of the Schoolgirls single scull, with Chloe Rabbits-Hick of Rockhampton Grammar School to race in lane 1. Emily Barrett of PLC Sydney in lane 2. Grace Holton from Cardinia International College in lane 3. Isabella Henderson of the Armadale School in 4. Lucy Yabsley of the Askham School in lane number 5. Constantina Kafasis from, well, it says here from Yarra Yarra. I think she's racing for Wrighton Girls School, and she's in lane 6. Lane 7, Olivia Ewan from Brisbane Girls Grammar School. Lane 8, Fenella Rodwell from Adelaide High. The sun reflecting off the water there. A great view there down the training waters behind the start pontoon. You can go for kilometres and kilometres down that water behind the start pontoon. But we have a 2-kilometre course here to race in the first quarter-final of the Schoolgirls single scull. Welcome back, Lizzie Chapman.
Thank you very much. I've changed my clothes. I'm wearing my Askham top now, putting my Askham hat on. Go Lucy Yabsley in lane 5. She took out the silver medal in the under-19 women's single scull. Really looking forward to seeing some of this really competitive racing in the Schoolgirl single scull now with the first quarter-final. First 4 to progress through to the semi-final, and the rest will have to drop out. Tough gig.
Yes, or in fact, I think we'll actually go through to, there might be C&D finals in the Schoolgirl single scull. I haven't yet checked the program for tomorrow, but no, it does say eliminated, so you might be right there. So at least there will be certainly an A and B final of the Schoolgirl single. So the top 4 one is where it's all about in terms at least of qualifying for those medal races. And those the semi-finals coming up this afternoon before our sprint regatta. So they've only got some probably under 4.5 hours to recover after this semi to move through, after the quarters I should say, to move through to the semis. But Lucy, the Askham colours up here are working. So I think Lucy Yabsley's got away well, alongside also Isabella Henderson from the Armadale School. Constantina Kafasis of Wrighton is in our top 4 as well, and I would think Grace Holton there from Cardinia International College would be in the top 4 as well with her at this point of proceedings.
Yeah, we've seen most of these names on the course already through this regatta. A tough one because there is so much racing at the underage level and at the schoolgirl level, school level. So you really do have to come into this fit determined and very clear on what your objectives are. We've got some lesser experienced athletes in this, younger. So, for example, Emily Barrett from PLC Sydney, she did a double scull in the under-19s with Chloe Hitchens because she races as Glebe Rowing Club as well, and they made the A final, which is a fantastic achievement for a young crew. And here we see her in the single scull, I think the same really with most of the girls here. Isabella Henderson's had a fantastic regatta, as has her little sister, Georgia, with the other Isabella from the Armadale School and their coach Marty Inglis watching in on the live stream. Good day again, Marty. Sorry you can't be with us. But dreadful conditions. You wouldn't enjoy yourself at all.
Horrible stuff.
And you wouldn't know anyone here.
No, that's exactly right. And speaking of live stream viewers, thank you to Alan Croot watching at home in Melbourne for confirming that C&D finals were removed in the Schoolgirls and Schoolboy singles several years ago, because I think the Sunday program became a bit too big. We were having to start racing about 6:30 in the morning at one stage.
That's right, yeah.
So it is just the top 4 who'll go through to the semis. And That's the red there of the lane 2 sculler, PLC Sydney. Emily Barrett there, coached by Jeffrey Stewart. You can see in the background too the Cardinia International College sculler there, Grace Holton, who was the head of the Schoolgirls finalist. She finished 3rd in that race behind Constantina Kafasis and also Elizabeth Robson it was who won that race for the Corowa Anglican Girls School. But she's not in this race, but the top 2 of the top 3 are from the head of the Schoolgirls. There is the yellow boat and the bright yellow cap of the Wrighton Girls sculler, Constantina Kafasis, who's rode a lot this week, also in the red of Yarra Yarra, coached by David Orcutt there on the Yarra in Melbourne. And there's the bright, even brighter green bucket hat of the rower from the Armidale School, Isabella Henderson, coached by Martin Inglis, as Lizzie said. So it is the 4 scullers in the centre lanes at this point, seemingly into 4 qualifying spots. Lane 2 also doing well. That is Emily Barrett, PLC Sydney, who in fact would be 4th ahead of Grace Holton from Cardinia International College in Geelong. Olivia Ewan next for Brisbane Girls Grammar School. Chloe Rabbitick of Rockhampton Grammar in lane number 1, and Fenella Rodwell from Adelaide High rounds out the field of 8 here. But our top 3 have certainly cleared out a little on the field, and in fact our top 4 all visible there together. We do have Lucy Yabsley there of the Ascombe School, and also from the Glebe Rowing Club, which is seen very strong across this regatta. 4:03.14 her time after 1,000 metres, and she's got a pretty substantial lead, 3.63 seconds over Constantina Kafasis of Wrighton Girls School. In 2nd place, Isabella Henderson from the Armidale School, and Emily Barrett still there in 4th. So there are 3 scullers in this semi-final from New South Wales, 2 from Victoria, 2 from Queensland, 1 from South Australia. But at this stage, the 3 scullers from New South Wales all looking to be in qualifying spots, with Emily Barrett of PLC Sydney ahead still of Grace Holton from Cardinia International College. But I'd venture these top 3 just throwing a bit within themselves now. Certainly it is a very big day with quarterfinals and semi-finals all happening on the same day due to the large field size here in the Schoolgirls at single scull. And that is the interesting battle here. Grace Holton of Cardinia on the left, and then Emily Barrett of Isabella Henderson, that was on the right, from the Armidale School, and also Emily Barrett from PLC City, trying to hold her spot in the top 4 as they move now through the 3rd 500 metres.
So I mentioned Marty Inglis before. He and Ben, the head coach there at the Armidale School, have been bringing the Armidale School rowers down to the Sydney International Regatta Centre really often this season. It's a long drive for them. It's a big deal, and they and the parents are just so fantastic. The kids are great, always with their bright bucket hats. Smiley faces, so enthusiastic, just giving it everything, and they have just got better and better. And recently they got a couple of new boats, the first they've had in absolutely ages. So so great to see that program going so well, and the parents could not say nicer things about the coaches there.
Yeah, fantastic. Is it a relatively new program, or has it long been rowing at the Armidale School?
I think there's been, because it's actually a GPS school, and I think there's been rowing there for quite some time, but it's really been reinvigorated over the last few years, yeah.
Yeah, you know, certainly one of the more geographically disparate schools in the New South Wales program, or really in Australia. It's hard to, we certainly have a few crews, schools in Victoria who travel probably some 3 to 4 hours to get to regattas, but Armidale's a fair way up the highway from the Sydney International Regatta Centre, isn't it? That's
right, yeah. And they row on the Malpass Dam, which I don't think it's happened yet, but they're threatening to extend it and make it even bigger, in which case they would, I think, end up with a 2,000 metre length. But at the moment, when you do the time trials, you sort of disappear.
2,000 metre courses now, so that would be fantastic for Armidale, certainly.
Armidale for the Olympic course?
You never know, Lizzie. You never know. But what we do know is there's a good finish coming up here, because Constantina Kafasis of Wrighton Girls School has made up a bit of ground on your sculler from Ascombe, but I reckon they've both got this pretty much in control here. Yeah, so Lucy Yabsley by about a length now it would be. Constantina Kafasis second for Wright. She was leading in the head of the Schoolgirls final with probably 100 metres to go, but beaten narrowly by a sculler from the Corowa Girls School in Melbourne. And she's finishing off pretty strongly here, but in this quarter final. with still 3 more to come, of course, after this, and Constantina Kafasis does look to be like she's almost wanting to take the race win here ahead of Lucy Yabsley from Askham. She hasn't got there yet, but there's still about 100 metres to go. It is still the Askham sculler from the right-hand sculler, then the bright green hat of the Armidale School, and also Cardinia's Grace Holton moving up on Emily Barrett. The race for 3rd and 4th is getting interesting as Barrett responds and does so well to hold on, I think, to 4th spot, but the win will go the way of Lucy Yabsley from the Askham School by just under a length in the end, ahead of Constantina Kafasis from Brighton Girls. 3rd will go to Cardinia, should say the Armidale School there, Isabella Henderson, and 4th to PLC Sydney, Emily Barrett. So they'll move through to the semi-finals, just missing out, unfortunately, for Grace Holton, who was the bronze medalist at the head of the Schoolgirls. She'll finish 5th here in a pretty classy quarter-final indeed, and a big gap back from 5th place to 6th and 7th. They're almost going to dead heat here across the course. Chloe Rabbits-Hick of Rockhampton Grammar School in the red, the blue on the far side, Brisbane Girls Grammar School. That is Olivia Yuen. I think Rabbits-Hick will take 6th. Yuen will be 7th, and Fenella Rodwell of Adelaide High School will finish in 8th position.
So confirming that from this first quarter-final in the Schoolgirl single scull, the 4 that will progress to the semi-final are Lucy Yabsley from Askham School, Constantina Kafasis from Brighton Girls, Isabella Henderson from the Armidale School, and Emily Barrett from PLC Sydney. Dropping out of the event now, Grace Holton from Cardinia International College, Chloe Rabbits-Hick from Rockhampton Grammar, Olivia Ewan from Brisbane Girls Grammar School, and Fenella Rodwell from Adelaide High. The provisional time there for Lucy Yabsley in the first quarter-final, 8 minutes 20.52. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-23 Men's Coxed 8 Championship of Australia. As well as the medals, the Australian Federation of Old Ordsman Trophy will be presented. The medals and the trophy will be presented by Ben Rosser, President of Rowing Western Australia. Third place and bronze medalists, the University of Queensland and Canned Composite crew. Finley Harris from the University of Queensland Boat Club. Samuel Forbes from the University of Queensland Boat Club. Thomas Stevens from the University of Queensland Boat Club. Darcy Watter from Canned Rowing Club. Mitchell Owen, the University of Queensland Boat Club. Andrew Waitman, the University of Queensland Boat Club. Lex Tucker. Monty Martin. And their cox, Priscilla Russell, from the University of Queensland Boat Club. The crew is coached by Randall Martin and Lachlan Johnston. Second and silver medalists, the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club. Lawson Banks. Mackenzie Thompson. Oscar Baregi. Jack Power. Will Clubb. Brandon Smith. Joe Lynch. Joshua Wilson. And their cox, Ryder Taylor. The crew is coached by Matthias Ungemach. And our gold medalists and national champions for 2025 from Mercantile Rowing Club and Melbourne University Boat Club. Nick Adkins. James Horton. Jake Polkinghorn. Lachlan Idle. Nicholas Bryant. Winston Hooper. Tom Foley. Their stroke, Oliver Scalzo. And their cox, Josh Furferkrantz. The Australian Federation of Old Oarsman Trophy will now be presented by Ben Prosser, President of Rowing Western Australia. To our national champions, the Mercantile Rowing Club and Melbourne University Boat Club Composite 8. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our national champions and all our medalists in the under-23 men's coxed 8.
Thank you, Lizzie. About to see Sadie Schlicht here for Strathcona take out the second quarter-final of the Schoolgirls single scull here on lane number 5. Again, ahead of the Schoolgirls finalists from a couple of weeks ago, and she'll go through here about 2.5 lengths clear. So Sadie Schlicht from Strathcona comfortably through to the semis now. The red boat in second place, Holly Fleming of Brisbane Girls Grammar School, just ahead of the Scotch Oakburn sculler. I think this has come across in third. May Wayne, who's again been very busy over the course of this regatta, and a good race for the fourth and final qualifying spot will go the way of lane 2. The Kelvin Grove State College from Brisbane. Annika Goodluck will take out the final qualifying spot. Xenia Palmer just missing out for Sydney Girls High. Next home, Chelsea Skipper of Brisbane State High School, who's had a very busy regatta here, also rowing for the Centenary Club. 7th to Sarah Midgley of Elizabeth College of Tasmania, and 8th place Bethany Peaty of the St Aidan's Anglican Girls School. So that's the field across the line in quarter-final number 2 of the Schoolgirls single scull. Qualifiers Sadie Schlicht, Holly Fleming, May Wayne and Annika Goodluck in race number 507.
And the time there, 8:22 compared with 8:20 for Lucy Yabsley. And Bigamar doing those 6.23, 1.66, 4.69. And we move on to the third quarter-final of the Schoolgirl single scull. Again, the first 4 will progress through to the semi-final. In lane 1, we have Sarah Wake from Bundaberg North State High School, coached by Ashlyn Chapman. In lane 2, Eliza Jenkins from Cardinia International College, coached by Anita Whitehouse. In lane 3, Sienna Becker of Lords Hill College, Queensland. In lane 4, Ella Stryker of Elizabeth College, Tasmania. In lane 5, Matilda Cocker of Farn School, Tasmania. In lane 6, Sarah Thomas of St Mary's College, Tasmania. She's coached by Declan Martin. In lane 7, Rio Smith of Sacred Heart College, Geelong, Victoria. And in lane 8, Emerson Martin of All Hallows School, Queensland, coached by John Pettigrew.
It was the Farn School who led here at the halfway point of this particular race. I don't think this time rowing in the distinctive orange boats, but it certainly is Matilda Cocker there in the white boat. In fact, now coming through 1,500 metres as well, and she does lead it by a couple of lengths from Eliza Jenkins in second place for the Cardinia International College, and then Rio Smith third for Sacred Heart, who's also raced here a lot this week in the colours of the Corio Bay Rowing Club from Geelong. And Sienna Becker at this stage has herself in the all-important 4th spot from Lewis Hill College in Brisbane, and she has a narrow lead over Sarah Thomas, and we'll have to keep a watchful eye on her. Sarah Thomas there from St Mary's College of Tasmania, who again were the school we thank for providing the presentation tray holders on Thursday and Friday's racing, and we thanks St Patrick's College of Launceston for undertaking the same important role today down in the presentation area. But it is a good lead here to one of the local scullers, Matilda Cocker from the Farn School of Hobart, who's got, it looks like, a couple of links on the rest of the field. who are battling out for the other 3 qualification places. Still looks pretty comfortable for Eliza Jenkins of Cardinia International College, who was the B final winner, so 5th overall at the head of the Schoolgirls regatta. Rio Smith from Sacred Heart Geelong, who won the Year 10 single scull at that regatta after having a victory last year in the double scull as well. So a very successful rower in the last couple of years, at least on the home waters of the Barwon River, but now transferring that form also to Lake Barrington. St Mary's, but the yellow boat alongside Rio Smith is Sarah Thomas, who's moving through quite strongly here, as is also the lane 3 sculler, Sienna Becker from Lewards Hill. So I think it's going to get interesting, certainly for the final qualification spot. It's a comfortable lead, but to the sculler out in front on lane number 5 in, I think it's the black and orange colours there of the Farn School from Hobart, who are leading well here. Matilda Cocker, a very, very comfortable qualification coming up for her, but 4 scullers across the course behind her. Jenkins, Becker, Thomas and Smith. One's going to miss out. Jenkins will get there for Cardinia, very close behind her. Oh, especially for 3rd, 4th and 5th. It'll be, I think that Rio Smith has taken the next qualifying spot, and maybe just Sarah Thomas ahead of Sienna Becker. Very, very tight for 4th and 5th place, but certainly it was Matilda Cocker first for Farn, Eliza Jenkins then for Cardinia, 3rd Rio Smith of Sacred Heart. It does look like at this stage, unofficially, St Mary's. Sarah Thomas will take out the 4th and final qualifying spot. Sienna Becker maybe just missing out for Lewards Hill College. Sarah Wake will be 6th for Bundaberg North State High School. Ella Stryker 7th for Elizabeth College of Tasmania. And Emerson Martin of All Hallows in 8th position. Great racing there, Lizzie.
Fantastic racing. So confirming that no doubt at all about Matilda Cocker taking out the 3rd quarter-final in the Schoolgirl single scull to progress through to the semi-final. And then very close indeed, Eliza Jenkins of Cardinia International College. We think Rio Smith of Sacred Heart Geelong in 3rd, and Sarah Thomas of St Mary's College in 4th. They're the 4 that progress through to the semi-final. 5th, Sienna Becker, Lords Hill. 6th, Sarah Wake, Bundaberg. In 7th, Ella Stryker of Elizabeth College, and in 8th, Emerson Martin of All Hallows College. And the time again, 8 minutes 22. Same as Sadie Schlicht from Strathcona in the previous quarter-final.
Yeah, great racing here with this huge field, and here comes quarter-final number 4.
In quarter 4, we have Sophie Evans from Shalom College in Queensland in lane 1, coached by Ryan Barber. In lane 2, Zoe Hutchison of Manning Valley Anglican College, coached by Murray Doust. In lane 3, Hannah Johansson of Ferny Grove State High School and the Queensland Academy of Sport, coached by Augustin Rodero. In lane 4, Elizabeth Moss of Guildford Grammar School, Western Australia. In lane 5, Emma Johnson of St Patrick's College, Tasmania. She's coached by Andrew Hull, Marcus Tonelli and William Riley. In lane 6, Elizabeth Robson of Corowa Anglican Girls' School, coached by Ailish McGrath and Jane Robinson. In lane 7, Maggie Stafford of Brisbane State High. And in lane 8, Lucy Hall from St Catherine's School, New South Wales, where she's coached by Jared Watson, Annabelle McIntyre and Olivia Bartram.
A strong field here, certainly, in this 4th and final quarter-final of the Schoolgirls at single scull. But Emma Johnson has led this race pretty much since the early strokes for St Patrick's College of Launceston too. And Emma Johnson, coached by Andrew Hull, Marcus Tonelli and William Riley, as we mentioned, doing great work today with the important trade holding duties in the presentation area as well. So Johnson first, Johansson in 2nd place for Ferny Grove State High School up in Brisbane. And then again, as it was in the previous quarter-final, a good race behind for 3rd, 4th and 5th spot. But we have seen Elizabeth Robson in that top 4 all the way down the course. She's the head of the Schoolgirls champion from the Barwon River a couple of weeks ago now. So she sits there in lane number 6. At this stage, still in one of the qualifying spots. Zoe Hutchinson from Manning Valley Anglican College in lane 2, and Elizabeth Moss at Guildford Grammar in Perth look to be the 2 contesting the final qualification spot. So Maggie Stafford of State High, Lucy Hall of St Catherine's Sydney, and Sophie Evans of Shalom College from Bundaberg on the close side of the course. But once again, we've got a clear leader out in front, and then a very good race after that. for the remaining qualifying spots. Just 4 spots remain in the semi-finals here of the Schoolgirl single scull. Those semis will be contested later on this afternoon before our sprint regatta hits the water at about 3:30. So the semis will take place just before, in fact, the lunch break this afternoon. And they certainly will include here Emma Johnson of St Patrick's College from Launceston, who's the comfortable race leader. But have a look behind her now, Elizabeth Robson there of Corowa. Hannah Johansson of Ferny Grove State High School. Manning Valley Anglicans, Zoe Hutchison, and the red boat there from Guildford Grammar is moving up quickly to Elizabeth Moss there, trying to get up into the top 4 spots as Emma Johnson goes across and takes the win. Second place will go to Hannah Johansson of Ferny Grove State High School. Elizabeth Robson will get third, and that red boat will indeed take the 4th and final qualifying spot. A great finish by Elizabeth Moss of Guildford Grammar, just edging out Zoe Hutchinson from Manning Valley Anglican College in 5th. And as was the case in a couple of these quarterfinals, a very close top 5, and then a gap back to the remaining 3 scullers, who'll be led here by Maggie Stafford of Brisbane State High School in 6th. 7th will go to Lucy Hall of St Catherine's, and 8th, Sophie Evans of Shalom College.
Confirming that from the 4th quarter-final of the Schoolgirl single scull, Emma Johnson will progress through to the semi-final. She's from St Patrick's College, Tasmania. Second was Hannah Johansson from Ferny Grove State High School. Third, Elizabeth Robson from Corowa Anglican Girls. And such a narrow victory, Elizabeth Moss from Guildford Grammar. Zoe Hutchison from Manning Valley Anglican College. She's having a great regatta, but she just missed out by just less than a second. In 6th, Maggie Stafford of Brisbane State High. In 7th, Lucy Hall of St Catherine's School, New South Wales. And in 8th, Sophie Evans of Shalom.
Yeah, half a second there from 4th to 5th. And the previous, I think it was about 0.58 as well from 4th to 5th. So we've had some very narrow cut-offs here for the all-important 4th spot. And 3 of our quarterfinals recording times in the 8-minute 22 range. So
yes, that one was
extremely
as
close
well.
together.
Yes. It's going to be exciting in the semi-finals.
Absolutely.
Oh, there's going to be some heartbreak. That's later on today, folks, so don't go anywhere. And now we have the Schoolboy single scull semi-finals. The first 4 will progress through to the A final. The remainder will go to the B final. In this race, we have Ollie Dowling from Scotch Oakburn in lane 1, coached by Jim Wilson and Dandy Dick. Liam Mackay of Townsville Grammar School in lane 2, coached by Erin McGuffey. Luca Bazzina of the King's School Parramatta in lane 3, coached by Michael Smith. Owen Johnson of Brisbane State High School in lane 4, coached by Tom Riles and Jacinta Edmonds. Cameron Schmidt of Canberra Grammar School in lane 5, coached by Alex Hill. Dylan Lee of Sydney Secondary College in lane 6, coached by Isaac Shepherd. Nicholas Halulos from Norwood International High in lane 7, coached by Brenton Terrell. And Oliver Whaling Kane of Rockhampton Grammar School in lane 8.
And already at the 1500 metre mark in this first of 2 semi-finals, Cameron Schmidt, the race leader for Canberra Grammar School, on lane number 5. Owen Johnson for Brisbane State High School is in 2nd place, so it is the 2 centre lane scullers there, and quite a gap back they have got to the rest of the field. Owen Johnson, coached by Tom Riles and Jacinta Edmonds. Mentioned a few times this week, State High had a very successful GPS Head of the River with their first 8 placing in 3rd position, which was their best finish since 1978 in that regatta up at Lake Warralong. And Tom Riles, the coach of that crew, also here, yes, coaching Owen Johnson along with Jacinta Edmonds. So it is Johnson of State High, Schmidt of Canberra Grammar, clearly our top 2 here. And then across towards the far side of the course, it looks like Nicholas Halulis from Norwood International High in Adelaide, Dylan Lee of Sydney Secondary College, and maybe also Ollie Dowling here of Scotch Oakburn coming down the spectator side of the course. Looks the only one who can upset the top 4 here, and Cameron Schmidt of Canberra Grammar still with a narrow margin over Owen Johnson from Brisbane State High School as they come into the closing strokes. The State High sculler in a very bright shade of pink there I've not seen before in the State High colours, but it's going to be maybe just the sculler from Canberra Grammar holding on. They'll hit this very close together, but it's just Cameron Schmidt, Canberra Grammar first, Owen Johnson second for State High, both comfortably through to tomorrow's A final of the Schoolboy single. 3rd place will be the sculler in lane 7 there from Norwood International High. That is Nicholas Halulis 3rd, and 4th also through is Dylan Lee of Sydney Secondary College. 5th will be Scotch Oakburn, Ollie Dowling. And then behind him we have Liam Mackay from Townsville Grammar, Luca Bazzina from the King's School, and Oliver Whaling-Kane of Rockhampton Grammar School.
Progressing through to the A final from this first semi-final of the Schoolboy single scull will be Cameron Schmidt from Canberra Grammar School, Owen Johnson from Brisbane State High School, Nicholas Halulos from Norwood International High School, and Dylan Lee from Sydney Secondary College. 5th, Scotch Oakburn, Ollie Dowling. 6th, Townsville Grammar's Liam Mackay. 7th, King's School Parramatta, Luca Bazzina. And 8th, Rockhampton Grammar's Oliver Whaling-Kane. The winning time provisionally 7:21.51. The first margin 0.28. The second semi-final of the Schoolboy single scull is now in progress, with Petar Simkovic of the Newtown High Performing Arts School in lane 1, coached by Isaac Shepherd of Leichhardt Rowing Club. In lane 2, Tyler Fitzpatrick of St Bernard's College, Victoria, coached by Mark Dwyer. In lane 3, Jason McKenzie of Brisbane State High School. In lane 4, Tom Redman of Adelaide High School, coached by Harrison Lindner. In lane 5, Henry Maining of the Friends School, Tasmania, coached by Ian McMahon. In lane 6, Joseph Lane of St Joseph's College, Sydney. In lane 7, Angus Robertson of Geneva Christian College, Tasmania, coached by Neil Myers. And in lane 8, Archer Buick of Unity College, South Australia, coached by Ben Porty and Peter Newell.
We saw at Brisbane State High School, Sculler almost pinch semi-final number 1, and they're leading here in semi-final number 2 through Jason McKenzie in lane number 3, who had 4.44 seconds, in fact, at the 1,000-metre mark, ahead of the Friends School, Henry Maining. They're in second place, and also lane 7, Angus Robertson from the Geneva Christian College, which we worked out yesterday was in Latrobe, just down the road here from Lake Barrington, so a very, very local school with a very international sounding name. So that's our top 3, and the all-important 4th spot looks to be with possibly Adelaide High at this point, lane number 4. And also lane 2 there, Tyler Fitzpatrick of St Bernard's College in Melbourne. He's an Essendon Rowing Club member, is Tyler Fitzpatrick. So that looks to be our top 5, certainly, with, again, only 4 spots available here through to the final. But Jason McKenzie pretty comfortably clear here, about 2 and a bit lengths, in fact, over Henry Maining of the Friends School, who's across there now in second. And yes, it is the Essendon Skull there, Tyler Fitzpatrick, coached by Mark Dwyer, racing here for St Bernard's College, who is up into 3rd. Angus Robertson then 4th for Geneva Christian College. And 5th is Tom Redman of Adelaide High, who has got some work to do over the concluding section of the course. We look from above, and you can see a couple of those sculls getting a bit close on their stroke side to the line of boys, especially, I would think, Angus Robertson there from Geneva Christian College, although was the most local of the field here. I think he knows this course and conditions fairly well here.
Yeah, some of the scullers have said to me that the actual lane boys are quite small, and so if it gets a little bit choppy, and then when the sun comes like it is now, it gets difficult to see where the lane boys are. So a couple of scullers have mentioned to me that they've been very fearful that they're actually out of their lane, and then they get to the finish line and realise they're not, they're okay. But,
yeah, so very low to the water, the boys, it appears. Yeah. Well, certainly.
We wouldn't want this sport to be made easy, though, would
no,
we?
No,
we don't want
exactly
any
right.
lily-livered people coming in and doing it.
No, not in rowing, definitely. But they've all steered a pretty good path through the boys, regardless. These scullers here in semi-final 2 of the Schoolboys single scull, and it is still the Brisbane State High School sculler, Jason McKenzie, who leads here. No coach listed, but I have to assume that Tom Riles once again involved here, who's coaching both boys and girls at Brisbane State High School now and doing an extremely good job there. Second place looks like I go to Henry Maining of the Friends School as well. And those two about 2 lengths clear as they come across the line. So Jason McKenzie first, Henry Maining in second place. Plenty of support here for the Tasmanian sculler, I think, too, in second place. Third will go to the Victorian St Bernard's College. Tyler Fitzpatrick is through to the final tomorrow. And also In fourth place, the sculler from Geneva Christian College, Angus Robertson, who moves through in a qualifying spot, just missing out Tom Redmond of Adelaide High. Sixth and seventh will be tight on the finish line. That grey boat, I think, of St Joseph's, Joseph Lane, will just take out sixth spot. Seventh to Newtown High of Performing Arts, Peter Simkovic, and Archer Buick, eighth for Unity College. So the field is set now of the 8 boys who will look to replace Will Rogers, who won this race last year for the King's School as the Australian champion in the Schoolboys at Single Scull.
He's got other jobs to do now. He's moved on up to university. So just confirming, in the second semi-final of the Schoolboys Single Scull, the 4 progressing through to the A final are Jason McKenzie of Brisbane State High, Henry Maining of the Friends School, Tyler Fitzpatrick of St Bernard's College, Victoria, and Angus Robertson of Geneva Christian College. Progressing to the B final, Tom Redman of Adelaide High, Joseph Lane of St Joseph's College, Peter Simkovic of Newtown High Performing Arts, and Unity College South Australia sculler Archer Buick. The winning time provisionally 7 minutes 28.05. The margins 4.15, 4.63. That compares with 7:21 in the previous semi-final. Well, we're moving from boys sculling to girls sweep or rowing, and we have semi-finals in the Schoolgirls Coxed 4. Again, the first 4 will progress to the A final and the remainder to the B final. In lane 1, we have Loreto College Ballarat with Jessica Main, Amelia Phillips, Sophie Robertson and Avery Clark, coxed by Bethany Atherton, coached by Craig Smith. Unley High in lane 2, Scarlett Shanks, Felicity Cox, Georgie Twelfthtree and Eleanor Nettlefold with Harriet Williams coxing them. They're coached by Daniel Ralph. Kinross Walleroy are in lane 3, Sienna Wilkin, Ruby Lego, Jemima Scammell and Maggie Kirby with Emily Carrow coxing them. They're coached by Andrew Gannon. The Geelong College crew of Stella Benson, Ruby Jane Roberts, Mackenzie Pugh and Hannah Dunton, coxed by Lexi Kemp and coached by Pam Westendorf, are in lane 4. The Canberra Grammar School crew of Sophia Smith, Nellie Byron, Estella Robertson and Hannah Griffiths, coached by Sevilla Matz and coached by Kendall Brody, are in lane 5. In lane 6, the Wilderness School of South Australia, Jessica Felsted, Ella Smart, Emily Powers and Alexandra Sandow, coxed by Sophie Proudman, coached by Nikki Pluchinski and Kat Werry. In lane 7 from Ballarat Grammar, Lily Geddes, Briley Walker, Addison Maxted and Olivia Beachy, coxed by Matilda Whitehead and coached by Andy Tyndall. And in lane 8 from Ballarat Grammar, Alice Booth, Bess Morrison, Cleo Tyndall, Clara Watson and their cox Lucette Ashmore, coached by Andy Tyndall. 3 Victorians.
Yeah, 3
4 Victorian
yes,
crews.
And,
you are so strong in sweetboard women's
3
rowing.
from Ballarat, of course, predictably as well in this particular race. So 2 crews from Ballarat Grammar School. Worth noting that the lane 7 crew is a Division 1 crew from Ballarat Grammar School, and the crew beside them in lane 8 is a Division 2 crew. And for Loreto College Ballarat, this crew in this race is a Division 2 boat, and their Division 1 crew is in the next semi-final to come down, and that'd be one of the favourites for this event. But it is the other Victorian crew from the Geelong College who leads under the leadership, of course, of very experienced Australian rower Pam Westendorf. This is half of the Geelong College first 8 who finished second at the head of the river a week ago now. It was at Ngambie Lakes. There was a strong crew there from the Geelong College, just ahead of Canberra Grammar School there beside them, and also the Wilderness School there from Adelaide, in fact, up there with the mix, in fact, as they come through the 1,500 metre mark. I'm not sure we're getting a full set of times for these crews, so we'll look out the window instead and see as they come down. It is the lane 4 combination here, which is, yes, Geelong College from Canberra Grammar next to them. Ballarat Grammar School certainly a good chance here at in lane 7, but we'll have to watch out for Kinross Walleroy and also Unley High from South Australia. The Wilderness School there for Adelaide in lane 6, are back a bit on the course with Loreto Ballarat lane 1 and Ballarat Grammar School the far side of the course. So it looks like a pretty clear-cut top 4 here with the Geelong College just leading it from Canberra Grammar School. then Kinross, Walleroy, Unley High, and maybe just a late chance here for Ballarat Grammar School towards the far side of the course, but they'll have to move quickly. It is the Geelong College boat out in front here. 4 boats to go through to tomorrow's A final of the Schoolgirls Cox 4, and the Geelong College will take the win by about 3/4 of a length here, so a good win to them over the crew from Canberra Grammar Lane 5 in second place. Third, a good finish from Unley High of Adelaide, and fourth to the blue boat of Kinross Walleroy, so just missing out. It'll be the 3 Ballarat crews, in fact, coming across in order. Lane 7, Ballarat Grammar School 5th. Lane 8, Ballarat Grammar School 6th. And lane 1, Loretto Ballarat, will finish in 7th. And 8th place will go to the Wilderness School from Adelaide.
What a race. Great row there. Beautiful rowing from Geelong College. Congratulations to Pam Westendorf. Your crew go through to the the A final in first position. Second, Canberra Grammar School. Third, Unley High School. And fourth, the Kinross Walleroy School. And progressing now to the B final will be Ballarat Grammar, the crew from lane 7. Ballarat Grammar, the crew from lane 8. Loretto Ballarat, and the crew from Wilderness School, South Australia. The provisional winning time for Geelong College, 7 minutes 25.55. The margins 2.2, 2 and 1. So pretty close. The second semi-final is now in progress. In the Schoolgirls Coxed 4, we have Janet Zarno in lane 1, Madeline Stewart, Georgie Kerr, Sophie Carter and Alice McGrath, coxed by Sienna Wheeler and coached by Thomas Fisher. Loretto Kirribilli of Sydney in lane 2, Eva Eels, Avery Bramble, Grace Woodward and Chloe Allsop, coxed by Lulu Warren and coached by Gareth Deacon. In lane 3, the Division 1 Loretto Ballarat crew of Meg Lynch, Isabella Rosato, Olive Lanyon and Mia McTeague, coxed by Eliza Dodd and coached by Craig Smith. Queenwood School are in lane 4, Zara Taylor, Madeline Walk, Gemma McLaren and David Thompson, coxed by Melody Yin, coached by Kieran Glynn and Ella Davidson. In lane 5 from the Wilderness School, South Australia, Millie Entwistle, Isabel Jackson, Gia Rinaldi, Imogen Hawker and Chloe Trim. They're cox, coached by Nikki Placzynski and Kat Werry. Queenwood School in lane 6, Lucinda Doku, Natasha Hughes, Isabella Kennedy and Grace Bennett, coxed by Zara Milner, coached by Kieran Glynn, Ash Fitch and Zoe Keating. Scotch Open Tasmania are back for more. In lane 7, Abigail Saunders, Bridie Findlay, Emily Lee Atherton and Georgia Villahus, coxed by Lily Clark and coached by Greta Brown. And Roseville College of Sydney are in lane 8, Emma Dupree's, Abigail Kelly, Chloe Franklin, Grace McKinley and Alex Davies, their cox, coached by Gonzalo Briones. So this these two Queenwood crews have just taken out the silver medal, I think it was, in the under 19-8 earlier.
Yes.
Yeah, that's certainly the stern 4 there in lane 4, and I think it's the bow 4 there, certainly most of the bow 4 anyway in lane 6.
So back on the water in pretty quick succession after that previous race that was won by Geelong Grammar School, of course. So we saw the under 19-8, but all the action happening in the centre of the course, and it is the New South Wales schools in the ascendancy here. Loretto Kirribilli, who have been drawn alongside Loretto Ballarat to make our lives more interesting, but it's Loretto Kirribilli who do lead the race through the 1,000, and they've extended that to, it looks like, at the 1,500 metre mark now. They've got quite a substantial margin on Queenwood, or half of that Queenwood 8 in that second place, and then the race behind for third and fourth. Very interesting indeed, but yes, Queenwood there in second place on lane number 4. Loretto College from Ballarat in the bright yellow colours in lane 3, and the Wilderness School lane 5 will be fourth. The Loretto crew, the head of the lake and head of the Schoolgirls winners, and also the state champions, or half the state championship under 19-8. So a good combination from Loretto College, Ballarat, who were the dominant Schoolgirls school in Ballarat this year in those hard-fought regattas on Lake Wendouree, and the Wilderness School in fourth place, United, coached by Nikki Placzynski and Kat Werry, both Nikki Placzynski has had success in this event in recent years with Ballarat Clarendon College, but now across coaching in Adelaide, and joined by Kat Werry, a former student from Ballarat Clarendon College. So if we can't claim the win, we'll claim any connection we can in these South Australian crews as well.
Shameless, you Victorians, shameless.
Absolutely, but it's going to be, it looks like a New South Wales 1-2 coming up here, still with 250 metres to go, so plenty can happen here, but it's the top 4 who will go through, and Loretto Loretto Kirribilli, I should say, ahead of the Queenwood School. They continue to be our top 2 now with about 180 metres to go. Crew from Loretto Kirribilli, Eva Eels, Avery Bramble, Grace Woodward, Chloe Allsop and Lulu Warren, coached by Gareth Deeg. And Avery Bramble, Lizzie, the daughter of Larissa Biesenthal, who's been a long time part of the Australian rowing program.
She has indeed, and great to see Avery following in her mother's fine footsteps. Larissa, Olympic medalist for Canada.
Absolutely, and tight finish coming up here. It looks like Loretto Kirribilli of Queenwood may be making a late surge. They're both going to go through in any case in first and second spot. Then the Wilderness School on the outside might just have got past Loretto College from Ballarat, but all 4 crews going through to tomorrow's final. So it's Loretto Kirribilli first, Queenwood second, the Wilderness School third, and Loretto Ballarat in 4th place. Then back to the crew across towards the far side of the course there in lane number 8. So it is Roseville who will take out 5th position. 6th will go to Genazzano. Crew beaten by Loretto Ballarat in the head of the Schoolgirls back into 2nd place. And it will then be Queenwood's 2nd crew finishing in 7th, and Scotch Oakburn of Launceston will take out 8th position.
So we can confirm then that the crews progressing through to the A final from this semi-final of the Schoolgirls Coxed 4 will be Loretto Kirribilli, Queenwood School, the crew stroked by Eva Thompson, the Wilderness School South Australia, and the Loretto Ballarat crew. Moving to the B final will be the crew from Roseville College, Sydney, the Genazzano crew, Queenwood's 2nd crew, and the crew from Scotch Open, Tasmania. Winning time 7 minutes 28.85. A bit of a change here. Now we've got a repechage of the club women's coxless 4, so no cox steering them. First 4 will progress through to the final. The rest will drop out of the event. So we already have crews earmarked for the final. Here we've got University of Queensland in Boat Club in lane 2, Sydney Rowing Club in lane 3, Adelaide Rowing Club in lane 4, the University of New South Wales in lane 5, Banks in lane 6, and Mercantile Rowing Club in lane 7. So we've got crews here that can be a mixture of schoolgirls, students, could even be masters, club rowers.
Yep, very open to almost all categories of rowers for club events.
You must not be currently nominated for the under-23 or senior team. That's the
nor
requirement.
have competed in the previous year at that level as well. So yes, just
which is fair.
Yes, exactly. It does lead to some great racing and some intense competition between the clubs, and also leads to no composite crews, which makes our life much easier as well. So 6 crews, all from one club, as they make their way here down the course. So they're well past halfway as well, and it is the Adelaide Rowing Club who are out in front here, who last time we checked were atop the medal tally for this regatta, although battling closely with UTS Haberfield for that honour. And then Sydney Rowing Club sit in 2nd place at this point as well.
Ooh. Pretty good Adelaide Rowing Club. So we've got Celia Cowan in this crew, Victoria Seidel, Anna Collins and Alexis Derogi. So they're currently sitting in 1st place. Sydney Rowing Club battling them on the medal table and battling them in this event as well. Just 4 seconds behind them at the 1,000 metre mark. That's the crew of Emily Over, Lara Val, Leah Dardis Green and Isabella Niven, coached by Lachlan Carter and Flo Griffiths. Sitting in 4th at the moment, the crew from lane 5, University of New South Wales Rowing Club. Great to see them here. Annabelle Singh, Elizabeth Raffin, Olivia Zago and Lisa Matthews, coached by Justin Quickly and Chris Burns. They have been wonderful all season. University of New South Wales, they're just so great to have around. Great spirit. University of Queensland are currently sitting in 4th position. Zoe Rossiter, Olivia Richardson, Felicity Bishop and Willa Dunbar, coached by Sally Keogh and John Pettigrew. Yep, the crew from Banks is in lane 6, Octavia Thompson, Shervis Teng, Sherdin Teng and Janice Kelderman. And currently in last position, Mercantile Rowing Club crew of Eloise Adam, Jemima Dryden, Grabby Price and Athena Speranzas, coached by Zoe Fettig-Wynn.
Yeah, so it's Adelaide Rowing Club out in front here on lane number 4. And then Sydney Rowing Club Lane 3 would be second. 4 crews here will go through from this field of 6 as we can see our race leaders about to come through the 1750 metre mark. So 1/8 of the race remains, 250 still to go. And Adelaide Rowing Club still well placed. They're currently second on the medal tally, in fact, but it's fairly tight there with UTS Haberfield, Adelaide Rowing Club, and to our co-commentators delight, Sydney Rowing Club stalking them in 3rd place at this point. And I know they've got high hopes in this event too. This is one of 2 crews from Sydney Rowing Club in the club women's coxless 4. The other crew already through to the final. They'll also form the bow 4 of the Sydney Rowing Club 8 that will row the Club 8 races later on in this regatta as well. So lots of activity to come in the club events here, but the top 4 are going to go through: Adelaide, Sydney, University of New South Wales, and something of an interesting battle up between the other 2 crews, University of Queensland lane 2 and Banks over in lane 6, who start to get moving in the pink colours. I don't know that Mercantile can qualify from here. There was only a small gap. University of Queensland leading Banks at the 1500 metre mark, and it looks similar now too as they fight for the final qualifying spot, but no such concern for the Adelaide Rowing Club. They'll be through 2.5 lengths clear of Sydney Rowing Club lane 3 in 2nd place. So those 2 crews through to tomorrow's final. The club women's coxless 4th, 3rd place to University of New South Wales, and it does look like Banks will get the better of the last 500 metres and just go through by about a canvas ahead of the University of Queensland. So Banks Rowing Club from Melbourne take the 4th and final qualifying spot in the club women's coxless 4. University of Queensland finish 5th, and Mercantile will finish in 6th place there in race 514.
So congratulations then. The final 4 to go into the final of the Club Women's Coxless 4 are Adelaide Rowing Club, Sydney Rowing Club, the University of New South Wales and Banks. Dropping out of the event now are the University of Queensland Boat Club crew and Mercantile. The provisional winning time was 7 minutes 37.24. The margin 6.94, 2.58 and 6.01. And now we have the repechage of the club men's coxless 4, and again the first 4 will progress through to the final. In lane 1 we have King's College from Queensland, Connor Martin, Mitchell Nelson, Toby Goffsasson and Oscar Newbury. There's Toby. He's a para rower. I wondered where he was. He's rowing for college. Good for him. In lane 2 from Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club, James Forsyth, Connor O'Dwyer, James Shaw and Charlie McCure, coached by Paul Blanchfield and Richard McClure. In lane 3 from Buckingham Rowing Club, Sebastian Anderson, Oliver Hart, William Latheran and Hamish Klein, coached by Hamish Johnston. The UTS Haberfield crew have scratched, much to the delight of Adelaide Rowing Club. In the lane 5 we have the Mercantile Rowing Club crew of Benjamin Whitney, Jackson Morrish, Benjamin Cool and Nicholas Andrew, coached by Tim Frederico. Melbourne University Boat Club are in lane 6, Beppy Daly, Nick Adkins, Patrick Rochek and Ted O'Malley, and Mercantile Rowing Club have another crew, they're in lane 7, of Alex Tomanovitz, Lachlan Wilmot, Cameron Baird and Oscar Tyrrell, also coached by Tim Frederico.
The wind certainly has come up in the past hour or so, Lizzie. Well, we've been in the sanctity here of the finish tower, but I'm told it's now grotty outside officially, so the wind blowing somewhat across the course. We can see the waves, a little bit of ripples on the water at least from the high shot, and some of these crews also struggling a bit with their steering to stay inside their lanes. We've mentioned a few times over the course of the morning, but with just over 500 metres to go, it is there's 4 Victorian crews in this repechage, and certainly 3 of them look very much set to go through. Mercantile lane 5, Melbourne Uni in 6 and Mercantile lane 7, so we had a fusion crew before between those 2 clubs in the 8. Here they're racing in more of a sandwich situation with Mercantile either side of Melbourne University, so you can draw your own conclusions from that.
Are you hungry, Richard? Are you hungry? First fusion, then sandwich.
It is almost time to run downstairs for an early lunch.
You haven't turned into Roger Wilson, have you? You're not going to call for a hamburger from the commentary tower, are you?
Look, I learnt many things from Roger, but possibly eating while commentating is not one of the easiest things to do.
Thank you. We'll from your co-commentators, thank you.
Exactly right, but it is certainly Mercantile out in front here. Roger would love to see 3 Victorian 4s out in front here in this race. So Mercantile from Melbourne Uni from Mercantile, and a chance also for Wendouree Ballarat. They do trail it, but from Buckingham in the race for 4th here at Buckingham Rowing Club there from Hobart in Tasmania. So a local crew who probably have the 4th qualifying spot for now. King's College, of course, from up in Brisbane. in lane number 1 there as well. And then the crew from Wendouree Ballarat. So I think it might be too much of a challenge there for the crew in red and white from Lake Wendouree to move through here in this club event, but certainly it'll be strong for the Victorian crews on the far side. So Mercantile lane 5, Whitney, Morris, Cool, Andrew, Melbourne Uni lane 6, Daly, Adkins, Rochek and O'Malley, and Mercantile lane 7, Tomanovitz, Wilmot, Baird, Cyril. The 3 crews here. Melbourne Uni containing our mystery Italian, the mystery no longer, of course, Patrick Rochek, who won Australian Henley a few weeks ago, but also won a World Cup regatta last year for Italy in the lightweight single scull, and it was a world champion a couple of years ago in the lightweight quad as well for Italy, so a well-credentialed rower there now in Melbourne Uni colours. But the win here will go to Mercantile lane 5. They are through to the final of the Club Men's Coxless 4. Melbourne University doing it pretty easily, just holding off Mercantile too late in the race. The second Mercantile crew will take out third on lane number 7. A good race for fourth, but here Buckingham just holding on. The yellow colours, the yellow boat should just edge out King's College from Queensland. They'll get through by half a length and qualify for the final of the Club Men's Coxless 4. 5th place goes to King's College, and 6th is the crew from Wendouree Ballarat. And Lizzie, I'm off to find something to eat, and after you we'll have Chris McCarthy and Stuart John.
Confirming then that from the repechage of the Club Men's Coxless 4, the 4 crews progressing to the final will be Mercantile's Rowing Club's crew of Whitney, Morris, Cool and Andrew. In second position, Melbourne University Boat Club. In third, the Mercantile crew of Tomanovitz, Wilmot, Baird and Tyrrell. And the 4th qualifying boat is from Buckingham Rowing Club. Dropping out of the event now, the King's College crew and Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club. Welcome back, Chris McCarthy. Got some exciting Schoolgirl double scull races here.
Yep, semi-final 1 of the Schoolgirls double scull into what Richard very correctly described is now a bit of a grotty headwind here at Lake Barrington. We saw maybe just a touch of a headwind in the early races of the day, but nothing too likely to affect racing. It then got beautifully flat conditions for our first round of A finals in the under-21 women's eights, the under-23 men's eights. It was a great showing, and the wind has now picked back up to slow down conditions here in the Schoolgirl double scull. So a little bit of an extra challenge as we welcome back to the commentary box Stuart John.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, that's headwind just making things a little bit tricky, and you can see there as the rowers coming forwards really having to make sure that they're keeping their blades off the water as they head on through. So in this race, we've got All Hallows in lane number 1, Evie Kendall and Amelia Moore. St Patrick's Townsville, Georgia Cresswell and Holly Wilkie. In lane 3, also from All Hallows, Zoe Ball and Zara Hilton. Lane 4 from Brisbane Girls Grammar, Pia Hatzapetru and Holly Fleming. In lane 5 from Lauders Hill College, Matilda Dammers and Elodie Lee. Lane 6 from St Brendan Shaw College, Eloise Fieldwick and Matilda Spalding. Lane 7 from Stuart Home, Elkie Jensen and Tyra Jensen. And lane 8 from Perth College, Grace Blair and Elia Al Massey. So
It would come as no surprise to see up in the contention for these semi-final spots Zoe Ball and Zara Hilton from All Hallows up in Brisbane. We saw both of them race in the double sculls for Commercial Rowing Club in separate combinations in the under-17 doubles. Zara Hilton claiming the gold medal in that event. Zoe Ball finishing 6th place in Commercial's second combination in that, and currently running in 3rd place. Top 4 to progress, and that top 4 looking like St Pat's Townsville, Lords Hill, All Hallows and Brisbane Girls Grammar, and then some way back to the trailing 4 of Brendan Shaw, the locals, second All Hallows crew, Stuart Home and Perth College in 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th.
yeah, it's 4 Queensland crews out in front at the moment. So 6 Queensland crews in this semi-final, with 1 from Tasmania and 1 from WA. So St Patrick's Townsville, Lauders Hill, All Hallows and Brisbane Girls Grammar. As we just have a look there to the crew from Perth College, that's Grace Blair and Elia Al Massey. And as you say, Chris, that headwind well and truly just coming up now. So we will start to see some slower times. They come through the 1,000. It was a 4:35.66, so on track for a little bit over 9 minutes, which is a fair amount slower than we would expect to see in normal flat conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. The locals there from Brendan Shaw, Lewis Fieldwick and Matilda Spalling have been out on the water today, and they'll certainly be able to compare the conditions. They had beautiful conditions for the under-19 quad final that they raced in an hour or so ago, and two athletes from Mersey Rowing Club now in the Schoolgirl double, and finding things a little bit trickier now, as it looks like they'll progress to the B final.
It has been the way all regatta. It's every time we go to the younger crews with the smaller boats, that's when the headwind comes up. For the bigger boats, for the bigger athletes, it's been a tailwind. It's been absolutely lovely. But now that we're into the Schoolgirl doubles, it's just picked up a wee bit.
Yeah, well, we might see a change to that, though, because I don't see these conditions easing in the next hour or so. And we do have some lightweight big boats, under 21 women's quad, under 21 men's 8, under 23 women's 8. Pretty much the opposite genders of everything that we saw in the first block of this morning's racing. And I don't think they're going to get the quick conditions that we saw in the early session.
So just having a look here as they pass through the 1,500, it's still St Patrick's, Townsville, Cresswell and Wilkie with the lead ahead of Ball and Hilton from All Hallows. Lauder's Hill, Dammers and Lee ahead of Brisbane Girls Grammar, Hatzapetru and Fleming. So they're our 1, 2, 3 and 4. Looking very comfortable out in front there, as it is a bit of a gap back to the locals from Brendan Shaw College. And then so it's nearly 15 seconds back to 5th. All Hallows, the second crew, that is Evie Kendall and Amelia Moore back in 6th. Stuart Home, Elke and Tyra Jensen in 7th. And then Grace Blair and Eliam Almasi from Perth College in 8th.
Yeah, the first All Hallows crew of Ball and Hilton moving up into 2nd. We'll see if they can challenge for the win here. The two girls from Commercial Rowing Club, two of their club mates. Rowing in a few of their club mates actually got in the next race, another All Hallows crew, as well as Brisbane Girls Grammar, which all those girls competing, or almost all those girls, I think, competing in a part of that very large commercial under-17 squad. So good for them to be up here and competing very well in the open school-aged events as well.
Yeah, we've seen some big crews and some big successes for Commercial. We've seen it for Mossman Rowing Club, a few from Glebe Rowing Club as well. So some of the names that we haven't necessarily seen at the upper levels, but certainly at the junior levels, with some big squads and some great successes.
Yeah, none of those high-performance clubs, they're not denoted as getting that high-performance funding or anything, but all of them with massive squads of really talented junior athletes that I'm sure we'll be seeing. Those names aplenty in the coming years. These All Hallows girls, looks like they've brought it down a little bit, but still moving. Both leading crews have possibly just brought their rate down a little bit in the closing stages of this race. The girls from Northern Queensland still leading from All Hallows, and the gap probably shrinking a little bit between the leading 4 and the trailing 4, but I don't think anything will change here. In the final few strokes of the race, the combination that we could see on the screen there of Georgia Cresswell and Holly Wilkie, coached by Harrison Parks, they'll be the first crew to book their spot in the A final of the Schoolgirls double scull. All Hallows, Zoe Ball and Zara Hilton in 2nd place will join them. And then next across the line, the Purple Blades of Lords Hill. So 3 Queensland crews, and we'll make it a 4th as Brisbane Girls Grammar's Pia Hatzapetru and Holly Fleming join them in the A final. The B final will be populated first by Brendan Shaw from Tasmania. And then the crew on the far side, the Stuart Home School up in Queensland. All Hallows, their second crew, Evie Kendall and Amelia Moore in 7th. And in 8th place will be the combination on the far side of the course there from Perth College.
Confirmation of the win for St Patrick's, Townsville. They'll go through to the final of the Schoolgirls double scull. In 2nd place, they'll race for the Shelford Cup. 2nd place, and joining them in the final will be Zoe Ball and Sarah Hilton from All Hallows, Matilda Dammers and Elodie Lee from Lauder's Hill College, and Pia Hatzapetru and Holly Fleming from Brisbane Girls Grammar, with the rest going through to the B final. As we move back down the course, and our race on the screen at the moment is the second semi-final of the Schoolgirl Double Scull. Lane number 1 from the Pembroke School in South Australia, Matilda Liu and Evie Barris, coached by Amanda Sparks. Lane 2 from Brisbane Girls Grammar, Olivia Mitchell and Emma Bond, coached by John Pettigrew. In lane 3 from Corowa Anglican Girls School in Victoria, Nellie Whitehouse and Mia Tan, coached by Ailish McGrath and Jane Robinson. In lane 4 from Brisbane Girls Grammar School, Lily Nolan and Genevieve Davies, coached by Ross Batho. In lane 5 from All Hallows School, Isabel Patterson and Danielle Watt. Lane 6 from Trinity Lutheran College in Queensland, Isabella Roberts and Molly Lomax, coached by Eric Rowan, Olivia Georgopoulos and Georgica McKinnon. In lane 7 from Kinross Wallaroi, Isabel Grout and Sophie Loof, coached by Andrew Gannon and Emma Fessy. And lane 8 from Guildford Young College in Tasmania, Zoe Brooks and Abby Smith, coached by Sean Finlayson. So out in front, it is All Hallows, Patterson and Watt ahead of Nolan and Davies from Brisbane Girls Grammar, and then Trinity Lutherans, Roberts and Lomax. Not a lot to pick between our first 3 crews. You can see them up on the screen at the moment. And then trying to break it, we've already had the 4 Queensland qualifiers for the Schoolgirl Double Scull, and the only crew not from Queensland that's in the running at the moment are the crew from Kinross Wallaroi, that's Grout and Loaf over in lane number 7. So Brisbane's Girls Grammar leading by a boat length over All Hallows, and then another boat length back to Trinity Lutheran College. And then coming through now, we've got the Kinross Wallaroi crew in lane number 7, and then they are about half a boat length ahead of Corowa Anglican Girls. So trying to stop that all Queensland dominance. It's 7, as things stand, it would be 7 out of the 8 finalists for the Shelford Cup would all be from Queensland.
Yep, and a great many of them are members of that commercial rowing club program. So, almost going to be an entirely Queensland final. It looks like it won't be, as the trailing crew is from Kinross Wallaroi in New South Wales, and the 3 behind them not from Queensland. The last Queensland combination, Olivia Mitchell and Emma Bond from Brisbane Girls Grammar, a little way off the pace at this stage. But our top 3 at the moment, Lily Nolan, Genevieve Davies from Brisbane Girls Grammar, you can see on the left-hand side of your picture. Just really running nice and within themselves. Looks like they've turned things off in the closing stages of this race. All Hallows, Isabel Patterson, and Danielle Watt sitting second, Trinity Lutheran in third, Roberts and Lomax, and then Isabel Grout and Sophie Loof from Kinross Wallaroi running 4th at the moment, and they'll be unchallenged for that 4th place, it looks like, as they have just started to move away from the South Australians on the near side of the course in lane 1, and also the Tasmanians, Brooks and Smith, in lane 8.
So it's still Brisbane Girls Grammar leading out All Hallows and Trinity Lutheran College. So you can see the All Hallows crew on the screen at the moment. So that's Isabel Patterson in the bow seat and Danielle Watt at the front in the stroke seat. They're sitting nicely in second place. The crew from Brisbane Girls Grammar, Lily Nolan in the bow and Genevieve Davies in the stroke seat. And as you say, Chris, certainly very strong junior program out at Commercial Rowing Club as they come up now towards the finish line.
Yeah, Lily Nolan, who is in the bow seat of this crew about to win this second semi-final, will join her national champion doubles partner Zara Hilton from the previous heat in the A final, representing Brisbane Girls Grammar in this occasion. All Hallows, Patterson and Watt second. Trinity Lutheran make it a Queensland 1, 2 and 3. And very close in the end, Kinross Wallaroi just losing out to the Victorians, Coro Anglican Girls, Nellie Whithouse and Mia Tan, edging out Kinross's Grout and Lulf for 4th place in that last spot in the A final. Kinross to the B final there. Crew on the mini side of the course there in lane 1 from Pembroke School, Lou and Barris in 6th place will progress to the B final, as will the red boat on the far side of the course from Guildford Young, so Brooks and Abby Smith. And rounding out this second semi-final before we move back or move to the schoolboys in just a moment will be a second Brisbane Girls Grammar School bookending this race.
So confirmation of the win for Brisbane Girls Grammar ahead of All Hallows, Trinity Lutheran and Corowa Anglican Girls. Moving on to the schoolboys double sculls, the first semi-final, Radford College Lane 1, Marist Lane 2, St Augustine's Lane 3, Pembroke Lane 4, Wendouree Ballarat Lane 5, Trinity Lutheran Lane 6 and Gibson Grammar in Lane 7. And Chris, they're coming up now into the final stages.
Yep, almost at the 1750 metre mark at the moment. We can see our top 4 breaking away from the rest of the field here, but none of them look to be switching things off in the late stages. The crew from South Australia, Jeremy Yu and Alex Lee from Pembroke leading, but a little bit of overlap to the boys from the Northern Beaches of Sydney, St Augustine's Rory Parker and Hamish Wise, who did very well in this event at the Schoolboy Head of the River. And they currently have maybe just a little bit of overlap still back to another bright green coloured crew, Trinity Lutheran from Queensland, and Wendouree Ballarat running 4th. So saw some Queensland dominance in the schoolgirls, but 4 separate states vying for the A final here of the schoolboy double scull.
Yeah, the top 4 to go through to the final, and they're looking pretty set. It's Pembroke Schools, St Augustine's, Trinity Lutheran and Wendouree Ballarat, with a bit of a gap back then to the 2 ACT schools, Marist College, Radford College, and then to the men from Sale in Gibson Grammar back in 7th place.
Yeah, so top 4 with Trinity Lutheran maybe just pushing in the closing stages, but it will be as it was when we joined the race a couple 100 metres ago. The crew from South Australia, Pembroke Schools, Jeremy Yu and Alex Lee, take the win in this first of 2 semi-finals in the schoolboy double scull. St Augustine's Parker and Wise in 2nd. Heron and Cullen from Trinity Lutheran in 3rd place. And then back to Wendouree Ballarat, Joshua Roberts and Harrison Grant. They will, all 4 of those crews progress to the A final. Left to race the B final will be Marist College, Sparrett and Dale, Radford's Keeling and Beswick, Gippsland Grammar's Courtney and Ray to round out race 518 as we move to the second semi-final of the schoolboy double scull, and a bit of a contest that we've been waiting to see for a little bit. The 2 pairs of brothers going stroke for stroke here in this semi-final.
Absolutely. So in lane 1 from Newcastle Grammar, we have Logan Harmon and Edward Baker. Lane 2 from Christian Brothers College in South Australia, Alex Evans and Samuel Thornton. Lane 3 from Pembroke School, Ted O'Mahony and William Harvey. In lane 4 from Western Heights College, that first pair of brothers, Taj and Xander Bailey. And then in lane 5 from Northern Beaches Secondary College, Floris and Tobias Elias. Lane 6, Townsville Grammar, Liam Mackay and Finn Pacey. And then lane 7 from Cathedral School up in Townsville, Nathaniel Talbot and Riley Hibble. So it's through the early stages here, and we had Floris and Tobias Elias out in front ahead of the Bailey brothers from Western Heights College.
Yeah, we saw the Baileys, Western Heights College rowing as Corio Bay this morning in a quad scull with not Floris and Tobias Elias, but 2 other Mossman Rowing Club scullers, Ewan Humphreys and Leighton Showman, and took a silver medal, I believe, in the under-17 coxed quad. Now racing up against another pair of very talented scullers from Sydney's Northern Beaches, Floris Elias and Tobias Elias. Tobias, the under-19 national champion in the single scull, and joining up with Luke Purdy to make it the double scull as well, and racing in the coxless quad today and finding themselves on the podium as well. So currently the Eliases from the Baileys. So the Baileys with a couple of years to the junior, with both of them racing in the under-17 aged category.
But still keeping track of the Elias brothers. They're not letting them get too far ahead. As you say, certainly Tobias Elias with that little bit of extra age here in the schoolboy event, but the Bailey twins not letting go. And you'll see them, it's a slightly different Zudi to what we've seen them come down, as you say, because they are rowing as Western Heights College, not as Corio Bay.
Yeah, race for the last 2 qualification spots is very interesting though. Townsville Grammar in Station 6, Liam Mackay and Finn Pacey currently getting the better of things in that race. It's some way back from our leading 2, 22 seconds in fact,
at the third timing point. But Tom O'Mahony and William Harvey of Pembroke just narrowly on their tail, and so that would complete the top four. But we have a challenge from Queensland, Cathedral Townsville's Nathaniel Talbot and Riley Hibble on the far side in lane 7, and Christian Brothers from South Australia, Alex Evans and Samuel Thornton on the near side of the course in lane 2. So there's currently 4 crews, Townsville Grammar, Pembroke, Cathedral and Christian Brothers, who are vying for those last 2 spots in the A final. It'll be the Northern Beaches secondary crew that we can see on the screen there, Floris Elias and Tobias Elias, the 2 brothers who have had such a successful week already and a successful day as well, who will take the win here in the Schoolboy double scull. The second set of brothers here, Taj and Xander Bailey from Western Heights College, and also rowing for Corio Bay throughout the week. They'll be first and second, but this race for third and fourth is well not over yet at this point. A few crews just struggling in steering and some dirty strokes in the closing stages of this race. The crew on the near side of the course there from Christian Brothers steering out of their lane, and I think that'll put them out of contention for that qualifying spot. The Tasmanians on the far side, or rather not the Tasmanians, the crew from Townsville starting to, 2 crews from Townsville in the lanes next to each other. Townsville Grammar currently looking best set to run third ahead of Cathedral Townsville. So the 2 crews from far north Queensland making it 3 and 4 will be Townsville Grammar there ahead of Cathedral Townsville for the spots in the A final. Pembroke School in South Australia, the 2 South Australian crews there finishing 5th and 6th and will contest the B final, as will Newcastle Grammar School in 7th.
It's a confirmation of the win for Northern Beaches Secondary, Floris and Tobias Elias. The winning time there, 7:53.99 compared to 8:17.10 in the first one. So certainly the red-hot favourites. Taj and Xander Bailey from Western Heights College finishing in second, ahead of Liam Mackay, Finn Pacey from Townsville Grammar, and Nathaniel Talbot and Riley Hibble from Cathedral Townsville all go through to the A final, with the rest going through to the B final. As we move on back down the course, it's the under-23 lightweight women's quad sculls. So on the screen at the moment. So in lane number 3, we've got a Canned, Walford Anglican and Swan River composite. So a melange there of Madeline Rogers, Elsie Griffith, Olivia Masters, Millie Campbell. In lane 4, we've got an ANU Toowong Black Mountain North Esk. It's officially the Licorice All Sorts, Jasmine Axman Friend, Ronya Stucker Ashby, Tiggy Wake and Ruby Gray. Lane 5 from Banks, Sydney and Toowong, Vic Binns, Alice O'Toole, Neve Tierney and Ellie Brennan. And then lane 6, we have a Townsville and James Cook University Commercial, UTS Haberfield and University of WA composite of Isabella Utley, Sarah Berricree, Georgia Mortimer and Nisha Hammond. And I think, Chris, that might just about be the longest composite name. That's a heck of a Scrabble hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Townsville and James Cook University is certainly a very long name for a club, as is University of Western Australia and UTS Haberfield. So all combining there to just make sure we're kept on our toes up here in the commentary box. But it is that Banks composite with Sydney Rowing Club and Toowong, Victoria Binns from Sydney in the bow seat, Alice O'Toole from Toowong in the 2, Neve Tierney from Sydney in the 3 seat, and Ellie Brennan from the Banks Rowing Club in the 4 seat. As the crew, the ANU composite in lane 4 with Toowong Black Mountain North Esk really struggling with their steering now in the third 500. They've just moved out of their lanes. They're correcting, but I think they've maybe corrected too much, and that might cost them a chance at a silver medal. The Cairn composite with Walford Anglican and Swan River also coming out of their lane now, but have just moved through up into provisional silver medal positions. So certainly these crews struggling with the windy conditions, but the crew that is currently leading, the crew from Banks, Sydney and Toowong. We've seen these girls feature many, many times so far this week. Victoria Binns and Neve Tierney rowing the double scull together. Alice O'Toole with, I think, a silver medal in the under-21 lightweight single. Ellie Brennan on that podium as well, I believe. And that is the combination who are striding out to an all-the-way race lead at the moment. Good solid 2 or 3 lengths in front, but in these tricky conditions, I certainly wouldn't count out a grandstand finish as the ANU composite just get back in front of the Canned composite on the near side of the course. Townsville and JCU and Commercial, University, UTS Haberfield and the University of WA sitting in 4th place at the moment out of the medals, as the ANU crew still struggling with the steering now. The blue-decked boat there in the centre of your picture, they're straight now, and we'll want to keep it that way as they enter about 350 metres to go. Just holding off the canned crew on the near side of the course.
When they get that boat straight, they're moving it a little bit quicker than that canned composite over in lane number 3. But both the crews, as you say, Chris, just having some issues with the steering. The ANU composite will see Ronya Stacker-Ashby and Ruby Gray rowing for the ACT in the Victoria Cup tomorrow. They'll be making their ACT debuts, but just sitting just ahead. And again, we're just seeing some steering issues. So I reckon there's just a little bit of a cross breeze that's not helping matters at the moment.
Yeah, I think these girls, normally the quad goes pretty straight, but in these conditions where it's just starting to be, as we said, an unhelpful, well, it's always unhelpful with a head breeze, but a few white caps starting to emerge, and you know, catching just a couple of little rogue waves will really upset the steering of these boats and perhaps take the girls on the strings by surprise. But the crew, who contain 4 members of 4 different Victoria Cup crews, Vic Binns in the South Australian crew, Alice O'Toole in the Queensland crew, Neve Tierney in the New South Wales crew, and Ellie Brennan in the Victorian crew, have managed to keep out of trouble and steered a perfectly straight line, as they should, in this under-23 lightweight women's quad scale. And it will be the Banks, Sydney and Toowong composite that are national champions in this event for 2025. The ANU composite have, although seen some struggles down the course there with the steering, they do manage to keep in front of the canned composite, who threw everything at it in the second half of that race and will collect a bronze medal for their efforts. The Townsville JCU, Commercial, UTS Haberfield and University of Western Australia Licorice All Sorts composite will finish in 4th place.
Confirmation of the win for the Banks composite in a time of 8 minutes 19.83, and then they were just under 7 seconds ahead of the ANU composite in 2nd place, and the canned composite in 3rd ahead of the Townsville and JCU composite in 4th place.
Yeah, and a very exciting race in prospect up next. So we stay with the lightweights, move to the final of the Open Lightweight Men's Coxless 4. This will be a good preview for the Penrith Cup tomorrow afternoon. We've got a couple of the, actually we've got 4 of the Penrith Cup crews in their entirety on the start line, Stuart.
Yeah, look, in lane 2, we've got a Swan River Fremantle University of WA composite, so we'll see them rowing for the Black Swans: Ethan Bromley, Oliver Cliff, Jacob Cassie and Michael Orton, coached by Olivia Jones. In lane number 3, we've got the Army Rowing Node India. There's such a strong crew in these lightweight events, and that's Sunny Kumar, Iqbal Singh, Babalal Yadav and Yogesh Kumar. In lane 4, we've got the New South Wales crew from Newcastle University, UTS, Nepean and Sydney University. So that is William Gregory, Jason Waddell, Nicholas Mathua and Luke Purdy, coached by Robert Black and Peter Warne. In lane 5, we've got a Commercial Toowong composite of Nicholas Langford, Thomas Daly, Samuel Daly and Harry Dixon, coached by Alex Field and Jacinta Edmonds. And lane 6 from Adelaide University and Adelaide, it is Jonathan Mackay, Beecher Ross, Kyle Miller and Daniel Wasema. And they are now underway in the Open Lightweight Men's Coxless 4s. A great race in store for us, and it looks like Army Node India off to a fantastic start.
Yep, the Indians took the win in the Open Lightweight Men's 8 yesterday that almost everyone in this field was competing in. The Adelaide crew, the South Australians on the bottom of your picture, just coming dangerously close to that Indian crew that has got a brilliant race lead in the early strokes. And the South Australians will have to correct their course quick smart there, or they'll be in all kinds of trouble for the late stages of this race. But it will affect them nonetheless, as they will row an extra few metres. And every time we put the rudder on in these boats, it's like putting a little handbrake on. And in these slow conditions, that is the last thing you'll want to do.
You do not.
We see a little bit of steering from the New South Wales crew as well in the crew. So rather, that's the Swan River composite on the near side that's just struggled with their steering. And then the New South Wales crew in lane 3 has actually drifted
or lane 4 has drifted into lane 3, rowing in the wash of the Indian crew. So there'll certainly be a lot of work to do for the Welshmen. But on the far side of the course there, the South Australians, which I think is actually 3/4 of their Penrith Cup crew.
Yeah, Hugo Worm's missing, I think, from that one.
Yep. And they've moved out to half a length over the West Australians, but it is still the Army Rowing Node India at the 500-metre mark, who have stolen a march on the field here and almost a boat length's lead. A lot of work to do for the Welshmen as they correct that early steering, and a good couple lengths off the pace now. The Queenslanders in lane 5, Langford, Daly, and Dixon, who are currently running 4th. I think that New South Wales crew, once they get their steering straight, probably look a little bit quicker than the Queenslanders. In fact, just have moved in front. I think the New South Wales crew will be the only crew that has raced together previously. They raced at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta a few weeks ago, but that was in absolutely beautiful conditions and struggling in the tough conditions here. But the Army Rowing Node India crew of Sani Kumar, Iqbal Singh, Babalal Yadav and Yogesh Kumar, who are certainly looking very unbothered by these tricky conditions.
They are just looking very clean. They've got the ADF rowing oars there, so you'll see there they're the colours of the Australian Defence Force, so a collaboration between the Army Rowing Node India and the Australian Defence Force. As we go back to the South Australians at Adelaide University Composite, and again, looking quite nice there in second place, battling it out with the South Australians, with the Western Australians, sorry, for that silver and bronze medal. The West Australians there on the screen from the University of Western Australia. That's Bromley and Cliff, and they're moving forwards to Jacob Casey from Fremantle and Michael Orton from the Swan River Rowing Club. The New South Welshmen now looking like they've just managed to move out ahead of the Queenslanders back in 5th place. So a lovely little preview going on here, and it's so important, isn't it, Chris? But as you mentioned, with the headwind, the last thing you want to be doing is adding in an extra 50 metres or so. Yeah,
and a few of these crews have done that. In fact, almost all of these crews have added in a little bit of extra mileage to the 2,000 metres of Lake Barrington here, as we see the Army Rowing Node India leading from the Swan River Composite on the near side of the course. The South Australians on the far side, trailing them only narrowly, and the New South Welshmen some way back, but appear to be moving well, so a lot of work to do for them if they want to get up on the presentation dais. Luke Purdy will be looking for his second national championship medal of the morning. He won the under-19 men's quad in a licorice all sorts composite very early in the morning, and here rowing in the New South Wales Penrith Cup for a hit out ahead of tomorrow afternoon's racing.
Yeah, Army Rowing Node India, it's the only crew that hasn't had any steering issues so far, and they are the leaders at the moment, ahead of the Western Australians sitting in second place. Half a boat length up from the South Australians, and then it's back to the New South Welshmen, and then Queensland a little bit further back again. And New South Wales again just moving across into the wash of the Army Rowing Node India crew, so they want to be getting that back into the slightly cleaner water, although I guess with that headwind, it's not going to make much of a difference if you're in the wash of another crew or not, because it's just tricky.
Yeah, I think especially as they move out of the wash, that disturbed water, you don't get as good a grip on it on the oars, and therefore it's you don't steer straight when you're in that wash, even with the headwind. For something to be slightly different on each side, they'll feel that. But moving back into their lane now with a lot of work to do in the closing stages. But the crew on the far side of the course from South Australia, 3/4 of the South Australian lightweight 4 to contest for the Penrith Cup tomorrow, with designs on a silver medal here. The West Australians will, as they look over to their left, will be very cognizant of the challenge coming there from the other side of the course. It is the Indians who continue to lead here. I'm not sure we're going to get the grandstand finish that we so desire in the lightweight 4s. Maybe I've just jinxed it and then we're going to get it, and that'd be brilliant. But all these crews really struggling with the steering out on the course here this morning.
Well, what I'm seeing at the moment, Chris, is that where the West Australians have moved up to within a boat length of the Army Rowing Node India, and New South Wales, now that they've got their steering sorted, they're moving up to within a boat length of the South Australians. So we may well yet be in for that grandstand finish. It's not going to be a super quick time given the headwind. But we can see there might just be a little bit of overlap between the West Australians, Army Rowing Node India. There's certainly an overlap between the South Australians and the New South Welshmen. And again, the New South Welshmen just having some dramas with that steering. But into the final 250 metres, the Army Rowing Node India, they've led right from the start. But here come the West Australians, Chris.
Yeah, the West Australians now with almost a canvas of overlap, so they're coming home strong and throwing the kitchen sink at it. It's actually the Indians that we've seen with quite a number of sprint finishes throughout the weekend, so we'll see if they've got enough in the tank to hold off this challenge. The Indians that have steered the course perfectly have kept themselves out of trouble the entire way down the course. They've responded now. The New South Welshmen starting to get a look in on the battle for third, but a lot of work to do in the closing stages of this race. The Army Rowing Node India have seen trouble from all sides as they start to just a little bit of steering from them in the closing strokes, but I don't think it'll affect them. It'll be another national championship in the lightweight sweep events for the Army Rowing Node India, who will cross the line in first and claim the gold medal. The West Australians will take home the silver. The South Australians will fend off a late charge from New South Wales for the bronze. New South Wales in 4th place. And the crew from Queensland out of the race for medals there in 5th.
And I think our winners may just have enjoyed that a little bit. Army Rowing Node India, the Australian champions for 2025 in the open lightweight men's coxless fours. The silver going to the Swan River Fremantle University of WA composite, and the bronze to the Adelaide University and Adelaide composite. As we move to the presentation dais for the presentation of medals for the Under-23 Lightweight Women's Quadruple Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Rowing Western Australia CEO Daniel Tackenberg. In 3rd place, and bronze medalists representing Cairns, Walford Anglican School and Swan River. Madeline Rogers, representing Walford Anglican School. Elsie Griffith, representing Swan River Rowing Club. Olivia Masters, representing Walford Anglican School. And Millie Campbell, representing Cairns Rowing Club. In 2nd place, and silver medalists, a composite of the Australian National University, Toowong, Black Mountain and North Esk rowing clubs. Jasmine Axman Friend, representing North Esk. Ronya Staker Ashby, representing Black Mountain. Tiggy Wake, representing Toowong Rowing Club. And Ruby Gray, representing the Australian National University. And our champions and gold medalists for 2025, representing Banks, Sydney and Toowong Rowing Clubs. Representing Sydney Rowing Club, Victoria Binns. Representing Toowong Rowing Club, Alice O'Toole. Representing Sydney Rowing Club, Neve Tierney. And representing Banks Rowing Club, Ellie Brennan. They're coached by Alex Field and Lachlan Carter. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our champions and medalists in the Under-23 Lightweight Women's Quadruple Sculls. As we are now underway in race number 522, it is the Under-21 Women's Quad Scull Final. Lane 1, we have a Surfers Paradise Commercial and Toowong Composite. Lane 2, Adelaide University. Lane 3, North Esk and Melbourne University. Lane 4, Buckingham and Tasmania University. Lane 5, ANU Sydney University. Lane 6, West Australian, Swan River and Fremantle Composite. Lane 7, Mercantile, and Lane 8, Rockhampton, Fitzroy and Maroochy River.
Yeah, and if you are a local here in Tasmania, this is certainly a race that you're going to want to keep your eye on, as we see a perfect chevron down the course, and all crews maybe a little bit better steering than what we saw in the last race here in the under-21 women's quad scull. The crew that's currently leading is the crew right in the centre of your picture there, afforded that centre lane by being the fastest qualifier through in the heats. The Buckingham Composite, Matilda Cocker from Tasmania University Boat Club, along with Olivia Yeats of that same club. Lana Edwards from Buckingham and Poppy Kennett of Buckingham as well, who have a boat length lead now at the 500 metre mark, who they won the heat of this in incredibly easy fashion. And the ANU Sydney Uni crew sitting in second place at the moment. That's the crew fourth from the top of your picture, or rather third from the bottom of your picture, with the blue decked hull, who I think now sitting back in third place.
Yeah, that ANU composite, Mia Booth, Alice McCready, Brooklyn Leslie, Talia Turnbull. Talia Turnbull in the stroke seats, only 17 years old, racing in the under-21 quad sculls. We saw her in the under-21s with Brooklyn Leslie in the doubles as well. So a very talented young athlete. We just have a look there.
Racing the double sculls, and fifth place in that event, and a few from this field contesting that event. The leading Tasmanian crew with Olivia Yeats and Alana Edwards, who won that event in fine form as well. And as the crew to their left, that ANU composite on their left-hand side just makes a little bit of inroads through about 650 metres as they're approaching the 750 metre mark. You can see the Tasmanians on the field there. You can see the colours of the Sydney Uni Boat Club sitting in the bow pair of that ANU composite. Two girls from the Australian National University in the stern pair. They're hunting down the early race leaders. You see the West Australians on the far side. West Australian Rowing Club, Swan River and Fremantle Rowing Clubs that are currently sitting in third place, or were at the 500 at least, and is still very, very close in these under-21 women's quad sculls. We could see a challenge from the medals coming from anywhere as these girls hit their mid-race rhythm. Another local crew there from North Esk, with Melbourne University in the stroke seat in the form of Lily Barker, or form of Layla Hucker in the Melbourne University crew sculler there.
Buckingham and Tasmania University just extending out that lead. It's been ebbed and flowed throughout that second 500 metres, but they're now a couple of seconds ahead of ANU and Sydney University. The West Australian composite sitting in third, Adelaide University in fourth. Don't count them out for a medal. North Esk, Melbourne Uni back in fifth, then Mercantile and the Surfers Paradise composite, and then back a little bit further to the Rockhampton, Fitzroy and Maroochy River composite, as we see just that the local crew from Buckingham and Tasmania University just extending that lead out, and now Sydney University ANU under pressure from a couple of different sources. The West Australians in lane number 6, and then a couple across from them, the Adelaide University in lane number 2, putting on the pressure. Mercantile up on the screen at the moment. The battle at the front is fascinating, though. The locals starting to pull away.
Yeah, the locals haven't been, as we see, a big crab in the ANU Sydney Uni crew there, and that will be a massive opportunity for the South Australians and the West Australians either side of them, and fantastic to get that on the drone coverage as we see the complexion of this race completely change from one stroke to the next. You can see that ANU Sydney Uni crew. Often when we can see a crab like that, that surge of adrenaline hits straight away, and they can really get that boat back up to speed quickly. Probably helped by the headwind as well. It's not as much of a jump to get the boat right back up to speed, and they've actually regained second place very quickly there. So a great recovery as the crew on the near side of the course, the Swan River composite, the West Australians, maybe just sneak through up into silver medal contention. So three crews now who, it was the ANU crew who looked like they were making inroads on the locals who were the early race leaders, and now they are stuck in a tense battle for the minor medals, and their steering's off as well. There's a crab on one side that's going to affect their steering. We saw it in the last race. Once that steering's off in these tricky conditions, it is so hard to get it straight to a point where you don't need to touch it again, as the Buckingham Tasmania University crew stride out to a 6-second lead now. They would have loved seeing that crab go on behind them, and they are in every bit the good position to win this event now. The ANU crew. We had in third at the 1500 metre mark, but it is incredibly tight. I would ignore those margins on the screen. Adelaide Uni on the far side, on the right-hand side of your picture, or on the near side of the course rather. ANU Sydney University in the centre of your picture. The West Australians on the right-hand side. Any one of these three crews could end up in the silver medal position. Any one of these three crews could end up without a trip to the presentation dais in about 350 metres time.
It is the locals, Buckingham and Tasmania University, with the lead. This is going to be a very popular win if they're able to hold on to this one over the final 250 metres. But as we just saw, a quick crab or a dirty stroke can change the complexion of things immensely. Adelaide University, they've got some talented rowers. They'll be appearing for South Australia in the Women's Youth 8s, the Bicentennial Cup, coming up tomorrow. It is the push on. They're sitting in second.
Another crab from the ANU crew. That's going to be very difficult to recover from in these closing stages. I think the West Australians there on the near side of the course may have just done enough to get themselves up into silver medal contention. It'll be very hard for the ANU Sydney Uni crew to get them back onto the podium now. A very difficult race from the girls from New South Wales and Canberra, but it is the locals from the Buckingham and the Tasmania University boat clubs who are going to take an all-the-way win here. They've kept themselves out of danger in the under-21 women's quad scull. The South Australians on the far side of the course starting to come back, or the West Australians on the far side of the course coming back on the South Australians. It'll be the Tasmanians who take the win in the under-21 women's quad scull. Cocker, Yeats, Edwards and Kennett are the national champions in this event for 2025. The South Australians have kept themselves out of trouble and will claim a silver medal, and it will be the West Australians who come through for the bronze at the finish. The ANU Sydney Uni crew, a tough race there to finish in 4th place outside of the medals. Close for 5th, but Mercantile will best Sydney, North Esk in that contest. It will be the crew on the near side from the All Queensland composite crew in 7th place here in a thrilling under-21 quad scull.
A fantastic race there from the locals. It's a win to Buckingham and Tasmania University, the national champions for 2025, with the silver going to Adelaide University and the bronze to the West Australian Swan River and Fremantle Composite. As we move on to the presentation of medals for the Open Lightweight Men's Coxless 4 Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Rowing Australian Capital Territory President Kent Peters. In 3rd place and bronze medalists, and Adelaide University and Adelaide Composites. Jonathan McKay, representing Adelaide Rowing Club. Beecher Ross, representing Adelaide University. Kyle Miller, representing Adelaide University. And Daniel Wasima, representing Adelaide University. Second place and silver medalists, a composite of Swan River, Fremantle and the University of Western Australia. Representing the University of Western Australia, Ethan Bromley. Representing the University of Western Australia, Oliver Cliff. Representing Fremantle Rowing Club, Jacob Casey. And representing Swan River Rowing Club, Michael Orton. They're coached by Olivia Jones. And our gold medalists and national champions for 2025, Army Rowing Node India. Their winning crew, Sunny Kumar. Iqbal Singh. Babalal Yadav. And Yogesh Kumar. They're coached by Lokesh Kumar and Anthony Patterson. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our champions and medalists in the Open Lightweight Men's Coxless Fours. So our next race is sponsored by Puralu Marine. It's the sponsors of the Under-21 Men's Coxed 8s.
And boy, Stuart, what a race we've been looking forward to the entire way through the season. Back on the National Championship program. Such a hotly contested event throughout the season. We saw some blistering times in the early stages in the heats racing of this event. Who have we got?
We've got Sydney University, Newcastle University Composite in lane number 1. Lane 2, Mercantile Rowing Club. Lane 3, Adelaide University. Lane 4, it's the West Australian Swan River Fremantle Composite. They'll row for WA tomorrow in the interstate. Lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 6, UTS Haberfield. Lane 7, it's a Fremantle Swan River West Australian Composite. And lane number 8, it's the University of Queensland, Sydney University and Surfers Paradise Composite. And it will please you immensely, Christopher, that Sydney Rowing Club have the lead early.
Yeah, Sydney Rowing Club, the New South Wales champions in this event. They got overhauled by UTS at the last meeting at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta a couple of weekends ago. This crew on the screen here, the Sydney University crew, they were bronze medalists at that New South Wales Championships event. They're currently sitting up in 3rd place as Sydney lead from the West Australian Youth 8. It was the Sydney crew and the West Australian crew who won the heats in this event. Both crews doing around the 5:40 mark. I think the WA boys been posted at 5:38 in the heats. We certainly won't be seeing a repeat of that given the conditions here.
So you can just see the Mercantile crew on the screen there in lane number 2. So as they went through the 1,000, it was Sydney leading things out. The West Australians sitting in 2nd place. The Sydney University, Newcastle University Composite in lane number 1 are sitting in 3rd place. And they're doing quite well at the moment. Adelaide University just on the screen there. They are a little ways off the pace. We can see UTS there in lane number 6. They're sitting back in 4th. And then it is the crews from Adelaide University and Mercantile having a battle paddle in lanes 2 and 3, and then across the field to the Fremantle Composite and the University of Queensland Composite.
Yeah, UTS currently sitting outside of the medals here, which would be somewhat of an upset for those who have been following the form guide here. A great row from the Sydney University crew on the left-hand side of your picture there with Newcastle University as well. That's the Sydney University crew of Finlay Mitchell, Jack Cullen, Alfie McLean, Angus Mitchell, Treffen Stamboli from Newcastle, Gus Zolka, Campbell Wickham, Will Rogers, Jono Yates, coached by Simon Huxley and Peter Warne, who are currently right in the contention to steal a medal from UTS. A bunch of these UTS boys already raced this morning in the under-23 8 and narrowly lost out to a very classy Victorian combination. We saw that they had a sprint in them at the line in that race. So can we see them overhaul Sydney University for a bronze medal at the end of this race? But there is no doubt about our race leaders here. The Sydney Rowing Club crew in the centre of the course leading that charge towards a national title in the under-21 8 for the first time. Jackson Gersoy, Ambrose Hennessy, Ben Muffet, Matthias Maloney, Thomas Maloney and Maxim Maloney, 3 brothers in the centre of this crew. Jimmy Harlow, Fraser Burdett, Seb Kladnik, the coxswain, coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robinson. They've been targeting this event the entire way through the season. They've been rowing in pretty much this combination since about November, where they had maybe a pretty average race at the New South Wales Reindeer Regatta, but that is well and truly in the past. These boys have been looking forward to this for a long time. Brooke Robertson was really keen to get the win in this event. There's been some rivalry between Sydney and UTS UTS, both on and off the water this year, and it looks like that's not going to trouble them as Sydney Rowing Club lead the West Australian Youth 8 across the line. We have just about 100 metres left to row, and it looks like Sydney Rowing Club will be the national champions. The West Australians will be second, but who's going to be third? Is it going to be Sydney University? I think Sydney University are going to hold up a late charge in the closing strokes here from UTS Haberfield, who in a shock result will finish off the presentation days here. Sydney Rowing Club, national champions in the under-21 men's 8. You can see how much it means to them. The West Australians finished silver, a great row from Sydney University Boat Club to claim a bronze there ahead of UTS, who will finish 4th. Adelaide University very close to 5th ahead of the second West Australian crew on the far side. Mercantile in 6th place, and the second Sydney Uni crew composite with Surfers Paradise and the University of Queensland for 8th place at the flag. Stuart, that delivered in spades. I've been looking forward to that one all year, and what a race.
Fantastic race there, and a win for Sydney Rowing Club in the under-21 men's coxed states, with the West Australian Swan River Fremantle composite finishing in second, and Sydney University, Newcastle University finishing with the bronze. As we move on to the presentation of medals for the under-21 Women's Quadruple Sculls Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Andrew Swift, Chief Executive Officer of Rowing South Australia. In third place and bronze medalists, a composite of the West Australian Rowing Club, Swan River and Fremantle Rowing Clubs. The crew of Isabella Edinger from Swan River, Emma O'Neill from Fremantle Rowing Club, Emma Pittman from Swan River Rowing Club, and Sinead Redding from the West Australian Rowing Club. They're coached by John Gearing, Mark Beer and Alex Thompson. Second place and silver medalists, Adelaide University. Their crew, Carolyn McNally, Anya Felderhoff, Daisy Holland, and Emily Lane. They're coached by Mitch Parker and Christine McLaren. And our winners and champions for 2025, Buckingham and Tasmania University. Representing Tasmania University, Matilda Cocker. Representing Tasmania University, Olivia Yates. Representing Buckingham Rowing Club, Alana Edwards. And representing Buckingham Rowing Club, Poppy Kennett. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2025 champions and medalists in the women's under-21 quad sculls. As we move down towards the start, it's our next 8's race just about to get underway, and it is the under-23 women's coxed states. So we have UTS and Adelaide Composite in lane number 2, the University of Queensland in lane 3, Sydney University lane 4, a Swan River University of Western Australia, West Australian and Canned Composite in lane number 5, Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6, and Melbourne University Mercantile Composite in lane number 7. And again, Chris, we're going to see some interstates, not quite some interstate previews, but certainly plenty of interstate representatives here in this race.
Yeah, the quality of these eights races this morning has been second to none. Absolutely loving it up here in the commentary box. The only thing I can take away is that we do still have a headwind, so we're not going to see some amazing times. But I do think maybe just easing slightly. I think we're going to go for bothersome headwind over grotty at the moment. Just slowing down the cruise.
From
probably one or too
grotty to
much.
bothersome.
Just bothersome, I think, at the moment. But we are away and racing in the under-23 women's 8. Not really too much form guide in this event in terms of previous 8s racing. Sydney University Boat Club have raced this 8 a number of times this season, the New South Wales Championships and the Review Gold Cup alongside their Open 8, so just showing the depth of that program. Sydney Rowing Club have rode similar combinations so far, and 4 of these girls did win, or 3 of these girls won the under-23 4 earlier in the week. Remy Mackay and Laura Cypher up there won the under-23 pair. Bella Scammell, Sophie Barr in the bronze medal position in that race, and they'll certainly, I think those pair will probably have an axe to grind and want to get a national championship under their belt.
Sydney were very quick off the line. So the whole crew is Remy Mackay, Laura Cypher, Ella Spalding, Lucy McLean, Talisa Noak Driver, Lilla Anderton, Sophie Barr, Isabella Scammell and Mietta Jones as their coxswain. So flew off the line. They're sitting ahead of the University of Queensland in lane number 3, and then the Melbourne University Mercantile Composite lane 7. So you could just about throw a blanket over 4 of these crews, but it is Sydney with that early lead.
Yeah, University of Queensland doing well to lead the race for second in the early stages. So that might be a bit preempting things, I think, given the slow conditions and how we can see things change. But Sydney Rowing Club with the look back on the field, looking to make it 2 8s races in a row potentially here, which I think would send them to the top of the medal tally. University of Queensland currently sitting in second place at the first timing point as we get those timings roll through. The Victorians in third, the Melbourne University Mercantile Composites of Romy Cantwell, Imogen Nation, Livia Nan, Jess Hawker, Anna Morrison, Meg Dumbrell, Chloe Nevin, Zara Lavery, who we saw pretty much all of those girls race in the under-21 8s for their separate clubs earlier on this morning. And we did see a fantastic row from the Victorian men's under-23 8 this morning to claim an emphatic win. But UTS Haberfield now on the near side of the course, getting into the hunt for that silver medal, as the Sydney University crew that we can see on the picture there with the yellow ribbons in their hair. But the Sydney crew has just broken out clear water over the rest of the field, only narrowly, but the race for the minor medals, there are 4 crews who could finish second or third in this race.
Yeah, it is absolutely on like Donkey Kong. It is the University of Queensland there, you can see on the screen. Plenty of talent in that one, plenty backing up from the Bicentennial Cup win last year. The crew of Scarlett Woodbury, Ruby Dollar, Astrid Thomas will see for Queensland in the Nell Slatter, Sarah Burke, Eliza Bridgefoot, Nancy Duncan-Banks, Alice Reddy, Tyler Hutton, Priscilla Russell, who was the coxswain in that Bicentennial Cup last year, and they're moving along quite nicely. Sydney University, Phoebe Teal, Zoe Bond, Alexandra O'Brien, Stephanie Prella, Sophia Whiteman, Tiffany Boter, Olivia Natty, Addison Rolls and Elizabeth Bolster as their cox.
Yeah, and as they approach the 1,000-metre mark, it is the Victorians who are doing well in that race for the second place position on the podium for the silver medal. Melbourne Uni Mercantile second through the 1,000-metre mark, narrowly ahead of University of Queensland, Sydney University and UTS Haberfield there. This UTS crew's primarily their under-21 8 that we I think saw race earlier on in the morning, but throwing in a little bit of horsepower there with Sarah Fard, who won the under-23 women's single earlier in the week, and Georgina Tager from Adelaide, who won the under-21 women's pair. So beefing up that crew, but at the moment just trailing in what's becoming a tight battle for the final position on the presentation dais between Sydney University, who are a little bit slower out of the blocks, and the University of Queensland there in lane 3. So the Victorians on the right-hand side of your picture seem to be separating themselves from the danger of missing out on the podium, but chasing down or hanging with the Sydney Rowing Club crew for the moment.
Yeah, look, there's and it's going to be interesting to see, Chris, with the headwind that we've got, where it's now back down to unhelpful, where with that headwind, the amount of times that our rowers have gone down the course, some of these women have gone down the course multiple times so far this regatta, and even though they're immensely fit, you just wonder whether or not into a headwind, does that mean the slightly fresher crews are the ones that are going to be able to hold on right towards the end. The gap between Sydney and the Melbourne University Mercs composite is now closing. Sydney University just a canvas ahead of the University of Queensland and the UTS Adelaide composite in lane 2. It all to play for over the final 500 metres.
Yeah, you mentioned about them being, some people being a little bit fresher. That'll come into play in just over an hour's time when we've got the open eights as well to see come down. A lot of these girls backing up into those open eights. I think some of them may not even leave the boat and just swap out a few crew members on their journey back to the start line. It is still Sydney Rowing Club by over 5 seconds now at the 1500 metre mark. The club that took 3 of the top 4 positions in the under-23 women's pair, and leading from the Victorians, the Melbourne Uni Mercantile crew there in the provisional silver medal position. Sydney University starting to distance themselves from the race for third place, and almost a boat length clear now of the University of Queensland. So each of these 3 crews starting to get themselves out of danger, and the UTS Haberfield crew is looking like 4th place might be twice in a row here. It's a very similar make-up to the under-21 eights that we just saw go past, where we saw Sydney win. The only difference would be that the Swan River composite in this race not featuring in the silver medal position. Instead, that looking to be the Victorians, but a Sydney University crew looking good for the bronze, and UTS in 4th. So a little bit of Groundhog Day in the under-23 women's eights. We could see UTS on the near side. Maybe they heard that and want to change that result. They're coming home with a wet sail now. They've really lifted their rate of striking and really throwing the kitchen sink at it. I think they're the fastest moving boat in that battle for the bronze medal, in fact. But Sydney Rowing Club don't look like they're going to be stopped out in front. That's the crew of Remy Mackay, Laura Cypher, Ella Spalding, Lucy McLean, Talisa Noak Driver, Leela Anderton, Sophie Barr, Isabella Scammell, Mietta Jones the cox, Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths the coaching team there. They're going to be the national champions in the under-23 women's 8. The Victorians, the Melbourne University and Mercantile crew, they'll finish in the silver medal position ahead of Sydney Uni for bronze. Sydney are national champions in the 23 women's 8. Melbourne Uni Mercantile for the silver, Sydney University for the bronze. UTS throwing the kitchen sink at it for 4th place, but it'll be the University of Queensland for 4th, UTS in 5th, and the West Australians are rowing back there in that pink Empacker in 6th place.
So a win for Sydney Rowing Club in the women's under-23 eights, and a provisional time of 6:59.95, just under 7 minutes.
I reckon that's pretty quick, actually, for the conditions.
For the headwind, it's extremely quick. Melbourne University and Mercantile composite in 2nd place, with Sydney University winning the bronze. As we move to the presentation of medals for the Under-21 Men's Coxed Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Rowing Australian Capital Territory President Kent Peters. In 3rd place and bronze medalist, a composite of Sydney University and Newcastle University. The crew of Finlay Mitchell, Jack Cullen, Alfred McLean, Angus Mitchell, Trefon Stamboli, Gus Sazolka, Campbell Wickham, William Rogers, and Jonathan Yates. They're coached by Simon Huxley, Peter Warren and William Raven. 2nd place and silver medalist, a composite of West Australian Swan River and Fremantle rowing clubs. Their crew of Oscar Lowry, Austin Vincent, Harry Selfinger, Jack Hansen-Naroy, Joshua Hankey, Harper Davies, James Young, Lachlan Brown, and Helena Hurworth. And our champions and gold medalists for 2025, Sydney Rowing Club. The winning crew, Jackson Gersoy, Ambrose Hennessy, Ben Muffin, Matthias Maloney, Thomas Maloney, Maxim Maloney, James Harlow, Fraser Burdett, and Sebastian Kladnik. They're coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2025 champions and medalists in the Under-21 Men's Coxed States. As we move back down the course for the Under-23 Men's Quadruple Sculls, in lane number 3, we have an Adelaide Surfers Paradise, Sydney University and Tasmania University composite. In lane 4, a Toowong North-Est composite. Lane 5, the University of Queensland, and lane 6, a Toowong and University of Western Australia composite. And it is the Adelaide Surfers Paradise, Sydney University composite and Tasmania University composite of Samuel Mounter, Hamish Danks, Ben Horsnell and Adam Holland, a very well-credentialed crew as Chris McCarthy takes over, and then you'll be in the lovely tones of Lizzie Chapman.
Yep, thank you very much, Stuart. We'll hope you can find something to eat ahead of the sprint races later on this afternoon. But it is this very well-credentialed Adelaide composite in Station 3 who are here leading very well in the Under-23 men's quad scull. Sam Mounter from Tasmania University Boat Club, Hamish Danks from Sydney Uni, Ben Horsnell from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, and Adam Holland from Adelaide. So 4-club composite, but a very, very speedy combination here. We've got Adam Holland, who won the Under-23 men's single earlier in the week. Hamish Danks, who came second in that race as well. And Sam Mounter, who came third in that race, as I'm joined up here in the commentary box by Lizzie Chapman, here to help me fill the gaps in my knowledge as we approach the last race of this block of A finals. We'll have a few schools races up next, and then another block of very, very hotly contested finals in about 45 minutes' time. It is the crew in that Empacker shell on the left-hand side of your picture leading. Close race for the silver medal, with the University of Queensland over in lane 5. That's the crew at the top of your picture that you can see there in the yellow Empacker, and the crew just below them in lane number 4, who have just moved through in the last 500 metres. The Toowong North-esque combination there of Moss Murphy from Toowong, Nick Barlow from Toowong, Cam Parker from North-esque, and Mitchell Bridge from Toowong Rowing Club, who have had the fantastic third 500 metres to take pretty much a full boat length out of the lead that the University of Queensland crew had on them. That UQ crew of Bailey Clark, Mitch McGeever, Pat Murphy and Riley Williams, who have just dropped back into third place. They were second at the 1,000 metre mark, but the third 500
is being dominated by the second of 2 Queensland crews. So 2 Queensland combinations with just 1 Tasmanian in the middle of the Toowong crew, going stroke for stroke in the run to the line here as they come through 750 metres, and the Toowong composite just breaks out a bit of clear water in the battle for the silver medal. It will almost certainly be the Sydney University composite with Adelaide Surfers Paradise and Tasmania University Boat Club who will take the lead. Hamish Danks there in the stroke seat. We've seen his sculling prowess on display at the New South Wales Sprint Eliminator, where he won 8 250-metre races to walk away $6,000 richer in the end, which was a fantastic spectacle. But putting on a fantastic spectacle here in the under-23 men's quad scull, Sam Mounter, Hamish Danks, Ben Horsnell and Adam Holland will be your national champions for 2025. The Toowong and North-Est crew, the very well-paced third 500, will take the silver medal ahead of the University of Queensland, who will finish third and collect a bronze in a couple of minutes' time. And then over on the far side, the Toowong University of West Australia composite will finish just outside the medals in 4th place. Things very crowded in the finish area at the moment, with a flurry of 8s in and out of the pontoons, and so we will wait a little bit for the presentation for the under-23 women's 8s, and we are currently going to move on to a couple of races which I don't think are going to be any less intriguing than the races we've had for medals. We saw the heats of these under-17 Schoolgirl 8s yesterday afternoon, and Ben Homer and I were absolutely waiting with bated breath to see the repechages, because there was some absolutely cracking races for these Year 10 girls.
How good is that? So under 17 Schoolgirls coxed 8s. We have 2 repechages now, with the first 2 to progress through to the final and the remainder to the B final. In lane 2 of the first repechage we have Gippsland Grammar, in lane 3 Perth College, in lane 4 Scotch Oakburn, in lane 5 MLCQ, and in lane 6 Wesley College. The Gippsland Grammar crew is Jaden Gomez, Maggie Sheridan, Charlotte Snow, Cecilia Anderson, Eloise Tavassi, Alicia Turnbull, Mia Kantsides and Grace Frew, coxed by Chloe Olejink and coached by Eleanor Needham. The Perth College crew is Juliet Fowler, Amelie Giustiniano, Olivia Johnston, Macy Martin, Amelia Becker, Evelyn James, Poppy Valvasori, Stella Barden and their cox Sophia Way, coached by Jackie Morell and Alia Poeta. The crew from Scotch Oakburn is Rose Talbot, Annabelle Sanzaro, Lily Atkinson, Kayla Flood, Ava Corbold, Olivia McLeod, Harriet Woolley, Saffron Dick and their cox Ivy Lynch, coached by Robert McDonald and Abby Boucher. From MLCQ, Chloe Groom, Holly Cormadias, Mika Lingam, Grace Wilson, Matilda Donaldson, Rose Marriott, Lucy Fusinato and Madeline Turnham, coxed by Tilly Wilson, coached by Matt Wilson and Emily Montague. And the Wesley College crew, Victoria, is Audrey Cole, Millie Wellberry, Kia Atkins, Laura Bayliss, Chloe Cascani, Liv Kirk, Bonnie Schmidt, Marley Ryan and their cox Isabella Hand.
This race sponsored by Paralu Marine, as will the next couple. But a big thank you to our race sponsor for these repechages of the under-17 Schoolgirls 8. To have a start now in this first of 2 repechages for the under-17 Schoolgirl 8. Saw some fantastic racing in this event yesterday. Saw some fantastic racing in the Schoolboy event as well that we'll see coming up very, very shortly. But all 5 of these crews off and racing. Top 2 will progress to tomorrow morning's A final, and the remainder of the crews, so the bottom 3 crews, to the B final. And it's a very Victorian lineup here. Gippsland Grammar, MLCQ and Wesley College all present, with just a West Australian crew from Perth College second from the top. of your picture, and the locals from Scotch Oakburn right in the centre of the race there. And it is a race between those two from Perth College and Scotch Oakburn in the early stages. I've just called that back to front once again. You'd think after 6 days I would get used to the order of the lines, but at the top of your picture there's Wesley College. Second from the top is MLCQ, who are doing battle with Scotch Oakburn. Perth College on the near side there, currently running third, and Gippsland Grammar, the Green Blades, at the bottom of your picture, running in fourth place. So an interesting battle to unfold here. I don't think these conditions are letting up. In fact, may have just had a few gusts of wind through that indicate it's getting even slower out here on the waters of Lake Barrington. So it'll be an interesting challenge for these Schoolgirl 8s. The Victorians will certainly know about tricky conditions. Heading out to Lake Ngambie always throws up a curveball or two. But it is the locals, Scotch Oakburn, who are currently running second to MLCQ. And they'll be looking to hold off any challenges from Wesley College. The purple colours on the far side there. Audrey Cole, Millie Welbury, Kerr Atkins, Laura Bayliss, Chloe Cascani, Liv Kirk, Bonnie Schmidt, Marley Ryan and Isabella Hand, the coxswain. And they're currently trailing by just under 4 seconds to Scotch Oakburn. So top two to the A final, remainder to the B final. And MLCQ doing their best to separate themselves from any danger of a race for that last qualifying spot. The MLCQ crew, try saying that 10 times fast, on the right-hand side of your picture with the ascendancy. Chloe Groom, Holly Cormadius, Mika Lingham, Grace Wilson, Matilda Donaldson, Rosie Marriott, Lucy Fossinato, Madeline Turnham and Tilly Wilson. The Cox coached by Matt Wilson and Emily Montague. And a little bit of clear water now between their stern and the bow of the home favourites here. Scotch Oakburn College, Rose Talbot, Annabelle Sanzaro, Lily Atkinson, Kayla Flood, Ava Corbould, Olivia McLeod, Harriet Woolley, Saffron Dick, Ivy Lynch, the coxswain coached by Robert McDonald and Abby Butcher. And they are currently Boucher, apologies, running in second place. Wesley College not letting them run away with it just yet. They're still maintaining a little bit of overlap, the girls in purple there. So a little bit of overlap still you can see there now between Scotch Oakburn and Methodist Ladies College from Melbourne. Oh, that was possibly the angles being a little bit deceiving there, and this angle is very generous indeed to Wesley College, who I think are still actually a length behind at the 1500 metre mark, possibly even more. They're 4 seconds, so about a boat length at the last timing point. So Wesley, they're not letting Scotch Oakburn run away with it here on their home waters. Gippsland Grammar look like they're destined for the B final at this stage, as to Perth College, who are currently running fourth, Gippsland fifth. So it is MLCQ still leading here. Scotch Oakburn running second. Just see if Wesley have anything left in the tank in what is the third 500 metres here, not the 1500 metre mark. I thought that was the 1000 metre mark. So coming up to 1250, they'll start to be within maybe within earshot of the boat park and start to hear some calls from supporters, and the bank's certainly filling up here on Saturday of the 2025 Australian Rowing Championships. A record entry down here, Lizzie.
Sure is. It's been amazing to see all these athletes, coaches, parents, supporters here. Just a massive entry and a massive support group as well. So exciting. It's really lovely, everybody seeing each other. And I think for our under-17s, just an amazing experience all round, introducing them to the broader rowing community.
Yeah, absolutely. This event will be probably the first
expedition to a national championship for most of these girls. Wesley College putting in a bit of a move now late in the piece. But still pretty much a neat length behind the crew that's run second. Scotch Oakburn. And still just about a foot or so of clear water between Wesley and Scotch Oakburn. So about 600 metres or even less than 600 metres left to play. I don't think anyone will be catching MLCQ, who are handling these conditions, which our co-commentator Stuart John has just let us know that is back to firmly a grotty headwind with white caps here at the finish line. I've interestingly noted from a few athletes in the small boats mentioning that in these headwind conditions can be very hard to see the lane boys here at Lake Barrington. They're the same width as any other course, but can sometimes be a little bit deceiving. They may be a little bit smaller, or a bit lower, or we're not too sure, but in these choppy conditions can be very difficult to see them. The glare of the sun here, and so the way that the course is oriented, does also mean that sometimes your visibility is limited. Sometimes it's limited for us in the commentary box as the crews emerge from the glare from where we're sitting, and it looks like Scotch Oakburn have put in a little bit of a surge in over the last 150 metres or so, and just opened up a little bit more clear water on Wesley, who still getting the rate up pretty high, but just struggling to get that distance per stroke in the headwind, struggling to accelerate the boat that is moving quite slowly in these tricky conditions. Starting to hear some cheers from the banks now. Saturday afternoon is often one of the busiest afternoons at the Australian Rowing Championships. We'll have the semi-finals of all the major school events later on this afternoon. No semi-finals in the under-17 8s. But, undoubtedly, we'll probably see a few of these girls out on the water in the sprint regatta over 500 metres this evening, which will be great viewing from the Row Union Bar, I'm sure. You'll have a great view from the halfway point of that race. But I don't see anything changing in the complexion of this first of two repecharges in the under-17 Schoolgirl 8. MLCQ mastering these tricky conditions here, and well-deserved spot in tomorrow's A final will be Scotch Oakburn. Crew in the yellow Zooties right here in Tasmania that finished second and booked their spot. Wesley College, they hung with them for about 1,250 metres, but just didn't quite have the late surge in them, and they'll contest the B final of this event, as will crew with the purple blades in lane 3 from Perth College, and Gippsland Grammar on the near side of the course in 5th place.
So as our crews complete this first repechage of the under-17 Schoolgirls Coxed 8, we can confirm that the two crews progressing through to the A final will be MLCQ and Scotch Oakburn. MLCQ in a provisional time of 8:09, Scotch Oakburn just under 10 seconds behind them. And moving to the B final will be Wesley College, Perth College and Gippsland Grammar School. The presentation of medals for the Under-23 Women's Coxed 8 Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Mal Batten, Director of Rowing Australia, Olympian and Commonwealth Games gold medalist. Third place and bronze medalists, Sydney University Boat Club. Phoebe Teal. Zoe Bond. Alexandra O'Brien. Stephanie Preller. Sophia Whiteman. Tiffany Botha. Olivia Natty. Their stroke, Addison Rolls. Their cox, Elizabeth Bolster. The crew was coached by Alfie Young and Alan Bennett. Second place and silver medalists, the composite crew from Melbourne University Boat Club and Mercantile Rowing Club. Ronnie Cantwell. Imogen Nation. Olivia Nairn. Jess Hawker. Anna Morrison. Meg Dumbrell. Chloe Nevins. Their stroke, Zara Lavery. And their cox, Isabel Finch. And our gold medalists and national champions for 2025, Sydney Rowing Club. Remy Mackay. Laura Cypher. Ella Spalding. Lucy McLean. Talisa Noak Driver. Lila Anderton. Sophie Barr. Their stroke, Bella Scammell. And their cox, Mietta Jones. The crew was coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the under-23 women's coxed 8.
Repechage 2 underway behind the presentation dais there of the under-17 Schoolgirls coxed 8, and it is the battle of the Lorettos out here on the course. 3 Loretto crews coming at us thick and fast. It's Loretto Turak in the blue boat, in one of 2 blue boats in this race in the centre, who are leading. They look most likely to secure a spot in the A final, but is it going to be Loretto Turak on the or Loretto Kirribilli on the near side of the course, or Loretto Ballarat on the far side, who are going to secure that second qualifying spot? It looks like it's going to be the 2 Victorian crews in the closing strokes of this race. Turak from Ballarat, from Kirribilli. Loretto Turak in the closing strokes. They'll win this second repechage through to the A final. Loretto Ballarat will join them. Loretto Kirribilli threw everything at it in the closing strokes of that race, but will finish third and progress to the B final. And Gippsland Grammar in a third coloured boat in this race, a beautiful green Felipe Shell, will finish fourth and contest the repechage.
So confirming that the second 2 crews progressing through to the A final from the repechages of the under-17 Schoolgirls coxed 8 are Loretto Turak and Loretto Ballarat. Moving to the B final, Loretto Kirribilli and Canberra Girls Grammar School. The time for Loretto Turak, 7:55.08, the margin 2.8. And now we move on to the under-17 Schoolboys coxed 8 with the first repechage in progress. Again, the first 2 will progress to the A final and the rest to the B final. Brisbane Grammar School are in lane 2, Wesley College Victoria in lane 3, Scotch College Victoria in lane 4, Melbourne Grammar School in lane 5, and Unley High School from South Australia in lane 6.
And another very exciting race in prospect here. Only 2 crews will progress to the A final, and at the moment there are 4 crews within about 2 seconds of each other here. We called these heats yesterday afternoon, and Ben and I couldn't stop going on about how we were looking forward to the repecharges. We may sound a bit weird that we're really looking forward to the repecharges, but these were set to be a cracker, and looks like they are delivering. Scotch College in the centre, they were 3rd in the first heat, only just 1.5 seconds behind Xavier College in the end after throwing everything at it. Melbourne Grammar in lane 5, who are currently doing battle with Brisbane Grammar or Wesley College rather, in lane 3. So Wesley College, they were 5th in that first heat, and now looking like they're going to have a great row in the repechage to come through to the final. But Scotch College certainly still leading, but only narrowly from Wesley. Melbourne Grammar hot on their heels by less than half a length, and Unley High on the right-hand side, the sole South Australian crew in this 4-way race for the A final. 5 crews on the course, of course, with Brisbane Grammar in lane 2. A little bit out of proceedings at the moment, so it's still the Scotch College who won the Year 10-8 at the APS Head of the River in a bit of an upset at the end there, and they're currently bow ball to bow ball with Wesley to their right-hand side. So Wesley and Scotch, boat sheds just down the river from each other on the upper stretches of the Yarra in Melbourne. And those 2 crews starting to move away now from Melbourne Grammar, and the crew on the far side there from Unley High. So I think the South Australians might miss out on this one, as will Melbourne Grammar. So just in the last 250 metres, it was a 4-way race for the lead, and now these 2 very classy Year 10-8s from Melbourne going stroke for stroke in the closing stages. Scotch have responded. They're currently holding on to a lead. Just a foot in it is their bow ball, surging in front of Wesley College. I think Scotch are moving now and have taken a canvas in the last 10 strokes over the boys from Wesley. The cardinal red of Scotch, the deep purple of Wesley College, going stroke for stroke here in this repechage of the under-17 Schoolboy 8. I think Wesley have found another gear now, but I don't think they'll overcome them to the line. Both crews through to the A final. Just which one will get the more preferred lane to be determined. Scotch have led in the closing strokes here as we get a fantastic top-down view, and Scotch just extending that lead now by a canvas to win this repechage of the under-17 Schoolboy 8 from Wesley. Those 2 crews motoring away from Melbourne Grammar and Unley High in the last 500. It was set to be a cracker when we joined it, and ended up quite a battle for the last qualification spot there. Melbourne Grammar in 3rd, Unley High in 4th. The light blue boat of Brisbane Grammar for 5th place.
From the first repechage of the under-17 Schoolboys Coxed 8, the 2 crews that will progress through to the A final are Scotch College Victoria and Wesley College Victoria. Melbourne Grammar placed 3rd, Unley High 4th and Brisbane Grammar 5th, and they will progress through to the B final. Winning time for Scotch College Victoria, 7 minutes, 3.72 seconds. The second repechage of the under-17 Schoolboy Coxed 8 is now in progress, with Launceston Grammar in lane 2, Ballarat Grammar in lane 3, the Shaw School in lane 4, the Hutchins School in lane 5 and Nudgee College in lane 6. The Launceston Grammar School crew is Xavier Case, Otis Hillman, Antonio Thompson and Fergus Broomhall, Walter Campion, Charlie Kyle, Piers Nichols and Marcus Waddingham, coxed by Elliot De Jong and coached by Matthew Waddingham and Richard Johnston. The Ballarat Grammar crew is Nate Oswin, Jonathan Stewart, Charlie Conroy, Jacob Craig, Angus Page, Charlie Rimington, Tom Kinnersley, Archibald Fraser, Harvey Hanlon, and their coach is Matt Hanlon. The Shaw School crew is Will Reid, Ollie Mott, Austin Hamilton, Ed McDonald, William Hossack, Sinclair Line, Ryan Doherty and Peter Kominakis, coxed by Will Gandy and coached by David Jennings. Hutchins School Crew is Connor Dobson, Harry Winker, Charles E. Hurst, Archie Shearing, Harry Pilkington, Henry Stone, Sean McIntosh and Archie Chugg, with Oscar Merchant Coxing and Justin West their coach. And the Nudgee College Crew is Mac Humble, Jack Wells, Finn Rowe, Thomas McMullen, Hayden Nielsen, Alexander Watt, Harvey Kasperowitz, Chris White and their cox Ethan McHugh, coached by Amy Mailing and Hugo Verdonk.
Yeah, and as has been called by many an Australian rowing commentator over the years, a Shaw School Crew coached by David Jennings, currently leading this race at the 1,000-metre mark. They didn't have their best race, the New South Wales head of the river, had a cracking race in the heats of this event. They were, I think, running way back in 4th at the 1,000-metre mark in the heats, and they were a while back as well, a good 3 seconds sort of off the leading crew in the end, and ended up missing out on qualification by just 1.3 seconds, as they really came home strong at the end but couldn't quite overcome Brighton Grammar. But setting things right, these boys are, in their opinion, in the closing strokes of this race, or almost at the 1,500-metre mark now, as they lead the locals from Hutchins, who themselves had a very, very tight race in the heats yesterday, throwing everything at it against the Scotch College and Xavier College in their heat, but just came up a little bit short in the closing few strokes of that race to fall outside the qualification spot. So the two crews who just missed out now through the repechage and looking like they will qualify safely through to the final. Ballarat Grammar, who are having a great row at the moment. They were 5th in the second heat, and a long way back. They were 12 seconds back from Shaw in that race, and now maintaining overlap with Hutchins, who I think are going for a bit of a late push here against the Shaw School. Both crews look likely to head through to the A final, but which order they cross the line, yet to be determined. We've seen the Shaw School leading early on in almost every race at the AAGPS season up in New South Wales, before the Riverview crew, who we saw looking very dominant in the heats, move away in the second half of the race. So will that be the case here with the boys from Hutchins, as they take about half a length out of the Shaw School in the last couple of 100 metres now. So Shaw trying to hang on to the win here in the repechage. Reid, Mott, Hamilton, McDonald, Hosack, Line, Doherty, Komenakis and Will Gandy, the Cox, coached by David Jennings, who has won just about as many Barrington Cup titles as any coach in Australian rowing history. But Hutchins coming home strong now. The Tasmanians on their local waters, really turning up the wick in the closing stages of this race. They've got the wind in their sails, despite it being at their backs, and they're certainly the fastest moving crew on the course here. But will they run out of racetrack in their pursuit to hunt down the early race leaders from the Shaw School? Shaw, they've looked across a few heads out of the boat there. They know that the Hutchins School are coming. Shaw are trying to hang on in the closing stages. Both crews will qualify through to the A final. I think Shaw have found enough in the closing stages there to hold off a great surge from Hutchins. It'll be Shaw then Hutchins through to the final. Boys in lane 3 from Ballarat Grammar will finish 3rd and race the B final tomorrow. Nudgee in 4th, who hold off another local crew in the form of Launceston Grammar for 5th place. I can't wait to watch that under 17-8 tomorrow, Lizzie.
Sounds like it's going to be so good. So just confirming that, progressing through to the A final from the second repechage of the under-17 Schoolboys Cox State are the Shaw School from New South Wales and the Hutchins School from Tasmania. The remainder will go to the B final. The presentation of medals for the under-23 Men's Quad Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Mal Batten, Director of Rowing Australia, Olympian and Commonwealth Games gold medalist. Third place and bronze medalists, the University of Queensland Boat Club. Bailey Clark, Mitch McGeever, Pat Murphy and Riley Williams are the crew. Michael Russell, Randall Martin and Lachlan Johnston, the coaches. And on correction, the medals are being presented by Sarah Cook, Chief Executive Officer of Rowing Australia and dual Paralympian. The silver medal to the Toowong North-esque composite. Moss Murphy from Toowong. Nicholas Barlow from Toowong. Cam Parker from North-esque. And Mitchell Bridge from Toowong. The crew was coached by Alex Field and Dion Birtwistle. Gold medal and national champions for 2025, the Adelaide Rowing Club, Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, Sydney University and Tasmania University Boat Clubs composite. Samuel Mounter from Tasmania University Boat Club. Ben Horsnell from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club. Hamish Danks from Sydney University Boat Club. And Adam Holland from Adelaide Rowing Club. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the under-23 men's quad scull.
Back down to the course, almost upon us. The Open Women's Quad Scull for the Margaret Mackenzie Cup. And a wide variety of crews here, and leading the race that we can see on the picture there is the Mercantile Composite, supported by the National Training Centre. Sophie Reiner from Mercantile, Emmy Frederico from Mercantile in the NTC, who's already won the Open Women's Pair and 4 this week, and looking to add the Quad Scull to that list. Laura Goulet from the National Training Centre, UTS Haberfield in the stroke seat, who's won the Open Single Scull earlier this week. And Paige Barr from Mercantile, the National Training Centre, from last year's under-23 8, swapping 1 oar for 2 in her first race of the week here at the National Championships. And it is the Australian National University in second, Hannah Tippett, Alex Moylan, Alora Kelly and Catherine Kahn. I think pretty much all of them have already won medals in various heavyweight and lightweight events here at the National Championships. The Sydney Rowing Club crew composite with Canterbury Rowing Club from New Zealand, currently running, looking good for the bronze medal. That's Grace Cypher. Lucy Spores from Canterbury Rowing Club, Olympic gold medalist in the double scull for New Zealand at the Paris Olympic Games. Georgia Allen and Liesl Page, both from Sydney Rowing Club. That crew looking to rein in the Australian National University crew after a slow start. But there is certainly no question about our race leaders at the moment. It is that Mercantile composite with UTS Haberfield, and supported by our National Training Centre. 3 National Training Centre athletes in there, as well as Sophie Reiner, powering this quad out into, that was 8.9 seconds at the 1500 metre mark over ANU, who will have to look out for a strong finish from the Sydney Rowing Club crew, who we didn't catch the start there, but were some way off the pace in the opening 500 metres. So interesting to find out what happened there. The Sydney crew just trailing by a length now to Australian National University. It will be the Mercantile UTS composite, and all the way win in dominant fashion for Sophie Reiner, Emmy Frederico, Paige Barr and Laura Goulet in the Open Women's Quad Scull for the Margaret Mackenzie Cup. Australian National University, Hannah Tippett, Alex Moylan, Laura Kelly and Catherine Kahn, coached by Nigel Harding, will secure a silver medal. And moving through the field, the Sydney and Canterbury International Composite for the bronze. UQ in 4th, and on the far side of the course there is the Fremantle Composite, which will finish in 5th place.
Confirming the results of race number 530, which was a straight final in the Open Women's Quad Scull. The win went to the Mercantile UTS Haberfield Composite. Second position was ANU, Australian National University. Third, the Sydney and Canterbury Composite. Fourth, the University of Queensland Boat Club, and fifth, the Fremantle Swan River West Australian Composite. We have another exciting event coming up, the Open Men's Coxed 8 in Lane 1. We have Melbourne University, some of whom are at the National Training Centre in Lane 2, Sydney Rowing Club. In Lane 3, Fremantle Rowing Club. In Lane 4, a second crew from Sydney Rowing Club. In Lane 5, a UTS Haberfield Rowing Club containing some gentlemen from the National Training Centre. In Lane 6, a composite between Canned, West Australian, Swan River and the University of WA. And in Lane 7, we have a third Sydney Rowing Club crew.
Yeah, very exciting race in prospect here in the Open Men's Coxed 8. We've seen many of these athletes come down the course at least once, if not twice already this morning. Melbourne University on the near side of the course will be a very strong combination there with a number of the National Training Centre members, Nick Smith, Fraser Miss-Campbell, who won't be in the crew. I think there's some substitutions that we don't have on the latest copy of the draw, so my apologies if I don't have all the names correct in this race. Yeah, it is that Melbourne Uni crew who are your early race leaders. Sydney Rowing Club next to them. That's their first crew in Lane 2. The Tess Harris Cox combination, who are just about a foot behind the Melbourne University NTC crew, which looks more like now a Melbourne University composite with the Mercantile Rowing Club. My apologies. I'll try and get some names up here for you. So the Melbourne University crew there: Pat Rochek, Harry Fox, Tom Foley, Charlie Petruni, Miller Rowe from Canned, not Mercantile. My apologies. Nick Smith from Melbourne University, Jack Robinson from Mercantile, and Rowan Lavery from Melbourne University Boat Club, and James Rook in the Cox's seat on the strings. As we see UTS there, they'll be looking for some redemption after many of these crew members just missed out on a win in the under-23 8 and finished off the podium in the under-21 8 earlier on in the day. But it was at the 500-metre timing point, Sydney Rowing Club, and I believe that is still the case just over the Melbourne University Mercantile crew. That's the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Nick Whalen, Tom Cregan, Galen Quinn, Pasha Bevan, Torrin Olsen, Harry Crouch, Alex Hoskin, Miles Harold and Tess Harris in the Cox's seat that we can see on the screen there. That's that's the second crew rather on the far side of the course there. So at the moment, Sydney 1 and 3. So the Sydney Rowing Club number 2 crew, that's the crew on the screen there, the number 2 crew, largely under 23 combination. Charlie Hine, Angus Aitken, all three Maxim Matthias and Thomas Maloney brothers, Nick Miro, Hugh Harold and Mac Bucknell currently running third place ahead of UTS Haberfield in fourth. The Melbourne Uni and Mercantile composite with the National Training Centre right on the heels of this Sydney Rowing Club crew, who certainly have been targeting this event for some time. The third Sydney crew is actually most of the under-21 8 who just raced less than an hour ago. The UTS Haberfield crew with the National Training Centre currently running fourth, which is where they placed in the under-21 8 to some upset in that event. Sam Green, Mac Thompson, Oscar Baragi, Brandon Smith, Joe Lynch, who has raced in both the under-23 and under-21 events so far today. Paddy Holt, Nick Pender, Josh Wilson, Anna O'Hanlon on the strings in that boat. Now, top two have moved clear water ahead of the trailing pack. It's currently Sydney in first, Melbourne Uni Mercantile in second, and the second Sydney Rowing Club crew in third place through 1,000 metres, but only narrowly ahead of a chasing UTS Haberfield combination in that Felipe Shell at the top of your screen, as the Sydney number 1 crew pull out 2 seats of advantage here over the Victorians on the near side of the course. This Sydney crew with a number of gentlemen who have not yet raced in a final at this regatta. I'm thinking some club men such as Torrin Olsen, Tom Cregan, Galen Quinn, who we saw in some pretty cruisy rows in the club coxless 4s yesterday afternoon, and out here leading several members of the National Training Centre have had tough races in these headwind conditions in the small boats. Half a length now to Sydney Rowing Club over the Melbourne Uni Canned and Mercantile composite. Sydney's number 2 crew still holding on to the bronze medal at the 1,500 metre mark ahead of UTS Haberfield, and the Sydney number 3 crew currently running 5th place. That's most of their under-21 8 that just claimed a fantastic victory in the under-21 8 an hour ago. So Sydney looking to make it 3 eights national championships in the space of about an hour here on the waters of Lake Barrington. Their number 2 crew holding off a challenge from UTS Haberfield. So Sydney running 1 and 3 and every chance of 2 eights on the podium without a composite in sight from the Sky Blue of Abbotsford. But this Victorian crew on the near side of the course here with a couple of members of the 2024 Olympic team on board. Nick Smith, Jack Robertson in there, James Rook, the 2021 Tokyo Women's 8 coxswain there, urging his gentlemen on, the Victorians. He'll be the Victorian coxswain for the Interstate Regatta on Sunday afternoon in the King's Cup, but nothing is stopping Sydney Rowing Club here. They're going to take 2 medals in the Open Men's 8. Sydney Rowing Club are going to take the gold and the bronze here in the Open Men's 8. Fantastic display of depth across that club. Sydney Rowing Club, an all-the-way win here. In the closing strokes, the Tess Harris coxed crew will be first across the line and national champions in the Open Men's 8. Almost a length in the end over the Victorians for silver, and it will be Sydney Rowing Club with gold and bronze in this event. A length clear of UTS Haberfield in the end. You can see what it means to these gentlemen who have already had a couple of races down the track today. A huge result there. The Sydney Under-21 8 places 5th ahead of the Swan River and Cairn composite crew, and Fremantle on the near side of the course to round out a very quick time given the conditions here in the Open Men's 8.
Good calling, Chris McCarthy. What an exciting race. The Open Men's Coxed 8 in the end won by Sydney Rowing Club in a time of 6 minutes 13.27. The Melbourne University composite in lane 1 coming in second position, just 2.78 of a second behind, and Fremantle taking and Sydney Rowing Club taking the bronze medal, the crew from lane 4. UTS Haberfield 4th, Sydney Rowing Club Under-21 crew 5th, Canned Composite 6th, Fremantle Rowing Club 7th. The presentation of medals and the Margaret Mackenzie Trips Cup for the Open Women's Quad Scull Championship of Australia. The medals and the cup will be presented by Stephen Donnelly, President of Rowing Australia. Third and bronze medalists, the composite of Sydney Rowing Club and Canterbury Rowing Club. Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club. Lucy Spores from Canterbury Rowing Club. Georgia Allen from Sydney Rowing Club. And Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club. The crew is coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. And I suspect Brooke Robertson had a bit of an input there too. Second and silver medalists, the Australian National University Boat Club. Hannah Tippett, Alexandra Moylan, Elora Kelly, and their stroke, Catherine Carr. The crew is coached by Nigel Harding. And our gold medalists and national champions for 2025, the crew from Mercantile Rowing Club and UTS Haberfield Rowing Club. Sophie Reiner, Ellie Frederico, Laura Goulet from UTS, and Paige Barr. The crew is coached by Nick Lloyd. The Margaret Mackenzie Cup will now be presented to that winning crew by Stephen Donnelly, President of Rowing Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Open Women's Quad Scull. At Polaru Marine, they are passionate about providing world-class rowing infrastructure. As the global leader in designing and building rowing and water sports pontoons, they are committed to helping the Australian rowing community elevate their facilities. Visit their trade stall at the Australian Rowing Championships Regatta Village for a free consultation and expert advice on top quality rowing infrastructure. Let's build the future of rowing together.
Thank you, Lizzie. Thank you to Chris McCarthy for a hectic couple of hours of racing there, which has seen Sydney Rowing Club climb to the top of the medal table. It will probably not surprise anyone to hear. So Chris is off for a well-earned break, possibly to celebrate that achievement as well. And we've got some club semi-finals coming up here in the next few minutes, including right now, Lizzie, semi-final 1 of the Club Women's Double Scull.
And would you believe it, the first crew on the list is Sydney Rowing Club.
Normal transmission has been resumed.
Indeed. So this is the first semi-final in the Club Women's Double Scull. From here, we'll take 4 boats through to the final and the rest will drop out of the event. In the first lane, Sydney Rowing Club are represented by Avery Bramble and Eva Eels, coached by Patrick Graham. We've seen them earlier on today in the bows of an 8. In lane 2 from Toowong, Caitlin Douglas and Vivienne Noonan, coached by Alex Field, Jack Price and Hamish Cooney. In lane 3 from Mercantile Rowing Club, Amy Florence and Anne-Ellen Pinnaker, coached by Pete Somerville. In lane 4 from Buckingham Rowing Club, Hannah Dobby and Verena Zilm, coached by Abby Crow. In lane 5 from Essendon Rowing Club, Rachel Hatherley and Jessie Freestone, coached by Rhett Spiller. In lane 6 from Richmond Rowing Club, Helen Pearce and Kate Dybel. In lane 7 from the University of WA, Grace Thomas and Ava Myler, coached by Roland Warren and Jacob Sangster. And in lane 8 from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Charlie Griebel and Hannah Alexander, coached by Sam Fennessy.
And Lizzie, they're approaching the last couple of 100 metres of this race. 4, as you said, will go through to the final from this first semi of the Club Women's Double Scull. The defending champions are here in the yellow and black of the Richmond Rowing Club. We'll have to start that debate too about whether the rowing club or the football club got the colours first, if Andrew Guerin is listening. But they're in second place. It is certainly the Tasmanians here, Hannah Dobie and Verena Zilm, coached by Abby Crow from the Buckingham Rowing Club in similar yellow and black colours, but with stripes instead of the sash. And they'll be our top 2, I reckon, to go through here. Behind them in third, it was Mercantile's Amy Florence and Anne-Ellen Pinnaker. And also Rachel Hatherley and Jessie Freestone for the Essendon Rowing Club, who were impressive winners of the heat earlier in the week. But this is a strong win here in this first semi-final, the Club Women's Double Scull. So one of the home combinations, Verena Zilm, of course, rode in South Australia for many years, now in Tasmania, along with Hannah Dobby. They take out the first semi of the Club Women's Double Scull for the Buckingham Rowing Club. The defending champions look set to move through on the far side of the course. They've won a medal in this event for the past 3 years, and will have the chance to do so again tomorrow. So Helen Pearce and Kate Dybel finish just in second spot ahead of Mercantile lane 3, Florence and Pinnaker, who will move through along with the Essendon combination of Hatherley and Freestone. So our top 4 in the end from the 4 centre lanes. 5th place will go to Toowong on lane 2, Douglas and Noonan. 6th place to Sydney, Bramble and Eels. 7th will be University of Western Australia, Thomas and Myler. And for UTS Haberfield, Griebel and Alexander will finish in 8th place.
So progressing through to the final from this semi-final of the Club Women's Double Scull will be Buckingham Rowing Club, Richmond Rowing Club, Mercantile Rowing Club and Essendon Rowing Club. Dropping now from the event, Toowong Rowing Club, Sydney Rowing Club, the University of WA and the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club. Winning time 8 minutes 22.58 provisionally, the margin 14.31 and then just 0.86 back to third. The second semi-final of the Club Women's Double Scull is now in progress with North Esk in lane 1, Emily Hepburn and Sabrina Sonder, coached by Trevor Barrett. Adelaide Rowing Club in lane 2, Lulu Colgrave and Hannah Clawton, coached by Ron Mobbs and Darren Potts. In lane 3 from Melbourne University Boat Club, Sarah Deure and Bridget Harwood. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Madison Joins and Amelia Hempelman-Adams, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. In lane 5 from Mercantile Rowing Club, Lindsay Calvert and Freya Axton, coached by Pete Somerville. In lane 6 from Barwon, Sydney Arnold and Lauren Murphy, coached by Anita Whitehouse. In lane 7 from the University of New South Wales Rowing Club, Samantha Backler and Helen Frith, coached by Justin Quigley and Chris Burns. And in lane 8 from Swan River Rowing Club, Olivia Youngson and Kelsey Brennan, coached by Mark Beer, Neville Kempton and Olivia Jones.
It was Mercantile who led at the halfway point of this second semi-final from Sydney Rowing Club, Melbourne Uni third, and Barwon in fourth. So 3 Victorian combinations here in the top couple of spots as they do move through that third 500 of the race. At a very clear top 2 there, with Lindsay Calvert and Freya Axton in front for Mercantile, and Madison joins and Amelia Heppelman-Adams in second for Sydney. Quite a gap back then to the next 4 boats on the course. So 2.4 seconds it was in favour of Mercantile at the 1500 metre mark of this race. So already had some good results here for the Victorians in the club women's double scull, with Richmond, Mercantile and Essendon all qualifying from semi-final 1 along with the Tasmanian crew, and well placed to get 3 more doubles through here as well. And that Mercantile combination there on screen, certainly of Calvert and Axton, with a pretty comfortable lead of a bit over a length and well clear, more importantly, of 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Third place would be with Melbourne University, Sarah Diure and Bridget Harwood. And then for the Barwon Rowing Club of Geelong, Sydney Arnold and Lauren Murphy in 4th, coached by Anita Whitehouse. That combination as they do close in now on the final 250 metres of the course. The sun glistening once again off the waters of Lake Barrington. Still certainly a fair breeze out there, having spent the last couple of hours out in the open here at Lake Barrington, making conditions, as you've seen in some of that racing, challenging for the athletes in certain places on the course especially. But no such concerns here for Mercantile in this second semi-final, the club women's double scull. The Mercantile Club, in fact, therefore will get 2 boats through to the final of the club women's double, as they lead on now. Still bit over a length ahead of Sydney. Joins and Hempelman beside them there in second place, also set to go quite comfortably through and probably be the only New South Wales representative in that race. So Sydney Rowing Club, who've got such a strong record in these club events, will have a runner as well in the final of the club women's double scull. Melbourne Uni and Barwon still our next 2 crews, a bit further back to Adelaide and also University of New South Wales, the only ones who might be able to challenge in the closing strokes of the race. But our top 2 are well clear, and a win coming up here to Mercantile on lane number 5. Lindsay Calvert and Freya Axton will take out the second semi of the club women's double scull. Sydney in second place, lane 4. 3rd and 4th still being sorted out, but it looks to go the way of Melbourne University, so no real change in the order over the concluding stages. Adelaide having a go at Barwon here, but late in the race for 4th place. They're really winding up in the Adelaide Rowing Club crew, and I think Barwon has seen them coming, and it will be Melbourne Uni 3rd, Barwon 4th. Adelaide 5th, under a length on the line, so they got pretty close there, the Adelaide crew, but not quite close enough. 6th will go to University of New South Wales, 7th North Esk lane 1, and 8th place the Swan River Rowing Club.
So confirming that are the remainder of the crews progressing through to the semi-final. From this second semi-final will be Mercantile Rowing Club, Calvert and Axton, Sydney Rowing Club, Joins and Hempelman-Adams, Melbourne University Boat Club, Diure and Harwood, and Barwon Rowing Club, Arnold and Murphy. And the remaining crews now drop out of the event. That's Adelaide Rowing Club, University of New South Wales, North Esk and Swan River. Provisional winning time, 8 minutes 23, slightly slower than the previous heat, but the margin 2.62, so much closer. And we'll head back now to the presentation dais. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Open Men's Coxed 8 Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Sarah Cook, Rowing Australia CEO, 2008 Beijing and 2012 London Olympian. third and bronze medal to Sydney Rowing Club. Charlie Hine. Too many Sydney Rowing Club people on that podium. Angus Aitken. Matthias Maloney. Nick Miro. Thomas Maloney. Maxim Maloney. Hugh Harold. MacArthur Bucknell. And their cox, Kendall Brody, Olympian. The crew is coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. Second and silver medalist, the composite from Melbourne University, Mercantile Rowing Club and Canned Rowing Club. Oh, unfortunately, they're unable to collect their medals. They were Patrick Rochek, Harry Fox, Tom Foley, Charlie Petruni, Miller Rowe, Nick Smith, Jack Robertson, and their stroke Rowan Lavery, coxed by James Rook. And our gold medalists and national champions in the Open Men's Cox Date for 2025, Sydney Rowing Club. Nick Whalen. Tom Cregan. Galen Quinn. Pasha Bevan. Torren Olsen. Harry Crouch. Alec Hoskin. Their stroke, Miles Harold. And their cox, Teresa Harris. This crew is also coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the Open Men's Cox Date.
Thank you, Lizzie. Well done to Sydney Rowing Club. And while that was going on, we did fortunately see in the background our co-commentator Ben Homer sneaking into the final of the club men's double scull in 4th place for the Newcastle Rowing Club, along with Remy Keats. But the race that's just concluded was taken out the Cornella, in fact, by UTS Haberfield. So Patrick Burke and Mitchell Caponis in 1st place for UTS, coached by Tim McLaren and Matthias Ungermark. Second to UTS Lane 3, Harry Birchmore and Liam Taylor, coached again by Matthias Ungermark and also Tim McLaren. The name's reversed there, in fact, in the coaches of those two crews. Third went to University of Queensland, Mitch McGeever and Pat Murphy, coached by Michael Russell and Randall Martin and Lachlan Johnson. And 4th, Newcastle Rowing Club, Lane 2, Ben Homer and Remy Keats, who I think are coached also by Brad Smith. Those 4 crews go through to the final. Missing out in 5th, the West Australian Rowing Club, 6th place Banks, 7th Canberra and 8th Mersey as we go back. They do sit in about 7th or 8th spot there. Now at the top of our screen, but being led certainly by the Wendouree Ballarat combination on lane 4. Melbourne University next to them, Nick Adkins and Patrick Rochek has had a pretty busy day, appearing in the 8th races earlier today as well. And there's the red and black of the Essendon Rowing Club, Sven Hoodeman and Isaac Siratic, who sit a little bit behind our race leaders there from Wendouree Ballarat, the red colours there with the white stripes of the Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club, of course, from Lake Wendouree in Ballarat in Western Victoria. They train their boat shed right on the shores of the 1956 Melbourne Olympics course there in Ballarat. Great facility for rowing there in that fairly large city, about 90 minutes from Melbourne. Melbourne University Boat Club battling out for a top 3 spot as well there. Patrick Rochek in the stroke seat, Nick Adkins in the bow. And those 3 combinations from Victoria, certainly almost forming a V there, in fact, sideways on screen as they make their way down towards the halfway mark of the race. Sydney Rowing Club, as Lizzie said, represented here as well as they so often are strongly in these club events. That's James Fredrickson and Thomas Patrick, coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson, the Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane number 1. But we have a very clear top 3 and then a race behind them for the next of the qualifying spots, the last of the qualifying spots. University of Western Australia, lane 2, the crew on screen now, Lachlan Broomhall and Aaron Den Uden. And then across on the other side of the course, Adelaide University, Arthur Drayton and Henry Southcott, and Canberra Rowing Club, Angus Scott and Dylan Outram. But interesting to note, Lizzie, is we probably expect, or Sydney Rowing Club especially, think they'll dominate the bigger boats in the club doubles. I'm amazed at how well the Victorian combinations here are doing in both the women's and men's club double scull.
Yeah, I think these club events are so important when you've got strength in depth, people who don't want to do high performance rowing anymore but still want to row at a decent level, to be able to come to the national championship, see your friends, really good quality hard racing. Here it is.
Yep, no, absolutely the case, and this is some pretty tight racing just in the semi-finals. Of course, I was talking to Ben Homer yesterday about his chances of going through, and he was always had the semi-final picked out as the toughest race to make sure they got into the top 4. They went so close a couple of years ago over in Perth and just got beaten back into 5th place, but qualified for the final last year. So the competition is seriously good here and in the club events, and often there are some former Australian team members who do come back and test out their skills a few years later in the club events. I recall Peter Anthony, I think, actually rowing in a club race a few years ago at the Nationals, as well as he still does in many regattas right around Victoria.
That wouldn't surprise me at all.
Absolutely, and still competes just as ferociously, I suspect, that he did back in 1992, the year of his Olympic gold medal. But it is still that clear top 3. This is an increasingly strong performance from the Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club. No doubt inspired by their team dinner at the Sheffield pub on Thursday night, I think it was, wherein a very fancy form of Ballarat-style Hawaiian shirt, they took over most of the back room of the Sheffield Hotel and had a very good team-building dinner, it appears, and they've had some good results. Wendouree Ballarat, and of course a lot of the Ballarat rowers here at this regatta, and they look to be extending their lead quite substantially here as well. The crew coached by Jamie McDonald and Sam Hutchison. Jamie McDonald also was the coach of Ballarat products in Katie Jackson and Lucy Richardson, who went from Ballarat Clarendon College into the Australian junior team, and great success over recent years. Those couple of girls from Ballarat, but here in the Wendouree Ballarat colours, it is Angus Murfitt and William Gilbert with a comfortable lead. Melbourne University, Adkins and Rochek are still there in second place on lane 3, and third from Essendon, Hooderman and Siratik on the other side of our race leaders, coached by Don Cochran and Tim Yusufovic. The combination there from Essendon, but the race for 4th is a bit more interesting, I suspect, and maybe indeed it's Canberra's Angus Scott and Dylan Outram now who've moved up to be at least on terms with Adelaide University, Drayton and Southcott. And also on this side, the combination from Sydney Rowing Club, of course, are there in Fredrickson and Patrick, but just outside the qualifying spots for now, it is certainly Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club leading a very comfortable lead here. They will take a centre lane in the final of the club men's double scull. They'll have UTS Haberfield either side of them, who finished 1st and 2nd in the previous semi. So Wendouree Ballarat come across and take the win in semi-final number 2. Second place just is going to go to Melbourne University, lane 3, and third place by about a third of a length will be Essendon in lane number 5. 4th then, indeed, across to the far side of the course is that lane 7 combination from the Canberra Rowing Club. So winning through from outside the centre lanes, a good effort from them. Sydney Rowing Club, lane 1 will finish in 5th position, just outside the qualifying spots. 6th will be Adelaide University. 7th then the far side North Esk, and 8th the University of Western Australia.
Confirming that the 4 crews that will progress through to the final of the club men's double scull from that semi-final will be Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club, Melbourne University Boat Club, Essendon Rowing Club and Canberra Rowing Club. Dropping out of the event now, Sydney Rowing Club, the Adelaide University Boat Club, North Esk Rowing Club and the University of Western Australia Boat Club.
Yeah, 7:39, almost 7:40 there, about 2 seconds slower than the previous semi, which I know Ben and others will be keenly doing their maths on now as they prepare for tomorrow's final. But now from the club events to some school racing once again, the first semi-final, and what a race this should be in the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull.
Yes, indeed. I think it will be brutal. So the semi-final with 4 to progress through to the A final and the remainder to the B final. In lane 1 from Strathcona, Olivia Tawney, Caris Jackson, Charlotte Stoltz and Olivia Harris, coxed by Emma Pitcairn. In lane 2 from Wrighton Girls School, Valentia Debogossian, Ruby Draper, Saya McIntyre and Letitia Debogossian, coxed by Olivia Michelini. In lane 5 from Shenton College, Paige Grover, Grace Oldmeadows, Sophie Fitzgerald and Elena Frank, coxed by Liam Newen, coached by Jacob Sangster and Macy Dawson. In lane 4 from Canberra Girls Grammar School, Sophie Frost, Emily Walker, Charlotte Brown and Isabel King, coxed by Eliza Miller, coached by Tufi Sele and Caroline Pipers. In lane 5 from Northern Beaches Secondary College, and we've seen them race under Mossman colours, Frida Kirkham, Tanya Hornby, Elise Coates and Eloise Stevens, coxed by Amelie Kemper-Massey, coached by Rowena Meredith and Tom Schramko. In lane 6 from Ascombe School, Kitty Elias, Isabel Bugg, Chloe Hitchens and Sabrina Koskar. Their cox is Pepper Grenfell and they are coached by Oliver Klotz. In lane 7 from Radford College, Kate Collier, Hannah Kosh, Lily Soderblom, Gigi Hickey and Jackson Few, their cox, coached by Maximilian Mayer, Oscar Willink and Gordon Marks. And in lane 8, the MLC school from New South Wales, Ella Hugh, Rebecca Beaton, Eliza Kershaw MacDonald and Sophie Winnell, coxed by Alana Ng, coached by Rob Glendenning, Ash Brooking and Rafe Stanford Meisel.
Thanks, Lizzie. Yes, one of the events we've been looking forward to here, the Schoolgirls Coxed Quad Scull, a very strong field in this, and the second semi-final to come shortly as well. But it certainly is Canberra Girls Grammar School who've got off to a very convincing first half of the race here. They had 2.75 seconds after 500 metres and look to have extended it now out to beyond a full length.
An interesting story behind the MLC crew, which is currently sitting 4th, 5th, so middle of the field. They were relegated, having come second in their heat. They were relegated because their boat was underweight. All a bit of a mystery because they had weighed the boat in and thought it was on, and been told it was on weight. So anyway, it was a good reminder to me to make sure our school boats get weighed again, just to be sure.
Yes, exactly right.
Because you weigh them. If they are underweight, you need to put metal in there so that you can bring the boat up to or just above weight, and then because there is a required weight for each boat depending on its classification. Anyway, they've got safely through the repechage. That's right, well. And here they are now in the semi-final.
Which is why they're in the outside lane. 2, it would appear, that MLC school competition. Not out of contention here for a qualifying spot, but the 4, it looked to be across the course in lane order from lane 5 at this, lane 4 it is for this stage. So Canberra Girls Grammar School, Northern Beaches Secondary, the otherwise known as the Mossman crew there. Ascombe in lane 6 and Radford College from the ACT in lane number 7. And certainly Canberra Girls Grammar and Northern Beaches Secondary, 2 of the favourites for this event. They had some close contests, I seem to recall, at the New South Wales Championships earlier in the year as well.
Yeah, quite a big squad there at Mossman Rowing Club and the Northern Beaches Secondary College, both boys and girls. And their coaches there are Rowena Meredith, dual Olympian and bronze Olympic medalist, and Tom Schramko, who I think set just about every record there was on the ergo, and represented Australia and running a really strong program down there on the Northern Beaches of Sydney.
Yeah, Northern Beaches Secondary, if I recall correctly, is not just a single school, but a collection of
correct.
Campuses?
Yeah, campuses.
Camp High, whatever
that's
the
right.
plural of campus is. But regardless, put together a good career. But no match at this stage for Canberra Girls Grammar School. And of course, the other favourites of this event would be Gippsland Grammar, who are coming up in the next of our semi-finals. We won't get to see those crews race each other until the final tomorrow, but certainly Canberra Girls Grammar School doing a very good job here. 2.5 lengths clear of the crew from Northern Beaches Secondary. Ascom's still there in third place. Interesting for fourth, but we have certainly Radford College there in lane 7. They've got a crew in the next semi as well. MLC School the far side, and Strathcona, the crew from Victoria here, coming down lane number 1 ahead of both Shenton College and also Wrighton Girls, but I think they'll be outside the qualifying spots, although Strathcona not too far away now as they make a late surge, but no need for a late surge from our race leaders here from Canberra Girls Grammar School in lane 4. They'll be the first crew through to the final of the Schoolgirls Coxed Quad Skull Division 1. It is Canberra Girls Grammar School who take the win, 2.5 lengths ahead of Northern Beaches Secondary. Third looks likely to go to Ascom and North Strathcona, and Radford racing for that final qualifying spot. The Ascom crew is across, and Strathcona in the coral pink are going to claim the 4th and final qualifying spot. A good late surge from them. They will come through and race in at the final. Just missing out then Radford College from the ACT, the MLC School, 6th with the Red Caps. 7th will go to Shenton College, and in 8th place a crew or a school with such a proud history this race. Wrighton Girls won the Quad Skull about 5 times through the 2010s, but they finish 8th in this particular race.
What a fantastic race. So Canberra Girls Grammar School, pretty much as expected, have won this first semi-final of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Skull with a almost 7-second margin over the Northern Beaches Secondary College. Then back to Ascom in 3rd place, and Strathcona bringing out the taking out the 4th position to qualify themselves into the semi-final by about a length over Radford College. MLC School placed 6th, Shenton College 7th, and Wrighton Girls School 8th. And their winning time there for Canberra Girls Grammar, 7:55. Our second semi-final of the Schoolgirls Coxed Quad Skull is in progress with Launceston Grammar School in lane 1, Redlands in lane 2, Melbourne Girls Grammar in lane 3, Trinity Lutheran in lane 4, Gippsland Grammar in lane 5, Radford College in lane 6, Redlands in lane 7, and Loreto Kirribilli in lane 8. The Launceston Grammar School crew is Sophie Britton, Gwyneth Lone, Hervey Sullivan Arkless, Lucinda Dowling and their cox Holly Rockcliffe, coached by Anna Roddick, Joe Dowling and Thomas Green. The Redlands crew in lane 2 is Pearl Brown, Ava Ford, Liv Goodland and Isabel Campbell, coxed by Francesca Richardson, coached by Beth McLennan and James Petering and Cameron Butler. Melbourne Girls Grammar is Claudia Cogler, Natalie Grant, Emily Rasmussen and Georgia Berriman, coxed by Brittany McCormick. The Trinity Lutheran College of Queensland, Eleanor Doherty, Emily Dobbins, Sophie Clifford and Lily Fruin, coxed by Chloe Fielding and coached by Eric Rowan. Gippsland Grammar in lane 5, a strong crew there, Lily Canfield, Tara Dyhood, Scarlett Tavassi and April Harrison, coxed by Lucy Hodges and coached by Nick Bartlett. Radford College, Lucy Mihaljevic, Freya Teschendorf, Isabel Egan and Amelie Brennan, coxed by Charles Kendall, coached by Maximilian Mayer and Oscar Willink and Gordo Marks. The second Redlands crew is in lane 7, Kira Attard, Jemima Hugman, Alana Winder and Annabelle Huang, coxed by Carolina Pedro Inacio, coached by Kate Tidbury, James Petering and Cameron Butler. And Loreto Kirribilli are in lane 8. Sarah Holt, Millie Fallon, Georgia Moran, Elizabeth Roberts and their cox Lulu Warren, coached by Gareth Deacon.
And our drone rides with our 2 leading crews here in this second semi-final of the Schoolgirls Coxed Quad Skull. And it is actually Radford College from the ACT who have the edge here on Gippsland Grammar School, coming down lane 6, the crew from Canberra, just ahead of Gippsland Grammar, and those 2 certainly have skipped a fair bit clear of the rest of the field. 5.5 seconds back to Launceston Grammar lane 1, who are in 3rd place. Trinity Lutheran 2/3 of a second further back in the bright colours from the Gold Coast on Queensland lane 4. They have the last of the qualifying spots. Then Redlands, Melbourne Girls Grammar, Loreto Kirribilli, and a second crew from Redlands. And yes, Isabel Egan in that Radford College boat, a para rower who won the PR3 single scull earlier at this regatta, in company here with Lucy Mihalovic, Freya Teschendorf and Amelie Brennan, coxed by Charles Kendall. So that's the Radford College crew. But now it is Gippsland Grammar School starting to respond as I expected they would. I've seen this crew race a few times in recent months, and they do have, well, not just a strong finish, but a strong full race usually, often winning by substantial margins. They won the head of the Schoolgirls regatta, the very last race of that regatta 2 weekends ago by over 8 seconds from the Strathcona crew that we just saw go through in 4th place in the first semi. And now it is Gippsland Grammar School who start to put the foot down. Lily Canfield, Tara DeHood, Scarlett Tavassi, April Harrison and Lucy Hodges, their coach Nick Bartlett, who we've seen on the water here also racing for the Mercantile Rowing Club, and a para rower himself. We'll see him tomorrow in the Big White V of Victoria too, but for now I'm sure intently watching this crew from Gippsland Grammar School. Have been challenged certainly by the crew from Radford College all the way down the course, but as they start now to reach the last few strokes of this race, Gippsland Grammar School have got their boat in front by about a boat length, so they will go through and claim the top spot here in the second semi of the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull. It'll be Gippsland from Radford College, a good race then for third, Launceston and Trinity College still there as well, but it's going to be Gippsland Grammar School who take it out by just over a length. Radford College seem fairly unconcerned there as they come across the line, a clear second. Third, Launceston Grammar. Fourth, Trinity Lutheran College. They will be the 4 qualifiers from this race. 5th place just missing out. Oh, very tight there as well. It's either Melbourne Girls Grammar School or Redlands there on the far side, and it's definitely going to need a photo. 7th place will go to Loretto Kirribilli, and 8th will go to the second Redlands crew coming down lane number 2. But yeah, photo required for 5th place, but largely academic. Both crews will go to the B final, and Gippsland Grammar School ahead of Radford College, the top 4 through to the A final of the Schoolgirls Coxed Quad Scull.
And a slightly faster time of 7:54 for the crew from Gippsland Grammar, taking out the second semi-final of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. The margin about 2.5 seconds over second placed Radford College, with an exciting finish there. In third position, Launceston Grammar, and the final qualifying spot taken by Trinity Lutheran College of Queensland. Going through to the B final, Melbourne Girls Grammar, who we think placed 5th, either them or Redlands, and Redlands School, the Loretto Kirribilli from New South Wales, and the second Redlands crew from lane 8.
Yeah, very tight. 5th and 6th. We'll check for a photo of that race in a little while, but won't affect the progression system, and that will be a great final tomorrow when those few top quads race off for the title. But here is Lizzie, semi-final 3.
Semi-final 3, but in this one, the first 4 crews will go through to the C final, and the remainder will go through to the D final. So in lane 2, we have Launceston Grammar. In lane 3, PLC Sydney. In lane 4, Melbourne Girls College. In lane 5, Corowa Anglican Girls School. In lane 6, MLC Ladies College Perth. And in lane 7, Ballarat Clarendon College. So Launceston Grammar in lane 1 is the crew of Poppy Pitchford, Maddie Hurd, Poppy Cumming and Molly Clark, coxed by Annie Frost. In lane 3, PLC Sydney, that's the Presbyterian Ladies College, is Ellen McCartney, Maisie Burge, Molly Cameron and Emily Barrett, who we saw qualify in the single earlier. Lily Cameron is their cox, and their coach is Olympian Jeffrey Stewart. In lane 4, from Melbourne Girls College Victoria, Zoe Tucker, Eve Fumberger, Zara McIntosh and Bray Norton, coxed by Isabel Munro. In lane 5, from Corowa Anglican Girls School, Emily Newen, Chloe Agars, Hannah Waddell and Tessa Plant. Their cox is Amelie Bucket, their coach is Sienna Smith and another Olympian, Jane Robinson. In lane 6, from Methodist Ladies College Perth, Sophia Tornatora, Juliet Bird, Juliana Rodriguez and Jodie Priest, coxed by John T. Campbell. And Ballarat are here again, this time the Ballarat Clarendon College. Lara Aslan Wong, Ruby Pearce, Millie Mason and Estelle Freeman, coxed by Harper Henjack and coached by Emily Bathurst.
Yeah, great to see the Olympians back in the coaching ranks. So that's the PLC, that's Jeff Stewart of UTS and Australian 4 home fame of the around about the 2000s, that the crew that eventually ended up going faster than the Awesome Foursome a few years after they'd won their two gold medals. So great to see. And yes, Jane Robinson runs a strong program at the Corowa School in Melbourne, a triple Olympian herself, who's been known to row in the Corowa colours too in a few club races. You get in the boat with the school athletes, and also Tanya Nishabata, who's a very well-known masters rower in Victoria, who also coaches at the Corowa School. and they've formed some good club combinations too there, and it'll be a great experience for the Schoolgirls to row with two strong rowers such as Jane Robertson and Tanya Nishibata. We have just 4 crews to go through here. Pretty clear top 2 it looks like as well. The crews from, in fact that's, it is Coral, yes, lane 5, and Melbourne Girls College lane 6. Now, Lizzie, you're a lady who understands language well. Just check on the coxswain there of the Corowa crew. Emily
Bucket.
Bouquet?
Is it pronounced
I don't
bouquet?
know. I've never had clarity on that, but I thought I would bring that question to a wider audience. I think it is an important one to try and answer eventually, but I have been saying bucket. There are 2 T's, but I'm
how
sure.
about bucket?
Bucket?
It's a double T,
Yes,
bucket.
bucket. We could go with that too. But anyway, it's good to see that it is Corowa out in front here. Melbourne Girls College doing it well also there in lane number 4 alongside them. Zoe Tucker, Eve Fumberger, Zara McIntosh, Brain Norton and Isabel Munro there for Melbourne Girls College, who are a government school in Richmond in Melbourne, but they do compete with a number of obviously private and therefore much better funded schools too in competition around Victoria. They do a very good job. They do have a campus and a boat shed side by side on the banks of the Yarra, not far in fact. They're just across from the Hawthorn Rowing Club.
Right.
They're across on the Hawthorn side and Melbourne Girls College on the Richmond side.
And sitting in third, MLC Perth. They were very excited to be here. It was lovely when they turned up and they saw MLC from Sydney. Took a photograph of the trailer.
Yes, indeed. No, it is. Yes, the
and
MLCs
great to see
everywhere.
them having such a good time and doing so well. Headed to the C final in the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull.
Yes, the top 4 will go through to the C final and the other 2 to the D final. And the Corowa crew doing it well here on lane number 5. They will secure the win. So it's Corowa first by about almost 2 lengths from Melbourne Girls College in second place. Third will indeed be MLC Perth, one of I think 3 MLC schools here at this regatta, along with the Sydney and the Q from Melbourne variety as well. And then 4th is going to be Launceston Grammar down lane number 2. Poppy Pitchford, Maddie Hurd, Poppy Cuming, Molly Clark and Annie Frost there. Also through to the C final for the Launceston Grammar School. 5th will go to the Jeff Stewart coach crew from PLC Sydney, and 6th place in the red colours. It is the Ballarat-Clarendon combination on the far side of the course.
Excellent work. So just confirming then, the 4 crews through to the C final are Corowa Anglican Girls, Melbourne Girls College, MLC Perth and Launceston Grammar School. The remainder to the D final. We have a 4th semi-final in progress, and again the first 4 will progress to the C final and the remainder to the D final. In this race we have Strathcona in lane 2, Newcastle Grammar in lane 3, Unley High in lane 4, Furbank Grammar in lane 5 and Strathcona in lane 6. The Strathcona crew in lane 2 is Annabelle Howell, Maisie Permazel, Olivia Giles and Jessica Field, coxed by Bailey Riddle. The Strathcona crew in lane 6 is Syra Alsop, Charlotte Wood, Ivy Vossage and Ruby Douglas, coxed by Hannah Jung. Newcastle Grammar in lane 3 are Heidi McKenzie, Sadie Smart, Roxana Brown and Kensington Steele, coxed by Daniel Vesey. The Unley High crew in the middle of the course is Maya Lesu, Rachel Lutscombe, Lauren Halls and Grace Charters, coxed by Charlotte Hooper. They're coached by Madison Newland and Ethan Mons. And the Furbank Grammar School in lane 5 is Brooke DeTiro, Pippa Morgan, Lorna Cairns and Zara Excel, coxed by Lauren Box.
So yeah, this is the this is listed as the 4th semi-final of the Schoolgirls Cox Quad, which, as you know, confuses me, but it is effectively a race for access to the C and D finals, so I'm willing to live with it on that basis at least. But it is a race for, well, 4 of these 5 will go through to the C final, and last place only will go to the D final in the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull, which will form the early part of our racing here on the course tomorrow morning, beginning I think at the special extra early time of 7:45 tomorrow. It's yes, I know, shock horror, we'll have to get up in the even more dark than every other day.
And have packed, ready to go back to wherever we came from.
Yes,
Those
indeed.
of us who've got
A
to
fun
chuff
night.
off out. Yes.
Exactly, coming up. But
All good fun though. All worth it.
It is indeed.
So worth it.
Yes, for a huge day of racing tomorrow. And a huge day of racing this afternoon too, Liz. We've got a few more school races to go here throughout the early afternoon. And then, of course, our sprint regatta coming up from 3:30. Which will be fast and furious and action aplenty. Starting about where the boats are now, in fact, in this fourth semi of the Schoolgirls Quad Scull. So for those on the banks and in the Row Union Marquee, which looks as busy as it was yesterday afternoon when I tried to get in there and find a quick drink on the way out. But it is certainly will be a great spectator occasion this afternoon as these 500-metre sprint races take place. It's great to see the Saturday crowd here too. A lot more people around, it appears, than there have been for the weekdays of this regatta, of course, and I would certainly suggest you hang around right until the end of today because the sprint racing certainly is compelling, concluding at 6 o'clock with the Open Men's Coxed 8 sprint. So we'll have 8-8 or 7-8s, in fact, down the course over the 500 metres for a national title. But the leader here certainly is Unley High School from South Australia in this fourth semi of the Schoolgirls Coxed Quad Scull. Unley High leading it by probably close to 2 lengths over Newcastle Grammar School in second place. The red, or the coral pink, I should say it is, of Strathcona in lane number 2, and also Strathcona out there in lane 6. So 2 crews here from Strathcona who changed their colours without notice, at least to me, a couple of years ago. They used to row, I think, in a much darker bluey type colour, as so many schools do. It wasn't distinctive, and turned up one day at a regatta in this bright pink attire, which once I'd worked out who they were, was certainly made it much, much easier to pick up the crews. So coral pink, I'm told, is the official designation. I can't bring you the Pantone colour, as Chris McCarthy did yesterday for the Joey's 8 boat, but I'm sure we can work on that as well. We're going to see these crews again coming up in the C final tomorrow, because they certainly sit 3rd and 4th to 2 Strathcona crews, which means that Furbank Grammar School in lane number 5 with the 1 crew to miss out on the C final. They'll go to the D final. But Unley High from South Australia in lane number 4 are going to take the win very comfortably here with their light blue blades. They're about 2.5 lengths ahead of the combination from Newcastle Grammar School in second place. They're across the line now as well. And these 2 Strathcona crews going for a photo finish as well. And that's hard to separate them too. I think lane 2 just maybe Strathcona over lane 6 Strathcona. It's not Furbank Grammar, as the screen's suggesting. That's the crew in yellow yet to cross the line. They'll finish in 5th place. But again, a largely academic photo finish there, because Unley High, Newcastle Grammar and the 2 crews from Strathcona will both qualify for the C final early tomorrow morning in the Schoolgirls Coxed Quad Scull.
Yes, indeed they will. And the time there for Unley High, crossing the line first in the semi-final to get themselves into the C final, crossing the line in a time of 8:32, so just a couple of second, or 1 second really, slower than the previous semi-final. So we're looking good for an exciting C final. The margin between them and Newcastle Grammar was 8.43, a further 4.7 and 0.45 back to the 2 crews from Strathcona, who will also contest the C final, and Furbank Grammar going through to the D final.
And confirmation there, but it looks like about a 0.45 second margin there between Strathcona lane 2 and Strathcona lane 6. So that was the order in which they crossed the line. Just before you take us to our next race, Lizzie, we'll just confirm that photo finish. A few races to go for 5th and 6th in race 537. It has gone the way of Melbourne Girls Grammar School. So Melbourne Girls Grammar lane number 3 finished 5th, and Redlands lane 7 finished in 6th. There was 0.26 of a second between those 2 crews, but both did miss out on a final qualification.
Race number 540 is the first semi-final of the Schoolboys Coxed Quad Scull, with the first 4 crews progressing through to the A final, the remainder to the B final. The Southport School are in lane 1, Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 2, Melbourne High School in lane 3, Marist College Canberra in lane 4, Trinity Grammar Q in lane 5, Kinross Walleroy School from Orange in lane 6, Radford College from Canberra in lane 7, and Newcastle Grammar School in lane 8. The Southport School crew is Clancy Cohen, Cruz Sten, Fergus Woolley and Tice Miller-Wright, coxed by Miles Norman. In the Hunter Valley crew is Harrison Skelly Osmond, William Hunt, Hayden Melmoth and Zachary Jones, coxed by Evelyn Russell. The Melbourne High crew is Xavier Bruzaniti, Blake O'Brien, Yang Xing Huang and Willie Moe, coxed by Joe Lim. The Marist College Canberra crew, Garvin Hayes, Roland Carter, Mitchell Wadey and Harrison Braithwaite, coxed by Theodore Campton. In lane 5, the Trinity Grammar Q crew is Matthew Rigby, Matthew Tolte, Will Johnson and James Devlin, coxed by Oliver Cassin. The Kinross Walleroy crew in lane 6 is Tom Robson, Archie Condon, Nick Tancred and Lockie Soster, coxed by Jane Bruce. The Radford College crew is Lincoln Uren, Joshua Miller, Charlie Knight and Hamish Whittier, coxed by Moira Geraghty. And the Newcastle Grammar School crew is Mitchell Chung, William Bird, Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown, coxed by Claudia Wills.
So our top 2 crews on screen there as we pan further across the field down to Kinross Walleroy, who are in the hunt certainly, but it was Marist College Canberra in front by about 2 lengths from Trinity Grammar School of Kew in Melbourne there in second place. Third does now look to be still the Radford College, I think, just ahead of Kinross Walleroy, but at this stage they are our 4 qualifiers from this first semi of the Schoolboys at Coxed Quad Skull, with a bit of a gap then back to Melbourne High lane 3, Hunter Valley Grammar in 2, the Southport School lane 1 and also Newcastle Grammar School across on the far side. A great representation also from the Hunter region too in this race, with 2 boats in the semi-final, but it's going to be Marist College from the ACT just holding on. These 4 boats will finish with their length. All 4 will go through, but it's Marist College first. Second, the Trinity Grammar School. Third, Radford College. Fourth, Kinross Walleroy. Then a length and a half back, just missing out to Melbourne High School, lane 3, who will go to the B final along with the right caps on the far side. Newcastle Grammar School in 6th. 7th to Hunter Valley Grammar and 8th to the Southport School. So Marist College Canberra take out the first semi of the Schoolboys at Coxed Quad Skull, and we do thank in advance Marist College Canberra for their work tomorrow as the tray holders in our presentation area.
Yep, they won Marist College Canberra in a time of roughly 7:21, about 1.63 of a second ahead of Trinity Grammar. The third placed crew was Radford College, about 1.5 seconds after them, and then about another half a second back to Kinross Walleroy, who snatched the last remaining qualification space for the A final. So going now to the B final will be Melbourne High School in 5th, Newcastle Grammar in 6th, Hunter Valley Grammar in 7th and 8th, the Southport School. The second semi-final is now on the course. We have Emmaus College of Queensland in lane 1. Jai Old, Nicholas Thompson, Tristan Vesey and Harry Brandt, coxed by Layla Struthers and coached by Kim Byrne. We have Gippsland Grammar in lane 2, Lagan Joshi, Connor Howard, Hagan Cook and Samuel Reynolds, coxed by Mia Del Busso, coached by Mark Friedman. The Redland School of Sydney are in lane 3, Jack Meek, Henry Dobson, Connor Morrison and Angus McKinns, coxed by Anushka Lee, coached by Timothy Robertson, James Petering and Cameron Butler. Kinross Walleroy School are in lane 4, Harry Dimmock, Toby Buckland, Oscar Cleary and Ash Robinson, coxed by Henry Baker, coached by Benjamin Watt and Angus Peterson. Launceston Grammar are in lane 5, Monty Brown, Eden Myberg, Archie Burke and George Beecham, coxed by Josie Johnston, coached by James Cumming and Laurie Malcolm. Cranbrook School from Sydney are in lane 6, Edward Hartwright, Edward Williams, Giles Mann and Luke Martin, coxed by Owen Moody, coached by Adrian Henning, Stephen Irons and Sam Carroll. Shenton College from WA are in lane 7, Samuel Lewis, Charles Potter, Dylan Capewell, Cooper Wood, Olive Materia, their coaches Jacob Sangster and Maisie Dawson, and Ballarat Clarendon. So we've got a good Victorian college for you there, Richard. They're in lane 8. The crew is Callum Stevens, Charlie Lawler, Charles Watley and Harry Clark, coxed by William Belcher and coached by Matt Olver.
Yeah, good spread from around the country in this race. A couple of crews from regional Victoria. 3 from New South Wales, Shenton College of Western Australia, Emmaus College, who are from Bundaberg in Queensland, and also the Tasmanian crew, who are our race leaders, Launceston Grammar School, ever so narrowly. In fact, were the leaders, but now I suspect that Kinross Walleroy blue boat has just about gone past them, and with them too the Redlands combination from Sydney. So Launceston Grammar certainly were in top spot as they came through the 1,000-metre timing point, but after 1,500 it was Kinross Walleroy in 5:25.88, just 0.23 of a second ahead of Redlands and 0.20 back to Launceston Grammar School. So less than half a second between our top three crews. Then Cranbrook in fourth place, the crew racing in lane 6. So there's the 4 middle lanes here with about 350 or so metres to go, but the lead has changed a couple of times in these last few hundred metres, and Launceston Grammar School there in the black and white horizontal, or the vertical stripes, I should say, not giving up the chase here either, and trying to get their way back on terms here with Kinross Walleroy and also Redlands there of Sydney. But it is the blue boat here of the Kinross Walleroy School now with certainly a clear lead, and in fact extending out to almost a length over Redlands beside them there in second place. Then Launceston Grammar School still there in the top 3, and either Gippsland Grammar or Cranbrook on the other side, you'd think, battling out for the final qualifying spot ahead of the Mouse College, Shenton College, and back then to Ballarat Clarendon College. But it is Kinross Walleroy once again, that light blue boat charging out in front here in a schools race at the National Championship. They had such success certainly last year too in the school finals, and they won bronze in this event, and on the under-19 it was earlier today too, so they're already a crew in form. So this is the combination from Kinross Walleroy, a very tight battle for second behind them, but all three crews are going to go through to the final here. Kinross Walleroy in first place, second just to be Redlands lane 3, third is Launceston Grammar School, and just for fourth, holding off a late charge there, it's Cranbrook who'll get the edge over Gippsland Grammar School, who just miss out in fifth place. Sixth will go to the Shenton College combination on the far side. Seventh place is Emmaus College from Bundaberg, Rockhampton, I should say. I said Bundaberg, but they're from Rockhampton, definitely in lane number 1. And Ballarat Clarendon in lane 8 will finish in 8th position.
What an exciting race. The win in our second semi-final of the Schoolboy coxed quad scull has gone to Kinross Walleroy, the bronze medalists in the under-19 quad this morning. So into the A final they go, and with them go Redlands just behind them. In third position, Launceston Grammar, and qualifying in fourth position, Cranbrook School from Sydney. Moving to the B final, Gippsland Grammar in fifth place, Shenton College, Emmaus College from Queensland, and in 8th position Ballarat Clarendon. The winning time was 7:16.18 provisionally, so quite a bit, 5 seconds faster than the previous semi-final. The margins were 2.41, 0.34 and then 5.06. It's going to be a good race tomorrow.
Yes, once again sets up for a great final in the Schoolboys at Coxed Quad Scull, and they will again be B, C and D finals there, so we do require 2 more semi-finals to work out who'll race in those C and D finals.
So Pembroke School are in lane 2 of this third semi-final. Luke Jones, Max van der Meulengraaf, Brock Redman and Alex Smitham, coxed by Beatrice Liu, coached by Simon Lane and Tom Merrigan. In lane 3 from Melbourne High School, Daniel Ball, Louis Moulet, Yuvan Paranthaman, Neil Shah and Benjamin Ye. In lane 4 from Trinity Grammar, Grady Peck, Alex Zhang, Spencer James and Jed Morris, coxed by Sam McDonald. In lane 5 from Canberra Grammar School, James Wilson, Xavier Moss, Harry English and Archer Doherty, coxed by Teniola Balogun, coached by Thomas Hart. And in lane 6 we have another crew from Cranbrook School, Sol Stathis, Toby Lane, Henry Dawson and Maxwell Scales, coxed by Thomas Lukes, coached by Stephen Irons, Adrian Henning and Sam Carroll.
So 5 boats here on the course in this third semi, and 4 will move through to tomorrow's C final, and the 5th place crew to the even earlier D final in tomorrow's program, as we do have a series of B, C and D finals to begin proceedings tomorrow before our A finals begin, with our school and club events concluding around about midday tomorrow and the Interstate Regatta. It's hard to believe, Lizzie, under 24 hours away now. They will be racing in the Interstate Regatta this time tomorrow. In fact, at about 1 o'clock tomorrow, so it's rapidly approaching.
It is, and you can definitely feel the interstate rivalry starting to build, can't you?
Yep, no, very much so. There's been a lot of that certainly happening today, but it is Cranbrook here in lane 5 who look to be our leading crew. Just narrowly it was after, well, that's after 500 metres, our current splits, which are not very up to date. They just had the edge on Brisbane Boys College, but now it's a bit of a more substantial lead over the crew from BBC. Friends School from Hobart there in lane 3. Launceston Grammar of Launceston obviously in lane 6, so the north and the south of Tasmania both in this particular event. And Redlands from Sydney. In fact, that's the wrong crews I was just giving you there, wasn't I? In fact, it's Canberra Grammar School, lane 5, who do lead here. This is semi-final number 3. So, yes, I'm getting splits coming through from both races at the same time. But it's Canberra Grammar who lead here from Trinity Grammar, Melbourne High and Cranbrook are our top 4, with the Pembroke School back in 5th place. And a very close race coming down the course in the 4th semi we'll see shortly. But it is certainly Cranbrook who lead here, Canberra Grammar who lead here. James Wilson, Xavier Moss, Harry English, Archer Doherty and Teniola Balgan, coached by Thomas Hart. This is what happens when lunch gets delayed this far, doesn't it? It becomes a very long morning here. Trinity Grammar School lane 4 a second. Grady Peck, Alex James, Spencer James, Jed Morris and Sam McDonald. And then it is either Cranbrook or Melbourne High for 3rd and 4th, but both will go through to the C final regardless. So it's going to be a win in a few strokes time to the combination from Canberra Grammar School. Lane 5 gets it by just over a length. Trinity Grammar School from Kew will finish 2nd. 3rd to the bright TSS style caps there of the Cranbrook School of Sydney, and 4th place back on this side is Melbourne High. The Pembroke School from Adelaide will finish in 5th place and be the one crew to miss out on C final qualification.
So progressing through from the semi-final number 3 to the C final will be Canberra Grammar School, Trinity Grammar School, and 3rd place Cranbrook School, 4th placed Melbourne High School. And moving to the D final will be the Pembroke School from South Australia. The provisional winning time for Canberra Grammar School was 7 minutes 42.22. The margins 2.09, 6.38 and 1.34. Well, the wind is picking up a little bit more, and that would just be right because we're ready for the sprint champs. I think that's deliberately blowing to slow it down a bit for our commentators. But we do have another semi-final in the Schoolboys coxed quad scull, and again the first 4 will progress to the C final and the remainder to the D final. In lane 2, Redlands. In lane 3, the Friends School Tasmania. In lane 4, Brisbane Boys College. In lane 5, Cranbrook, and in lane 6, Launceston Grammar. In the Redlands crew, Cooper McDonald, Christopher Ferros, Gus O'Sullivan and Kieran Newman, coxed by Kira Benoliel, coached by Jeremy Plummer, James Petering and Cameron Butler. In lane 3, the Friends School of Tasmania have Owen Scott, Lachlan Klein, Will Linnett and Henry Manning, with their cox Noah Smith, coached by Ian McMahon. The Brisbane Boys College crew in lane 4 is Rhys Piddick, Jack McLeod, Charles Ayres and Will Dixon. Their cox is Campbell Baird, their coach is Callum Hinwood. In lane 5, a crew from Cranbrook of Oscar Auden, Tate Leggett, James Campbell and Maximilian Alchin, coxed by Fergus Dawson-Damer, coached by Sam Carroll, Adrian Henning and Stephen Irons. And Launceston Grammar School are in lane 6 with Hamish Cumming, Felix Glynn, Bailey Stewart and Henley Gregg, coxed by Jamari Lockhart, coached by James Cumming and Laurie Malcolm.
So into the closing strokes now of this 4th semi-final. Now with, yes, 5 boats here across the course. We possibly only 4 boats here across the course, it looks like now. The race certainly being led by that Brisbane Boys College combination in lane number 4. Cranbrook there in lane 5, Launceston Grammar School in 6 and Redlands in 2. So no appearance, it seems, from the Friends School here on lane 3, which I suspect means that 3 of these crews only will go through to the C final tomorrow. But Brisbane Boys College have no concern about that because they are comfortably across in first place for the win. 2 lengths clear of the Cranbrook School there in second place on lane number 5. Third is going to be Launceston Grammar School, lane 6. So they're definitely through to the C final. And then in fourth, and what appears to be the last crew home here, is Redlands lane 2. So it would likely be the case they would actually progress to the D final rather than the C final, but we'll let our officials sort that out when the draw for tomorrow morning comes out later on tonight. Lizzie Chapman's off for a well-earned lunch break, or breakfast, possibly still waiting for breakfast. And welcome back, Stuart John.
I think she's off for brunner. It's breakfast, lunch and dinner all at once.
Sounds good.
It's been a very long day, but it's been a fantastic bit of coaching. She does everything. It's a very busy woman, but we are just about ready for the start, or we are underway in the first semi-final of the Schoolgirls 8s, a fantastic event, and this is going to be some fantastic racing. Lane 1, we have Loretto Toorak. Lane 2, Geelong Grammar. Lane 3, Scotch Oakburn College. Lane 4, Pymble Ladies College. Lane 5, Melbourne Girls Grammar. Lane 6, Seymour College. Lane 7, second Seymour College crew, and then lane 8, Wesley College. So we saw in the heats, Melbourne Girls Grammar absolutely blitzed a very strong St Catherine's Melbourne crew in that heat. Got out to a fast lead, and at the moment it does look like they're out fast again, Richard, although just having a look across the field, they're sitting in second
Pymble
behind
Ladies
PLC.
who have got the best of the starts. They had a very strong heat too. I was must admit, sitting in the Royal Union Bar watching you and Chris describe these heats for us a couple of days ago from the very safe and warm confines of Royal Union, but there were some good races. But yeah, 1 or 2 unexpected results, and certainly seeing Melbourne Girls Grammar School beat St Catherine's, which have not done all season. I've seen these crews race a number of times, and St Catherine's are having a very strong season up in Victoria, and we'll see if they can bring that form to the National Championships. But Pymble Ladies College, who have won this race multiple times before, they're not for several years now, look to be in very good form here as well.
Yeah, this Pymble Ladies crew, Isabella Staley, Leander McLaughlin, Millie Cullinan, Scarlett Ollison, Summer Phillips, Mika Naito, Erin Porter, Annabelle Shanahan and Matilda Goddard leading out Melbourne Girls Grammar by 3 seconds at the 1,000 metres. Then Scotch Oakburn just in behind them, Geelong Grammar, Seymour College, Wesley College, Loretto Toorak, and then the second Seymour College crew. So just sitting in the final place. So it's top 4 to go through to the A final, with the rest going through to the B final. And so it's really between Geelong Grammar and the Seymour College crew in lane number 6 as to that final position. You can see there the lovely chevron coming down the course, that view from the drone, which has again been the MVP of the regatta. Yeah, no, fantastic sight both there from our window looking at the boats approach, and here from behind the drone as they travel down towards us. Our umpire's boat safely and behind in that V shape, ensuring the fairness and safety of all racing here. But yeah, Pymble Ladies College certainly away well. Melbourne Girls Grammar School there, lane 5, Imogen Perrott, Adelaide Banks, Megan Barrow, Grace Perrott, Jemima Ross, Samantha O'Keefe, Manny Clifford and Emily Anthony in the stroke seat. Another of the Anthony Milne dynasty there at Melbourne Girls Grammar School. They're coxed by Phoebe Paul, and yeah, they have probably been the second best crew across Victoria so far this season, second at the head of the Schoolgirls regatta at least, but also multiple winners of this event. They won it, if I recall correctly, at Champion Lakes, I think in 2023, and also here at Lake Barrington in 2021. So they've got a good record in recent years, Melbourne Girls Grammar School. In fact, their Nationals record is probably better than their record racing in Victoria. And then sitting in third place does look to be the locals from Scotch Oakburn. So Chaley Barron, Sophie Christie, Harriet Binley, Ailish Barron, Madison Marshall, May Wayne, Emily Naggs, Isabella Wilson and Harriet Lynch is their coxswain, coached by Greta Brown. So they're sitting in the third place. So an A final would be fantastic here for the local school. And through the 1,500 metres, it was Melbourne Girls Grammar leading out Pymble Ladies, but only just so. Melbourne Girls Grammar just going out into the lead through those final stages, and then Scotch Oakburn sitting in third, Geelong Grammar in fourth. Then it's only 1.5 seconds back to Seymour College in lane number 6. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one as they get a little bit closer towards the finish. Wesley College in 6th, then Loretto Toorak in 7th, and Seymour College in lane number 7 in 8th position. This is the Geelong Grammar crew that won the Under-19 earlier today as well, so they're surely going to be a bit tired by now. They're going to have to work to hold their 4th spot here and secure
their position through to the A final. But they are a combination of Sasha Laidlaw, Lily James, Chloe Fitzgerald, Manon Parenk, Madison Sonego, Audrey Seminev, Miranda Worswick, Zoe Reid and Lucia Church there. They were ahead of the River winners at the Gambia Lakes last Saturday, so they've won a few races in recent times. They were fourth ahead of the Schoolgirls, third I should say ahead of the Schoolgirls, and they just still seem to sit ahead of that crew from Seymour College in South Australia, but not by much.
No, Seymour College, that crew. Annie McNally, Adelaide Salu, Imogen Johnson, Olivia Pianciello, Sasha Humboldt, Lucy Pocock, Kira Fogarty, Ava Charlesworth, Ella Edwinson. What have they got over the final 250 metres to try and qualify for the A final ahead of Geelong Grammar? It's going to come down to the wire. Our leading three crews looking very comfortable. Melbourne Girls Grammar, Pymble Ladies and Scotch Oakburn. But who's joining them in the A final, Richard?
Yeah, it's going to be close. Also, to see two crews here from Seymour College. They've done well to get them through. Wesley and Loretto Turak either side of the course. Can't go through from here, but it certainly is Melbourne Girls Grammar School now, well clear of Pymble, who seem to be tiring late in this race. Scotch Oakburn certainly coming up to maybe snatch second spot, and Geelong Grammar with Seymour College the far side certainly moving quite well. The crew from South Australia, it's going to be a win to Melbourne Girls Grammar School, who'll take the centre lane. I think that Scotch Oakburn might snatch second over Pymble Ladies College in a couple of strokes time. They will indeed, and fourth is just going to go the way of Geelong Grammar School in the light blue with the white bucket hats. They will go through and race for another national title tomorrow. So close, but Seymour College just missing out there towards the far side of the course. Sixth place will be Wesley College, lane 8. Seventh is going to go to, well, tight in fact between two more of the crews from down south. It'll be possibly just the white boat there of Seymour College, I think, edging out the blue boat of Loretto Turak. But as expected, Stuart, fantastic racing in the semi-finals of the Schoolgirls 8.
Yeah, Melbourne Girls Grammar going through to the A final, rowing strongly towards the end to hold out a very fast finishing Scotch Oakburn College from Tasmania. They're through to the A final. Pymble Ladies College, they'll join them, as will Geelong Grammar, just holding out Seymour College in that battle in the first semi-final of the Schoolgirls Coxed States. Now, if your vocal cords weren't ready, Richard, they certainly should be now, because we've got the second semi-final, and this has the crews that we've been talking about on a podcast for a long time. Lane 1, Loretto Normanhurst. Lane 2, PLC Perth. Lane 3, St Catharines Melbourne. Lane 4, Kinross Walleroy. Lane 5, MLCQ. Lane 6, St Catharines Sydney. Lane 7, Furbank Grammar. And Lane 8, the second crew from St Catharines in Melbourne. Now, we've been talking about this. Kinross Walleroy and St Catharines Sydney had an amazing battle at the head of the Schoolgirls Head of the River in Sydney a few weeks ago. St Catharines Victoria, until a couple of days ago, were completely undefeated. They lost out in their heat to Melbourne Girls Grammar, who have just seen win semi-final number 1. And as they're underway here, they're out for revenge.
They are, and they're out to do this very, very much from the start, the crew. So that's St Catharines Melbourne there in the yellow empacker there with the light and dark blue colours. St Catharines is Sydney behind them in the white colours with the stripes too. That's Kinross Walleroy in the light blue boat. So they're all front and centre. And how good is the random semi-final draw? 3 crews from St Catharines of 2 different skills thrown in together with Kinross Walleroy.
Look, it's 3 of the favourites, the 3 that we've been talking about. I don't know that I would write out Melbourne Girls Grammar just based on what I've seen, and even Scotch Oakburn. Wouldn't that be a turn-up? A Tasmanian school winning the Schoolgirl Head.
Barrington's Cup stays at Lake Barrington. How fantastic.
It would be so good to see.
Unless
but at the
possibly you're from St Catharines or Kinross Walleroy or Melbourne Girls Grammar School. But the race is
never mind that.
but this is a big statement here from St Catharines. So you're right. I'm watching that heat the other day, and I think a lot of us were surprised at what we'd seen by St Catharines from Melbourne, being beaten by Melbourne Girls Grammar School, but they're certainly responding here. So the crew there from St Catharines, they were noting there's 2 crews in the race from St Catharines Melbourne, Division 2-8, racing in lane 8. But their top crew is lane 3. Catherine Ross, Isabel Peter, Emma Hibbins, Amity Morris, Carrie Prendergast, Zara Hoban, Emma Peel, Sophia Purton, Rachel Carton, coached by Hallie Verbunt and Jonathan Trovis.
Now they're leading Kinross Walleroy, Belle Clinton, Laura Chudley, Emily Wise, Rani Jarek, Lucy Reedy, Olivia Searle, Xantha Staniforth, Tessa Wong and Philippa Martin, coached by Andrew Gannon. And that is as much as Kinross has been led by the entire season. If anyone's got ahead, it's only been by about a canvas.
And yeah, right at the end of the race. And then the other St Catharines crew, St Catharines Sydney in lane number 6, who are the defending champions of the Schoolgirl 8 from this regatta last year. Melanie Poulos, Alice Steed, Evelyn Stichter, Sarah Rupnick-Williams, Isabel Yardley, Chelsea Baker, Matisse Borthwick, Florence Hennessy and Georgia Parks, coached by Jared Watson and Annabelle McIntyre.
Now you can see here St Catherine's on the left-hand side and then Kinross Walleroy in the blue boat on the right. Are they starting to make up just a little bit of ground? They're coming up to the 1,500 metre timing point. We'll get a bit of an idea through the first 1,000 metres. It was 4 seconds. St Catherine's absolutely blitzed it off the line, and then a couple across from them we've got the second St Catherine's crew that are sitting in 3rd place. There are 1, 2 and 3. PLC Perth are sitting in 4th place. They're going to be challenged by MLCQ over in lane number 5, and then they're in turn half a boat length ahead of Loretto Normanhurst, and then back to Furbank Grammar and the second St Catherine's crew. You can see Furbank Grammar just on the screen on the right hand side at the moment. So out in front it is St Catherine's Melbourne, a boat length lead over Kinross, and it's Kinross v St Catherine's Sydney as they come through the 1,500.
And this is just a semi-final, don't forget. But one of the races I still just recall very well, Stuart, was the semi-final of this event at Champion Lakes in Perth. What was that, 2 years ago now, in the dying light of that late Saturday afternoon, where the 2 St Catherine's crews went stroke for stroke in the semi and almost dead heated, in fact. And I thought the same might happen here. We throw Kinross Walleroy in the mix there with what I'm going to call that unique rig, but I know you've got
the
you and
triple
Chris have been
buckets.
describing it differently all season. It certainly does stand out when you see it like that. That's St Catherine's and Sydney, the yellow of Furbank Grammar School behind them, who look outside the mix for the 4th and final spot. We shouldn't lose sight of that, but this is still over a boat length lead. St Catherine's of Melbourne, Kinross Walleroy and St Catherine's of Sydney, and then probably just, it looks to be PLC Perth at this stage, edging out to MLCQ, who would love to make it through to the final as well after missing out at the head of the Schoolgirls with just now on 250 metres to go. Can St Catherine's hold on, Stuart?
St Catherine's of Melbourne, still that boat length lead over Kinross, who in turn half a boat length over the St Catherine's Sydney, and then back there's a lot of St Catherine's going on. PLC Perth, they're holding on to the 4th and final qualification position as they're into the red buoys now. It's 250 metres to go. This is a statement row from St Catherine's Melbourne. They've gone out hard. They would have been disappointed with their heat result, and now a boat from Kinross that have been undefeated themselves throughout the season. St Catherine's Melbourne are over a boat length ahead with 150 metres left to go.
35 strokes per minute there in the St Catherine's crew, and they're certainly answering every challenge that's being thrown at them late here. Kinross Walleroy and St Catherine's Sydney are having a fantastic race. If you remove the crew in front, it'd almost be a dead heat there, and then still PLC and MLC. It's so poetic everywhere you look, but it's going to be St Catherine's of Melbourne who'll take the win here in this second semi of the Schoolgirls Coxed 8. So they win it on lane 3 by about a length and a third, and Kinross Walleroy will edge out St Catherine's Melbourne in the race for 3rd, and then MLC or PLC, a few strokes to go for those 2 crews. Maybe PLC just, I reckon, the white boat will edge out the dark canvas there. So PLC Perth, the West Australians, through to the final just ahead. Agony there again for Methodist Ladies College from Melbourne in 5th place. 6th then will go to Loretto from Normanhurst in lane number 1. 7th, the other side, is the Furbank Grammar crew in the yellow colours, and the second St Catherine's crew, or the 3rd in the race, the second 8 of St Catherine's from Melbourne, will finish in 8th place. 1st and 8th for St Catherine's, 2nd for Kinross, PLC edge out MLC. What a race, Stuart.
Unbelievable. And both semi-finals, Richard, both semi-finals, 5th place missed out by the barest of margins, less than a canvas. But it is going to be St Catherine's School Melbourne who go through to the A final ahead of Kinross Walleroy, St Catherine's School Sydney, and then PLC Perth finishing in 4th place. Oh, wow. And just when you think that couldn't get any more exciting, we're on to the semi-final of the Schoolboys Cox States. Again, first 4 through to the final. Lane 1, the Southport School. Lane 2, Xavier College. Lane 3, the King's School. Lane 4, Melbourne Grammar. Lane 5, Scotch College. In lane 6, St Kevin's College. Lane 7, Newington. And lane 8, Prince Alfred College, as we see them. And it's unusually enough for a semi-final. It's the Southport School. They went through the repechage and they have gotten out to an amazing lead early doors.
Stuart, you're of the same vintage as me, so that's Kieran Perkins all over again from the Atlanta Olympics in 1996. The outside lane, get in front and keep going.
That was Radford College in the under-17 eights back 4 years ago.
Slightly
down
more
here.
equivalent, exactly right. But the Southport School, as you and I and Chris McCarthy remember oh so well, were narrowly beaten in the race for the Barrington Cup at Sydney last year when King swooped from seemingly nowhere to get the win. So they're out for revenge too. They are the head of the river winners from Brisbane on Lake Warralong just a week ago. It was that crew of Max Galley, John Annetto, Samuel Butler, Harrison Howard, Matthew Coleman, Kine Bear, George Schmidt, Leonardo Hughes, Lachlan Hewitt, and coached by Cameron Kennedy. And they have a good lead here by about a length, it would seem, over. It is the King's School, of course. Their old rivals still there in lane number 3.
It's deja vu all over again. The King's School crew of Angus Dugan, Luke Fleet, Sam McLean, Harry Bodman, Hamish Matthews, William Farrer, Lockie Rogers, Lockie Tyndall, and Otto Gerber, coached by David Gelly. And you can see them just with a little bit of a lead over Scotch College, Victoria. And then a couple of lanes across from them, we've got Newington College from New South Wales, and then it's not that far back to Xavier College from Victoria as well. So there's
Scotch and Xavier were first and second in the APS Centre River at Nagambie a week ago, and they're a similar position here, but some work to do. So Scotch haven't been beaten in many races this season. They're sitting in 3rd place, and was it also Newington across to the far side looking for a qualifying spot? So it's on for young and old here once again.
It is, and it's that grotty headwind that's popped up again as well. You can see the water just starting to come up towards the gunnels on each of the boats, so it's just making it that little bit harder. It's just making it that little bit trickier. But as they come towards the final stages now in this first semi-final of the Schoolboy 8s, and the Southport School in lane number 1 coming through to the finish, and then the rest of it, well, let's throw a blanket over it because it is absolutely anyone's game. Newington are flying down the outside at the moment. The Southport School are going to go through and take the win. Then we've got Newington over on the far side. King's School and Scotch College look like our 4 qualifiers. Confirmation of the win for the boys from the Gold Coast. Coming through in 2nd place, it will be, well, it's almost a dead heat between Kings and Newington, and then Scotch College finishing in 4th place. They'll go through to the finals, and then another almost dead heat between lanes 2 and 8. That is Xavier College and Prince Alfred College from South Australia. Coming through in between them will be the crew from Melbourne Grammar, and then back a little bit further to St Kevin's. Oh my goodness, we're going to need a lie down.
We're going to need reinforcements. Ben Hover's about to take over from me, but this has been fantastic. These School 8s racing, and I think Kings in the end actually pinched second over Newington. Both go through with the Southport School, but the heat winners there. And Scotch in 4th place, so they're through, but they'll be in the outside lane. No idea 5th and 6th. It was either Xavier or Prince Alfred College. Melbourne Grammar School finished 7th, and St Kevin's 8th, and 6:54.40 the time there, which tells you a fair bit about these conditions.
Yeah, the head breeze quite strong, but as you say, Southport School, Newington, Kings and Scotch College going through to the A final, with the rest going through to the B final. We are underway and through 1,000 metres of the 2nd semi-final of the Schoolboys coxed eights. First 4 through to the A final. Lane 1, we have Nudgee College. Lane 2, Brisbane Boys College. Lane 3, Christchurch Grammar from Western Australia. Lane 4, St Ignatius College. Lane 5, the Shaw School. Lane 6, Brighton Grammar. Lane 7, St Peter's College. And Lane 8, Geelong Grammar, as Richard Dorstein takes a break. And I am joined by the Hunter Valley heartthrob himself, Ben Homer, in time for what is another excellent race going on here. St Ignatius out to the lead, the favourites.
I've been called many things, Stuart, but that is certainly not one I've been called, so I'm happy to add that one to the list. All righty, wow. It's like a comedy show. Richard can't stop laughing. Luckily, he's walking outside. All right, so we can see out in front St Ignatius with a 7-second lead. This is huge, isn't it, to the 1,000 metres? And you just look at these conditions. They are definitely worse than they were probably half an hour ago. I like to call these conditions Newcastle Harbour on a good day. It is very, very rough out there. Shaw School were in 2nd at the 1K. Christchurch in 3rd. That is they're from WA, and then Nudgee in 4th. But it was 2.5 seconds back to Brighton Grammar, who are in 5th position, and then St Peter's College were there and thereabouts. It was pretty tight, though, that probably those last 5 fighting it out for that final spot in the A final of the Schoolboys coxed 8.
Yeah, look, it's all up for grabs at the moment. About the only thing that we could guarantee right about now is that St Ignatius, they've been undefeated throughout the season. They won the AAGPS Head of the River. They won the New South Wales Championships. They're looking to add in the Schoolboys coxed 8s to their collection for season 2024-25, and they are well out in front. And it's going to be fascinating to see, now that we've seen what the Southport School can put down. We've been talking about whether or not it's Scots and St Ignatius. Let's throw the Queenslanders in there as well, the boys from the Gold Coast, looking to avenge last year's last-minute defeat to the King's School.
Well, the only boats you can really say are out of it at this point is Brisbane boys in lane 2 and Geelong Grammar over in lane 8, because there are 5 boats here fighting it out for 3 positions. If you're saying St Ignatius, barring a disaster in the last 250, they're going to move on through to the A final, but there are 5 crews here, and Nudgy is on the near side. Then you've got Christchurch from WA. They're the crew in lane 3. Further across the course, the Shaw School. Brighton Grammar now just slipping back, so too St Peter's College. Just moving their way into second place at the moment is the Shaw School out of New South Wales. So there's about 250 metres to go. Christchurch are really trying to ramp it up now as well. And now there's some movement coming on the far side of the course from Brighton Grammar and St Peter's College, but they're going to have to get a wriggle on. So too a Nudgy. Well, they're all coming for it here. This is going to be a fantastic finish, because 6 into 4 simply does not go. St Ignatius with just a few strokes to go. They're going to move their way into the final. The Shaw School looked to have locked down second spot, but third and fourth, well, it is going to come all the way down to the line. So it's St Ignatius, the first through in semi-final number 2. The Shaw School, they're leading it when it comes to second place. But here comes Brighton Grammar, St Peter's College as well, Christchurch. Nudgy may be just out of it, so it's Shaw. And just on the line, it will be St Peter's College and Brighton Grammar, the 4 through. We are getting it here as Christchurch lane 3. We will get a qualification of that, but by the naked eye, they were the 4 that moved through. St Ignatius, Shaw, Brighton Grammar, St Peter's College. Wow, what a race in semi-final 2. And those 4 crews going to the final, the Barrington Cup up for grabs on Lake Barrington tomorrow.
Just when you finished qualifying for the A final of the Club Men's Double, your heart rate has had to go right back up, because we've had that finish in the semi-final of the Schoolboys coxed 8. So St Ignatius, Shaw, St Peter's and Brighton Grammar look to be the 4 across the line first, going through to the A final, with the rest to the B final. But don't rest up yet, Ben. This is the Open Women's 8s. In lane 2, we've got a Sydney University NTC crew. In lane 3, University of Queensland. Lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 5, Melbourne University. And lane 6, it's a University of WA, Fremantle, Swan River and West Australian Composite. And all very even off the start there. So the Sydney University crew, Jamie Ford, Zoe McKellar, Olivia Natty, Zara Collison, Emily Shepherd, Eleanor Price, Taylor Caudle, Aisling Hayes, Elizabeth Bolster. Lane 3 from the University of Queensland, Ruby Dollar, Elizabeth Newell, Ellie Reddy, Wallace Russell, Lily Alton, Nancy Duncan Banks, Alice Reddy, Tyler Hutton and Caitlin Shields. We just look up there. It's Sydney Rowing Club with the lead early on, battling it with Melbourne University. You love to see this. Sydney v Melbourne. You've got Georgia Montague, Laura Cypher, Sophie Barr, Nicole Vance, Sarah Hoare, Isabel Furov, Caitlin McManus-Barrett, Isabella Scammell, Hannah Coap is their coxswain. Melbourne University battling it out with them. Sydney University on the outside as well. We've got 3 right across the front. Melbourne Uni, it's Romy Cantwell, Meg Dumbrell, Chloe Nevins, Zara Lavery, Laura Foley, Eliza Gaffney, Georgie Gleeson, Lucy Steffen and Ivy Jones. And then the WA crew, the composite, Lara Glendenning, Jolie Patterson, Brianna Murray, Lila Fieves, Greta Spencer, Holly Cannon, Clements, Lucas Roast, Bronwyn Cox, coxed by Ray Poon, coached by Mark Beer and Rowan James. And it looks to be the 2 Sydney crews and a Melbourne crew right up across the top. You love to see it, Sydney v Melbourne.
And you love to see not many composites in this race, so that is absolutely fantastic. There are some huge names out there in this Open Women's Coxed 8 for the Florence Eaton Trophy, and they are about 2.5 minutes in, where usually they would be a lot further down the course in this particular race, but a very, very strong headwind. It is going to be challenging conditions for these rowers in the Open Women's Coxed 8. So we're just getting through those splits from the 500. We're heading now towards the 1K mark, the halfway point. Sydney Uni, That NTC crew in first, Sydney in second, Melbourne Uni in third, and as you said, Stuart, Sydney Uni v Melbourne Uni. They love an 8 battle, those two universities, and Sydney Rowing Club was sandwiched in between them in those in that middle lane in lane 4.
Yeah, and Sydney Rowing Club have dominated the 8s event so far at this regatta. Just having a look through the results, and it has been absolutely, every time you look up and there's an 8s race coming down, there's a crew in light blue with the yellow Empacker that's leading out in front. There's the University of Queensland crew. You can see there on the screen at the moment. Then in behind them, we've got the West Australians. It's University of WA, Fremantle, Swan River and West Australian Rowing Club. Stroked there by Bronwyn Cox, 2-time Olympian in the stroke seat there, giving it absolutely everything, as we'll expect to see tomorrow. She's going to be in the Nell Slatter Trophy. Normally see her sweeping. She's switched over. She's a sweeper doing a scull and did very well in the singles. Looking forward to seeing her in the Nell Slatter tomorrow.
Yeah, what a day ahead of us tomorrow. Those the open schools, the open rowing championships, and also the schools championships tomorrow before the interstate regatta to finish things all off on day 7 of the Australian Rowing Championship. So here we go. It is Sydney Uni, Melbourne Uni. 1 and 2. It's the Victorians who led it at the 1K. Sydney Uni, I should say, only 0.42 behind. Sydney Rowing Club, as you mentioned, in that yellow Empacker, they're sitting in 3rd position. So the podium has basically been sorted in terms of the crews who will be in the top 3, because Uni of WA Composite, they're 7 seconds further back, and then Uni of Queensland 7 seconds behind them. So those two crews out of it at this point, but they are moving down the course past the 1K towards the final 500 metres.
Watch out. I was just going to say, watch out for Sydney Rowing Club. So far this regatta, under 21 men's 8, under 21 women's 8s in a composite, under 23 women's 8 in the open men's 8s. Again, they have dominated, but Sydney University will want to change that, and so will Melbourne University. It's half a boat length between our leading 3 crews.
Well, are Sydney just moving a little bit at the moment? You just sense that Melbourne Uni are able to hold them. Are they moving up on Sydney University? As you mentioned, Stuart, they have been so dominant in the 8 Sydney Rowing Club, but right now they are sitting back in 3rd position. But as you can see, as the drone hovers high up above Lake Barrington, you can see that there is nothing in this race between the top 3 as they barrel down now towards the last 250 metres. Melbourne University, Sydney Rowing Club. We don't have any 1,500 metre splits for you, but you don't need splits because you are getting magnificent shots here of these 3 crews, and Sydney University are definitely moving up on Melbourne University. Sydney Rowing Club still, they're just struggling to try and make an imprint and try and pull back this half a boat length, maybe 3/4 of a boat length advantage that Melbourne University have on them. So the last 250 metres, the yellow cans on either side indicate that both of these crews here, Sydney Uni, Melbourne Uni, your sense it's between those two, unless Sydney Rowing Club can really pull out a monumental last 200 metres. Right now, you would say it is Melbourne Uni from Sydney Uni. Can Sydney Uni find something with 200 metres to go? Sydney Rowing Club still in 3rd position. Uni of WA Composite in 4th, and Uni of Queensland out of it at this point. So the last 150 metres approaches. Melbourne Uni head into that in front of Sydney University. Sydney Rowing Club in the bronze medal position. Can they get through these last few strokes, the Victorians, and secure a gold medal? Or can Sydney University pull off an almighty comeback here with about 50 metres to travel? It is Melbourne University from Sydney Rowing Club, and it is going to be the Victorians who claim the Florence Eaton Trophy. They win the Open Women's Coxed 8 from Sydney Uni. Sydney Rowing Club so dominant in the 8s, they'll have to settle for bronze. What a cracking race that was. Played out over 7 minutes and almost 13 seconds, and it is the Victorians, Melbourne University, who claim it.
4th place will go to the University of WA Composite crew, and then back to the University of Queensland. Ben, you could see what that meant to the Melbourne University crew. They were cheering, hooting and hollering, slapping the water, and well deserved, as they are, as you say, the Florence Eaton Trophy winners for 2025.
Well, what is magnificent, Stuart, about the headwind for us up here. It's not much fun rowing into a head. Well, depends. But it isn't that much fun, really extends the race, but we get to watch it for longer. And when it comes to 8s, I feel like sometimes the race is over too quickly. You want to see more of it. So that's what we absolutely love about a little bit of a headwind here. Or a little bit, yeah, decent headwind here this afternoon at Lake Barrington. So just confirming 7.12.42. It just disappeared off our screen. The unofficial time there for Melbourne Uni gold medalists, Florence Eaton Trophy winners from Sydney Uni, from Sydney Rowing Club. Let's go back to the start, Stuart.
Yes, it's the Open Men's Quad Scull. The finals coming thick and fast here. Lane number 1, it's the Army Rowing Node India. Ujjwal Kumar Singh, Karamit Singh, Ajay Tyagi and Arvid Singh. Lane 2, it's the West Australian Surfers Paradise University of WA, an ANU composite. Hamish Harding, Ben Clayton, Jackson Free and Blake Wyatt. Lane 3, the locals, North-Est, Carl Breyer, Rowan Fenner, Mac Dickenberg and Jack Barrett. Lane 4, UTS, Kalen Routley, Jack Power, Oscar Baragi and Sam Green. Lane 5, West Australian, Swan River and UTS composite of Jack Cleary, Paddy Holt, Johnson Daubney and Alex Rossi. Lane 6, it's a WA, West Australian, Fremantle, University of WA composite of Aaron Denalden, Thomas Bias, Daniel Holding and Julian Viandia. And then lane 7, Wendouree Ballarat, Melbourne University, Adelaide University Banks. It's the full licorice all sorts, James Meads, Hamish Allen, Joel Kane and William Gilbert. The second Army Rowing Node India crew of Jaspinder Singh, Balraj Panwar, Kulwinder Singh and Salman Khan in there. And it is the West Australian, well, there's 2 West Australian rowing composites. It's the crew, stroked by Alex Rossi in lane number 5, out in front of the second crew in lane number 2. And then the Army Rowing Node India crew in lane 8, sitting in 3rd.
So 2 WA Rowing Club composite crews leading the way here, 1 and 2, but I'm telling you, this Army Rowing Node, they have been really strong this week. I was just doing a cool down. They were all getting themselves prepared on the ergs for this race. And both crews on either side of the course. We're getting a look here at the lane 1 crew, Kumar Singh, Karamit Singh, Ajay Tyagi and Arvind Singh. And they're on this near side of the course. And I can tell you, yes, it is a breeze that is pretty much straight down the course, but I would say it's just pushing you across. I'm trying to remember exactly what I had to do at the start. It's just pushing you across to the far side, so towards lane 8.
And that would explain, we've seen a lot of crews sort of move over to that bow side of the bow side of the lane, and generally when there has been steering issues, it's been out that way.
Yeah, so certainly I always think when the breeze is from sort of, you know, lane 1 across to lane 8, maybe lane 1 slightly a little bit more favourable, but to be honest, it's negligible. It is pretty much straight down the course. But when you are on the start, you do have to straighten the boat up a touch. And it is the crew in the middle of the course, WA Rowing Club composite, through the 1K in 3:23.85. The other WA Rowing Club composite crew, so that's West Australian Surfers Paradise Uni of WA and ANU. They are sitting in the silver medal position. Then the Army Rowing Node India, they're not far behind. They're sitting in 3rd. I love to say this, Stuart, but they're just sort of stalking the silver medalists, and I think 4.5 seconds. It does look a sizable gap, but they have a really strong finish, as we've touched on already. That is the crew. There's James Meads' crew, Hamish Allen from Adelaide Uni, Joel Kane from Melbourne Uni. You can see him there in the 3 seat. And William Gilbert in bow from Wendouree Ballarat. They're coached by Jamie McDonald and Nicholas Mitchell. Now, they're in 7th position. It is getting a little messy, you can see. There is not quite, well, they're white caps, Stuart, are we calling? Not quite, but it's pretty rough.
It's pretty rough out there. There were white caps a little bit earlier on when I was outside.
Because I got your message through about 5 minutes before my race, and I thought, fantastic, that's just what I needed to read before my race.
Not that it affected you, you're into the A final.
Well, you know, I always think Newcastle Harbour, white caps are something that happens regularly there, so that certainly helps.
Central Basin of Lake Burley Griffin, when the ferry's gone through there. That's always fun because it's the hard edges. But out in front at the moment, it is the West Australian NTC Composite. We've got Paddy Holt in there, again, predominantly a sweeper. We saw him in the Eliminator really absolutely fly, finishing second in the sprints in the sculls. Talking about sprinting in sculls, Army Rowing Node India, you've picked it there, Ben. They're sitting in second place, I reckon, as they come through the 1500. I think that's not quite right. So they've got the Wendouree Ballarat Composite sitting in second.
Do you think it's 4.5? Are you thinking that's 4.5 seconds?
Oh, it could well be. It's a little bit over a boat length. It might even be out towards 2 boat lengths now, but certainly they've moved themselves into that silver medal position. And then the WA West Australian Rowing Club, Surfers Paradise, University of WA and ANU Composite sitting in third place. So they're in there as well. So that's our 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. And then it looks to be a little bit of a gap back to North Esk sitting in fourth place. And then again to the UTS Haberfield crew in fifth. And then the second Army Rowing Node India crew in lane number 1. And then the Wendouree Ballarat Composite crew in lane number 7.
Yeah, so Army Rowing Node India, they're sitting comfortably now in that silver medal position. You just wonder in this last 200 metres, is it going to be a bridge too far, pulling back the advantage that the crew in the middle have got? They have a really strong finish, and they're certainly moving through the gears here, Army Rowing Node India. But they have mounted a very, very strong advantage. Cleary in that crew with Holt, Daubney and Rossi, coached by Luca Rossi, Phil Jurovic and George Zouris. So they are certainly looking nicely placed here to win the Open Men's Quadruple Scull Championship of Australia. Just a few strokes to go for the WA Rowing Club Composite, the NTC crew and Army Rowing Node India. Gee, they put up a brave fight. It's going to be about a boat length in the end, but it is the Aussie crew, WA Rowing Club Composite with the NTC. They win the Open Men's Quad Scull from Army Rowing Node India. And then the bronze medal will go the way of the other WA Rowing Club Composite. That's with ANU, Uni of WA Boat Club, Surfers Paradise, and also WA Rowing Club. And as I mentioned, Army Rowing Node India, Singh, that crew over in lane 8, Singh, Panwar, Singh and Khan with the silver medal. North Esk, the Tasmanians in 4th, UTS in 5th, Army Rowing Node India, that other crew from lane 1. They will cross in 6th, and the Wendouree Ballarat Composite in 7th place.
It's confirmation of the win for the West Australian Swan River and UTS Composite ahead of Army Rowing Node India in lane number 8, and then the bronze medal to the West Australian Surfers Paradise, University of Western Australia and ANU Composite.
And there is one crew still to finish, and that is another WA Rowing Club Composite crew. And they're coming down the course. This is the crew of Aaron Den Ouden, Thomas Bias, Daniel Holding and Julian Viandia. And Julian was actually in the club double, so he hasn't had much time to recover. Straight back out onto the course for this one. So the Open Men's Quad, that rounds out the field now. The WA, Uni of WA, Fremantle Composite crew crossing the line in 8th. And that is the field done and dusted in the Open Men's Quad Scull of the 2025 Australian Rowing Championships.
As we move now to the presentation of medals and the Florence Eaton Trophy for the Open Women's Coxed Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Matt Biakowski, Chief Executive Officer of Rowing Queensland. In third place and bronze medalists, Sydney Rowing Club. Their crew of Georgia Montague, Laura Seifer, Sophie Barr. Nicole Vance. Sarah Hoare. Isabel Fura. Caitlin McManus Barrett. Isabella Scammell. And Hannah Coab. They're coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. Second place and silver medalists, Sydney University. Their crew of Jamie Ford, Zoe McKellar, Olivia Natty, Zara Collison, Emily Shepherd, Eleanor Price, Taylor Caudle, Aisling Hayes, and Elizabeth Bolster. They're coached by Thomas Larrick and Alfie Young. And our gold medalists and champions for 2025, Melbourne University. Their crew, Romy Cantwell, Meg Dumbrell, Chloe Nevins, Sarah Lavery, Laura Foley, Eliza Gaffney, Georgie Gleeson, Lucy Stephan, and Ivy Jones. Matt Biakowski will now present the Florence Eaton Trophy to our winning crew. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2025 champions and medalists. As we head back down to the 1500 metres, and we are underway in semi-final number 1 of the Schoolgirls single scull. In lane number 1 from Guildford Grammar, Elizabeth Moss. Lane 2 from the Armidale School, Isabella Henderson, coached by Martin Inglis. Lane 3 from Ferny Grove State High School, Hannah Johansson, coached by Augustin Rodero. Lane 4 from Ascombe School, Lucy Yabsley, coached by Oliver Klotz. Lane 5 from the Farnes School, Matilda Cocker. Lane 6 from Brisbane Girls Grammar, Holly Fleming, coached by Michael Russell, John Pettigrew and Sally Keogh. Lane 7 from Sacred Heart College Geelong, Rio Smith. And lane 8 from Kelvin Grove State College, Anika Gunlak, coached by Flynn Nation and Nigel Stubbs.
And probably no surprises here, Stuart, that through the first 500, Lucy Yabsley from Ascombe leading the way. Silver medalist in the single earlier in the week. Was that the under-19 single, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Australian junior representative last year in the under-19 women's quad as well.
Yeah, she won that silver medal in the colours of glebe, so in her school colours today, and top 4 going through to the A final. The rest go to the B final. So Matilda Cocker from Farn out of Tasmania. That'd be wonderful for the locals to have a Tasmanian in the final. We've got 3 coming up in the next semi-final. And this is a really tough row in these kind of conditions. We've touched on it in the big boats. Sorry, Stuart, I'm not getting emotional, just losing my voice a bit.
It's been a big half an hour.
Yeah, especially a lot more challenging in the single. Very, very challenging conditions. So you can see it's similar times to what we saw early in the week. I think we had some victories that were around 10 minutes, maybe even more in the single early days this Australian Rowing Championship. So you can already see Lucy Yabsley through the first 1K in almost 5 minutes. Isabella Henderson from the Armidale School has moved up into second. The Armidale School actually come down to a few of our CDRA regattas at Berry Park, so a little bit closer for them as well than going all the way to Sydney. Farns, Matilda Cocker, they're in 3rd place, and Hannah Johansson from Ferny Grove in Queensland, also with a QAS scholarship as well. So that's the top 4. It's a little bit of a gap back to 5th. Holly Fleming from Brisbane Girls.
Yeah, but anything can happen in these particular conditions. And one of the absolute difficult things will be trying to maintain a certain speed, but without making yourself end up in the drink. Because in the heats, you can get back into the boat, you can go back down the course, you qualify then through to the repechage, and you've got that opportunity in the repechages to be able to go through. Right now, the last thing you want to do is fall out, because that's the A final gone. Now, unless you're able to completely fly back into the boat, straight off the bat and then tear off like Tara Rigney down the course, it's going to be very, very difficult. So it's trying to maintain that balance. And also too, this particular event, we've already seen the quarterfinals earlier on this morning. So they've already gone down once when the conditions would have been a lot nicer. Now into the headwind, times are tough. You'll be looking at the stroke coach going, geez, I'm doing 2-minute 30s going down the course, and that's about as quick as you can go. Some of those would be getting up towards 2-minute 40s. So it's really, really tricky conditions. We've seen it go well for the bigger boats, but in those smaller boats, it really does come down to skill.
Well, it's an interesting one. I'd love to know how many people have their splits on the stroke coach in a race, because for that exact reason, I don't have it sitting there, because I don't want mentally to look at it and go, oh, geez, I'm going really slow here. Because conditions can change, currents, wind, all that kind of thing. So especially in these races, I think psychologically, you're looking down and doing 230s and you're going, oh, jeepers. So
I'm looking down to do 230s and I'm thinking, fantastic, how fast am I?
Lucy Yabsley through the 1500, 7:26.74. Isabella Henderson there in 2nd place. Hannah Johansson in 3rd and Matilda Cocker in 4th. But remember, it is 5th place. That's what we're keeping an eye on. Holly Fleming in that elimination spot at the moment in lane 6. So the battle right now, because I probably safely say, pending no disasters at the back end of this race, that Holly Fleming, if she, that's the real battle to keep an eye out for. It's Holly Fleming who's in lane 6, Matilda Cocker from Farn who is in lane 5. So they're right next to each other, and it is those two who you sense maybe duking it out here for that last spot in the A final.
Yeah, it's getting closer and closer, and through 1500, 5 seconds. That can be made up very, very quickly in a single scull, particularly in conditions like this. That one dirty stroke, you're trying to rebuild that momentum.
And the buoy line as well, you can just see, and this is the boat in lane 6, Holly Fleming, Brisbane Girls, just got very close to the buoys. You clip one of those.
Yeah, it can completely throw you off or completely knock you in. So it's also tightening it up a little bit over on the far side there as well. So I don't know that any of those 3 scullers that's in front there. So that's Hannah Johansson from Ferny Grove State High and Isabella Henderson from the Armidale School, who's moving up quite nicely now in 2nd place. So you can see there with the bright yellow bucket hat, very distinctive. And we saw the Armidale School win their first Schoolgirl Head of the River race event a couple of weeks ago, I think in the double sculls, and it'd be great to see them with a rep in the A final of the Schoolgirls single sculls here at Lake Barrington. But we've got 4 rowers almost across the course. It's about 200 metres left to go. The opportunity is there for Holly Fleming from Brisbane Girls Grammar. Can she take it?
Well, the last 150 metres is going to be so interesting in that red boat on the far side. Holly Fleming, has she got enough in the leg? She's putting it in here. She's going to have to make up some time, but she certainly is making up the ground. So all of a sudden, this is going to push the rest of the scullers in Henderson. Also next to her is Matilda Cocker from Farn. So certainly Holly Fleming is coming. Lucy Yabsley is safely through, and there has been a response now from Johansson, also from Isabella Henderson. And in the end, it may just be a bridge too far, and it will be. So a cracking finish there from Holly Fleming over on the far side from Brisbane Girls Grammar, but just couldn't make up the ground in the end. 3 seconds outside that top 4. So it's Yabsley, Henderson, Cocker and Johansson who are through to the A final in the Schoolgirls single scull. And what an achievement that is. That is something they should be so proud of in these Australian Open Schools Rowing Championships. And we still have a couple of scullers to finish. And this is a wonderful achievement as well, making the semi-finals. And coming through in lane 1, Guildford Grammar's Elizabeth Moss. So she comes through in 6th place. And then Annika Gundlach from Kelvin Grove from Queensland over on the far side of the course will be the final sculler to cross the line in one of the toughest single races they would have all done. Over 10 minutes for most of them. Lucy Yabsley, the only one under the 10-minute mark in 9:57.38. So here comes Annika Gundlach, just a few more strokes to go from Kelvin Grove out of Queensland, and that completes the field now in semi-final number 1 of the Schoolgirls single scull.
As we move to the presentation of medals for the Open Men's Quadruple Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Matt Bielkowski, Chief Executive Officer of Rowing Queensland. In 3rd place and bronze medalists, a composite of the West Australian Rowing Club, Surfers Paradise, University of Western Australia and ANU. The crew of Blake Wyatt, West Australian Rowing Club. Ben Clayton, University of WA. Hamish Harding, the Australian National University. And Jackson Free, Surfers Paradise Rowing Club. They're coached by Tom Westgarth, Jamie Hewlett and Marcus Free. 2nd place and silver medalists, Army Rowing Node, India. Their crew, Jaspinder Singh, Balraj Panwar, Kulwinder Singh and Salman Khan. They're coached by Salman Khan, Lava Kumar and Anthony Patterson. And our gold medalists and champions for 2025, a composite of West Australian, Swan River and UTS. The crew of Jack Cleary from the West Australian Rowing Club. Paddy Holt from UTS. Johnson Daubney from Swan River Rowing Club. And Alex Rossi from the West Australian Rowing Club. They're coached by Luca Rossi, Phil Jurjevic and George Zuris. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2025 champions and medalists in the Open Men's Quadruple Sculls. As we move on to the 2nd semi-final, just coming through 1,500 metres of the Schoolgirls single sculls, top 4 through to the A final. Lane 1 from Presbyterian Ladies College, Emily Barrett. Lane 2 from Scotch Oakburn, May Wayne. In Lane 3 from Cardinia International College, Eliza Jenkins. Lane 4 from St Patrick's College, Tasmania, Emma Johnson. Lane 5 from Strathcona, Sadie Schlitt. In Lane 6 from Royton Girls, Constantina Kafasis. Lane 7 from Corowa Anglican Girls, Elizabeth Robson. And Lane 8 from St Mary's College, Sarah Thomas.
So this is the final race of the inverted commas morning session. And then it'll be through to the sprints this afternoon, which is certainly going to be interesting, especially with no held starts, the 500 sprints. But semi-final number 2, and it was Schlicht from Strathcona who was leading at the 1500, and you can see a big advantage there, almost 10 seconds at the 1500. So she can really just turn the power down here and move on through to the A final in the Schoolgirls single. Just having a look at the time. So Yabsley was 9:57. So this one is going to be a little bit slower through to the finish. Sarah Thomas from St Mary's College was in second out in Lane 8. May Wayne also from Tasmania from Scotch Oakburn in third, and then Emma Johnson from St Patrick's College in Tasmania. So I mentioned that there were 3 Tasmanians in this, and they're all sitting nicely in the top 4. The closest was PLC Sydney in lane number 1, and there is a strong push coming from this near side of the course, and that is Emily Barrett. Well, she was about 4 seconds off 4th place at the 1500 metre mark, and she is coming home. I think maybe she's in second position here. There's a real battle between her, Sarah Thomas for that second position as they come down to the line. May Wayne in lane number 2. She's, I should say, May Wayne is there in second place. So she is very comfortably through. And on the far side of the course, that is Sarah Thomas. And then through in lane 4 is Emma Johnson. So no issues there, as I said. All 3 Tasmanians, they're going through in the top 4. It will be a photo for 3rd and 4th. Constantina Kafasis through in 5th place, about a second further back. But Schlicht from Strathcona from Victoria, and the 3 Tasmanians, Wayne, Johnson and Thomas, through to the A final. And this is Emily Barrett now crossing next to Elizabeth Robson in 7th position. And then in lane 3, Eliza Jenkins from Cardinia International College.
What a morning of racing we've had today. We've had a number of finals. We've had some of the great heats in the semi-finals in the Schoolboy, Schoolgirl quads and 8s, and getting ready for the sprint regatta. And the way that headwind's coming down, I don't know how much it's going to be sprinting and how much it's going to be trying to just get the boat moving in the right direction. But I believe, Ben, that we've got Jackie Swick on at 3:15 being interviewed by Richard Dorstein before we go to the sprint regatta. And then yourself and Chris McCarthy will be taking us through the finals of that one.
Yep, looking forward to that a little bit later on. Just having a look here at Richard's schedule. Yeah, so it will be you and Richard are rolling through the heats, then you're getting an early mark, you're taking off for dinner, and
we definitely won't be at the Row Union Bar.
Chris and I'll carry on through the finals. So looking forward to that. Enjoy your lunch, everyone, and we're looking forward to the sprints coming up at 3:30. But as I said, Jackie Swick coming in, that interview is taking place in about 15 minutes' time.
Be part of the journey and help shape a brighter, stronger future for Rowing Australia. Join as a Rowing Australia Foundation member today or make a donation of any amount to show your support. Membership starts at just $50. Anyone who donates during the Australian Rowing Championships will receive a free gift available for collection on Saturday at the Row Union Bar. Together, we can power the future of Australian rowing. Check out our traders in our regatta village. There's a range of products and services on offer. Don't forget to pick up your official merchandise from the regatta shop, rowing apparel from 776 BC, and innovative rowing shoes from Bont Rowing. Polaro Marine are here to talk to your club or school about sustainable development of rowing and sports infrastructure. Stop by the Kentish Council tent for visitor information services and the Sport Integrity Australia tent for everything you need to know about keeping our sport safe and fair. Robbie Consulting and Study and Play USA are here assisting Australian high school athletes achieve rowing scholarships to the United States college system, and check out the awesome prizes you can win by jumping on an erg at the Rowing Australia and Row Nation tent. Indoor rowing is booming. Earn an initial $5,000 in milestone payments by sharing your rowing skills with a wider fitness crowd. Learn more at rowclub.co or visit the indoor rowing tent. The 2025 Australian Rowing Championships are proudly supported by the Tasmanian Government through Events Tasmania. Thank you to our government partners for making this event possible.